Morning, everybody. Welcome to Wednesday. Pinch and a punch, first day of the month. No returns. Black cats, white rabbits, white mice, whatever you want, actually. Who cares? It's the 1st of December, and we're on the home run now. We're on the home run. We're getting ready. I've got to go out probably today, I think, and sort out a tree. I think I'm looking for 7 feet. I think so. It's, yeah, you see, Jake thinks 8. I think 8 might be just a bit too... I don't like it bending over at the top. I like it when it's... straight up there. Straight up. Much easier. And I've got the lights. You know, I've got 4,000 lights. So very happy with that. It's going to be, as I say, they'll be landing in Twickenham High Street by the time I'm blooming well finished. Adele's landed a Caesars Palace residency in Las Vegas. Andrew Prince named in court as a passenger on the Epstein plane. What that proves, I've got no idea. So he went on a private jet. Together with Trump and together with Bill Clinton, loads of other people. It was just a private plane. Interesting. And, oh, surprise, yesterday, they cancelled my Freedom Pass. Because I can't prove to them that I've been living in the same place for 30 years. So, all of a sudden, I tried to use it yesterday. Beep, 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 beep. Tried it again. Beep, 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 beep. So I had to use my other thing. They really are a bunch of bozos. They really are. You know, they've been writing to me at my address, and I respond to them from my address. And yet, you know, I haven't got any proof that I live, because all my stuff goes to my accountant and everything else. And I'm going to push it as far as I can. I think the next stage is I'm going to go to the local council and say, what are you going to do about it? Or failing that, my MP. I'll make a big deal about it, because they're obviously complete and utter bloody idiots down there at the Freedom Pass company. I'm 67 years old. Of course I'm entitled to a Freedom Pass. Ridiculous. They obviously sort of seem to think that people are cheating the system, which I'm sure some people are. I ain't one of them. Oh, TSB are closing 70 branches. Didn't know that it had any branches. Did you know that? I didn't know. Don't think I've ever seen a TSB branch. They're going to be doing it next year. And the papers have said, you know, which one are you with, because it's likely that you won't have it. And how long do you wait on the telephone to speak to your bank? I don't, actually. I don't need to speak to my bank. It's all done. It's all automatically. I can do banking online. Well, I can't, but I've got a friend of mine who sorts it out for me. One customer waited, how long do you think, to speak to her bank? So she's dialed the number, she's holding the telephone up. You know, your call is valuable to us. We will be with you very shortly. We're experiencing, you know, high volume, blah, blah. 20 hours. 20 hours this person waited to actually get through on the... Well, I'd have given up after, like, 10 minutes. Yeah, imagine what your phone bill is. I'd have given it... 10 minutes would be my maximum. After that, I put the phone down. Seriously, it's just absolutely ridiculous. 20 hours. That's a lifetime. I mean, you know, what do you have to... I mean, I just don't know why you'd end up doing something like that. The boy who's been arrested, 15, after 3 pupils were shot dead at a school in America. The problems they have over there with shotguns and firearms and stuff like that, really bad. Tributes as Ray Kennedy has died at the age of 70. Priti Patel's push for jail time over demos. Oh, not again. I've given up with Priti Patel. I have no faith whatsoever, unfortunately. The nation's favourite pantomime is Cinderella. Cinderella is the favourite pantomime of the entire nation. Katie Price is considering using a surrogate for a family with Carl Woods, and also she's now said she hates all the fathers of all her children. But there again, it's going to be happening with little Carl as well. Sorry, Carl, I hate to tell you this or break it to you, but she has history. The marriages don't last very long. She'll get bored. She'll get. I promise you, she'll get bored. It's, you know, history repeats itself. All the baloney she's given you about, oh, this is the one, I'm going to have his name tattooed on my arm and all this kind of stuff, and we're going to have children together, means nothing. Means nothing. Steptoe and Son have been branded racist, sexist, and homophobic. Elf on a Shelf has been branded the wrong image for young children. I mean, Sue, you've never heard so much drivel in your entire life. Everybody's complaining about everything now. It's the woke brigade. Oh, you can't have that. Oh, that's horrible. That's bad, isn't it? Very shortly, you won't better buy boxes of matches because they're far too dangerous, and you could set fire to yourself. Crocodile Dundee actor David Gulpilil has died, aged 68. If you saw a picture of him, you would know who he was. But just telling you his name, you might not know. I didn't know who he was until I saw the picture. I went, I know exactly who you are. Victoria Beckham's brought out a range of pyjamas. Big deal. They're over £1,000. I mean, seriously, honestly, if you can't buy a pair of pyjamas, which are an awful lot cheaper, there must be something the matter with you, I should imagine. 1 in 7 offices have banned Christmas party snogs. No snogging, please, at the Christmas party. We don't like things like that. It's very unnecessary, and basically it'll just lead you into terrible ways. You know, I know a lot of people get drunk at the Christmas party and they go, oh, I really fancy that girl out of, the accounts department or somebody who's in HR or something like that. And then they and of course, everybody looks really attractive when you're drunk. It's only when you sober up you suddenly realise the biggest mistake you've made of your life. And people go, oh, isn't that great? Somebody's really good. I think you're really good looking. And you go, no, you're saying that because you're drunk. Saying that because you're drunk. You shouldn't get drunk at the Christmas party, but the trouble is it's the only way to enjoy it. You can't enjoy a Christmas party unless you're 3 sheets to the wind. The world's rarest sea turtle is washed up alive in Wales. It swam about 5,800 miles, which is quite a long way to go for a sea turtle. Let's hope they then sort of turned it round and headed it back in the opposite direction. Posh students claim their college is crumbling because, oh, bless their little cotton socks, they don't have a pastry chef. They do not have a pastry chef. And Snoochie Shy's mum, it's not her real name, it's another one of these made-up names, says she'd love to see her daughter win in the castle. Well, everybody would, but she's not going to do it. Mind you, stranger things have happened, haven't they? Dawn Neeson is a December birthday girl, and that means you get smaller presents. If you have a birthday around Christmas time, you don't get as many presents, do you? Luckily, I'm not. I'm a March baby, so I get... Well, I still don't get presents anyway. Nobody gives you presents after you've reached the age of 50, 55, 60. Well, actually, really special... Yeah. I think if I make it to 70, which is highly unlikely, then I'll probably end up getting a present then. That's what I think. A big one, yeah. I think it's people always say, oh, it's a big birthday, and you go, what's that nowadays? They go, 30. And you go, 30? That's not a big number for your birthday, is it? I think anywhere after 55, 60, something like that, is sort of is a big birthday. But how many people worry about it? When you're young, why would you worry about getting old? Because when you're young, you do think about... Oh, I mean, I remember when I was sort of in my middle 20s, I remember thinking, I don't know anybody who's over 30 years old, and I thought 30 was really ancient. I thought, and nowadays, obviously, it's not, because I've gone way past things like that. But we'll have to wait and see. And yesterday, I did tell you, I'd let you know about the mask thing. A lot more people were wearing masks, but there were still the idiots who weren't wearing them. People who look perfectly healthy to me. I don't believe they've all got, health problems, underlying health problems, because we've spoken to people who have said, I've got underlying health problems, but I can still manage to put a mask on for a bus journey or a train journey. Because I saw a bus go past me this morning. Nobody sitting downstairs had a mask on. And I thought, you're going to get ill. Because this thing is spreading faster than they can keep up with it. So you've got to be very careful. They've had even more. When I first started talking about it, there were 3 cases in Scotland. There's now more than 12 cases in Scotland. Way more than 12. But, if you want to play Russian roulette, play Russian roulette. Because I tell you what, you get this... I heard a call yesterday. We should have played the whole lot back, actually. I should have thought about it earlier, but I didn't. And Nick Ferrari was talking to somebody who claimed to be a rugby player. And he didn't want to be jabbed, and he certainly wasn't going to be wearing a mask. And so Nick said, why? He said, because, he said, it's a conspiracy. He thought the whole thing was a conspiracy between the government and the NHS. And so Nick said, well, explain to me why they'd be coming up with this. What would be the purpose of having a conspiracy? And he said, because the government pay for the NHS, so they can make them say anything. He said, no, you haven't understood this. He said, why would they want to tell you that something was true when in fact it wasn't true? What would be the point of that? Why would a government want to upset a load of people? And this man was so stupid. He didn't have the faintest idea. He'd obviously read it, and Nick said, you're obviously just reading stuff on the internet. That's what you're doing. And you're believing the doolally people on the internet who write down all sorts of stuff going, it's a conspiracy theory, I know this. And then you read about the bloke who was vegan, who contracted it, didn't have the jabs at all, and said he wasn't going to bother because it was tested on animals, and he's dead. He died very quickly, and his last words were, apparently, according to the newspapers, everybody needs to get inoculated because you don't want to die of COVID. You really don't. It's not very pleasant. Gradually, your body will be sort of almost basically shut down. You'll need oxygen. You'll need all sorts of things, and you think that's great. If you want to believe the crap that's written on the internet, then you're following a false path. You're following a false path. You have to go by what the experts tell you, which is it's highly dangerous, it's highly contagious, and all those people who don't want to wear a mask. And I did get on the train the other day, and there were a few people. I just glare at them. I glare at them. I feel like sort of saying under my breath, why don't you put a blooming mask on? You're a pain because you're infecting the rest of us. Holly ends this morning rumours. Apparently, she's got a new 2-year deal. I mean, why would she want to give that up? She wouldn't want to give up a 2-year deal. It's the easiest job in the world. You sit there, you get cooked nice food by different chefs, and you can have a bit of fun. You get to meet some interesting people, and they pay you very well indeed. Why would you want to give that up? You definitely wouldn't. She won't get as good a deal with the BBC. Definitely not. How did the Stone Age builders have the strength to lift the rocks to build Stonehenge? The answer? Mince pies. Well, not the mince pies that we know. I think what they mean is mince-in pies. Almost like the early Cornish pasties. It was done as a meal. I think the original Cornish pasties had savoury at one end, sweet at the other end, which could be something like stewed apples or something like that. And so you'd have basically a lunch in a piece of pastry, which I thought was quite nice, actually. I do like used to be a lovely place called Gloriettes in Fleet Street years and years ago. And they used to do a Cornish pasty, which was like yum, yum, yum. It was absolutely gorgeous. Really, really lovely. So off they go on a safari, some students in a jeep. Da, 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 da. Quick, take a picture. Look, it's a lion. Oh, look, it's a lion chasing a wildebeest. No, it's a 6-ton bull elephant, which took against them and charged the jeep that they were in. You don't want to be on the receiving end of a 6-ton bull elephant, let me tell you. They're big boogers. They nearly turned this jeep over. They couldn't get out of there fast enough. They really couldn't. Britain's oldest iron is still going strong after 80 years. They get that every year. There'll be somebody who drags out the ugliest Christmas tree in the entire universe. We've had this one for 90 years in our family, and it looks like a twig. It really does look absolutely awful, but this iron is still going strong, because there's not really much that go wrong with irons. Not really. A friend of mine went to get her COVID booster the other day. It opened at 8:30. She said, I thought I'd get there at 8:20. When she got there at 8:20, there was a queue of more than 100 people waiting. They'd obviously had all exactly the same idea. We went to the garden centre yesterday, lovely little village near Fareham. Very nice little village, very pretty little village. And the garden centre there was rammed from 10 o'clock in the morning. And they had candles and Christmas lights and decorations, and it was absolutely lovely. But I've never seen so many people. And my brother said to me, and this is midweek. Midweek. Amazing, isn't it? Talking about the cost of things, I thought the MOT was a standard 35 quid, says Maggie. Yesterday I was charged 90 quid. Nothing wrong with the car. 90 quid? That seems a bit expensive for an MOT. I thought I paid 55 quid for an MOT. I don't remember. How much is an MOT? Have a quick look. Wait, I'll tell you what. We'll take a break, and then we'll find out. A little bit of a tease there, isn't it? Where we can sort of say, we're going to tell you how much an MOT costs. I thought they were about 55 quid, but I'm prepared to be shouted down. 17 minutes past 4.
This is LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Apparently, and I didn't know this, MOTs vary. The cheapest is £29.65 for a motorcycle, engine size up to 200 cc's, and basically £54.85 seems, for motor caravans, cars up to 8 passenger seats, 3-wheeled vehicles, all roughly the same price. Dual-purpose vehicles, £54.85. Ambulances and taxis, £54.85. Private passenger vehicles, £57.30, and it goes up. But the average, well, for most of us, actually, because if you've got 8 passenger seats, £54.85. But we couldn't find anywhere that was 90 quid. Couldn't find anywhere at all, actually, that was £90. So, I don't know, perhaps the garage charge a little bit extra, actually. I don't know. I don't know why they would charge a little bit extra. But it's quite an interesting one, actually, that, because the most expensive we found... Oh, I'll have to wait for the producer to come back and do it, just so I can go down to the next section. Yeah, £80.65 for a private vehicle and ambulance with more than 16 passenger seats. £80.50 for Class 5 vehicles, more than 16 passenger seats. £124, more than 16 passenger seats for a Class 5 vehicle with a seatbelt installation. That's £124.50. So goods vehicles over 3,000 kgs up to 3,500. That's £58.60. And that's it. So the most expensive, £124, or a play bus, £80.65. And that's about it, actually. I don't know anything else. We had a look at a play bus. That's where you get, Here Comes Noddy, or Thomas the Tank Engine, or just about anybody else. And it's where kids go and play on board these buses. How they get MOTs, I've got no idea. I suppose they must do. So mine would be the £54 one, which is good. Lee says, is it acceptable to dunk cheese and Marmite sandwiches in tea? Absolutely not. You are now barred from this programme for all eternity. I think so. Howard says, why don't you contact your MP, read the Freedom Pass issue? I'm going to go to the council. I'm going to go to the council and find out what's going on. Because they're the ones who licence these things, each individual councils. Billy says, feeling Christmassy now that it's December. Already been to M&S to stock up on the amazing mini mince pies. Yes, they're very nice, very nice. And Reg says, I work for one of the top 100 companies. They cancelled all the Christmas parties yesterday. Don't know why. Simon in Essex says, these selfish mask avoiders have won again. My darling wife Lottie's in the spare bedroom waiting for a confirmatory PCR test for COVID. I'm praying she's okay, and I don't get it as I'm in the clinically extremely vulnerable category. Yes, me too. Me too. Why won't folks get the message? Because they're thick. That's why. You hear them. I mean, if you'd heard this bloke, I urge you to download Nick Ferrari's programme from yesterday, the breakfast programme, and have a listen to this bloke who was so dumb. It was almost unbelievable. In the end, Nick said, sorry, yellow card, which I thought was just a way of being polite and saying, basically, you're too stupid for words. Far too dangerous, going out there. I don't care if somebody, goes, oh, I'm extremely vulnerable. That means you're more than happy to spread this, are you? More than happy to spread it, because that's what it comes down to. Can't you sort of get a car or something like that? Wouldn't it make it easier? And then you can infect the people sitting in your car, because when you get on the bus and you get on the train, and you're not wearing a mask, you might have it. You might not have symptoms of it, but you might be carrying the virus. There's a very good chance you probably could be. And you're more than happy to spread it to people, are you? It's awful. Or failing that, you get somebody sitting on the train and they've got it underneath their nose. The whole idea is you cover your nose. It goes over your mouth and nose. Anything else is you might as well just not bother. That's how it goes. I remember my mum says Mike crying on her 30th birthday because she felt she was old and past it. She's another March baby, and next March she'll be 88. I remind her most years her usual response is, oh, shut up, Michael. And we giggle. Yes, 88. You're as young as you feel now. You're as young as you feel. You get some people and they go, oh, I'm 55 and I feel really awful and, feel knackered and all this kind of stuff. And I'm thinking, actually, I'm getting by quite well, pushing up 68 for the next birthday. Everybody's going to get old. It's the only thing you can guarantee in life, isn't it? You are going to be born, you are going to age, and you are going to die. There's no way you can get away from it at all. Much as I'm sure it would be absolutely lovely, it won't be. You just have to hope that you live as long a life as possible. You keep yourself busy. Even during retirement, you can keep yourself busy. I fantasised over that earlier on. I thought, oh, if I won the lottery, and I'd retire. And I thought, no, I wouldn't retire. What would you want to retire for? No point at all. No point at all in retiring. It wouldn't make any difference to me. Because you've got to find something to occupy your time. And I'd rather, to be honest with you, sort of keep myself busy. I like coming into work. It's nice taking the mickey out of people you work with. It's great fun. What's the point of staying at home doing it? It doesn't have the same effect. I could phone them up or send an email, but I think it's highly unlikely. What else we got? Sheridan, very lucky to walk away from that wrecked Range Rover. Seriously, very lucky. When you see the pictures, you'll be absolutely amazed. Granny, in the garden, the parcel thrown over the fence, hit her in the face. Chance 1,000,000 to 1 shot, I should imagine. The lifeboats, which were sent out to rescue migrants, were then obstructed by fishermen, I think. So they had to turn back. I've never heard anything like it in my life. And if you want to cut the risk of getting dementia, eat cheese and drink red wine. Whee! Yeah, all up for that one, eh? All up, except I don't drink red wine. I hate red wine. I can't get excited about red wine. Do you like red wine? Really? Isn't that funny? It always gives me a headache. Always gives me a headache. And I wouldn't know a good red wine from a bad one, so it doesn't make any difference. South African Malbec, how much is that a bottle? 15 quid for a bottle? Blimey, that's 1.5 bottles of Prosecco. And you just get a bottle of South Africa. I wouldn't touch anything from South Africa at the moment, I'm sorry. Definitely not. Who knows who it's been touched by? You know, putting the corks in and everything else. COVID-wise. COVID-wise. Actually, the funny thing is, British wine, have you ever tried British wines? They're supposed to be very good. Bit mizzy on the British. You're very fussy, aren't you? I've never had anything like it. When it comes to wine. You see, I'm not. I used to drink Pinot Grigio, and if you drink that, you just about drink anything. You're not really particularly fussy, because it's cheap and cheerful. It's like water with a slight flavouring in it. In fact, I've seen urine samples look darker when you sort of look at Pinot Grigio. And I used to buy boxes of it. It used to come in boxes of 6. And it was just, it's a bit like Prosecco. It's very, very drinkable. Very, very drinkable. Very easy to drink. Although I've spoken to people who go, oh, and I hate Prosecco. Everybody's different. All our palates are different. I can't drink beer. I can't drink lager. I can't drink anything like that. I'm not really a fan of whiskey. I don't do gin. In fact, I'm probably almost as fussy as it gets, really. And I've done wine tastings before. But all you do is you just get tiddled after about your third one, don't you? And then you embarrass yourself completely, which I'm sure you will be doing if you go to Christmas parties. Christmas parties are the worst things, actually. Jan says the Trotters don't pay MOT on their 3-wheel van. And Antonio says, I had my 3.5-ton Mercedes MOT'd 40 quid last week. That seems quite good. Apparently, Roger says some MOT garages are very strict. Even a brand new car would struggle to pass. Others seem a bit more lenient. Well, I just take mine into the garage. It goes into the garage and they then take it round to the MOT place. In fact, the last time it was while I was waiting. About the cheapest bill I've ever had for the car. Cheapest bill. Steve, a bloke on the train, says Shane, refused to wear his mask on the train in Sydney. It's mandatory to wear them on public transport. He was fined $200 on the spot. Good. Well, they've got pictures in the paper today of idiots, you know, the usual buffoons. I'm not wearing a mask. Why not? Because I've read that it doesn't make any difference. It's not going to stop you getting it. No, it doesn't stop you getting it. Makes it a bit easier. Makes it a bit easier. It means that you might not die, which, of course, is a bit more preferable. Unless, of course, you're selfish and you don't mind the dying bit. The pastry with a meal one end and a dessert the other is called a Bedfordshire clanger. The baker in Sandy is the only place I know which sells it. Really? The baker in Sandy? The only place I know which... Oh, I've never heard of it. Well, I mean, I've heard of it, but I didn't really know, you know, where you could buy the things. You could probably make them yourself, couldn't you? I was watching Gogglebox the other evening. I mean, some of them are certainly playing up to the cameras. Some of them are playing up to the cameras. They're a little bit, you know, and some of them you look at, there as families. There's that family who always have a big plate of cakes there. And they've got the father whose language is just unbelievable. And these 2 enormous dogs. I don't know what they are. They look like bull mastiffs or something. And they slobber all over the place. Disgusting. And then they've got the bloke who is with his sister in Blackpool. I can't remember his name. But he's got the funniest hair. You don't really know what to do with his hair. And the language from some of the other ones is terrible. They swear every 5 minutes. You've got the 2 hairdressers in Brighton. They're a bit sort of, a little bit sort of nothing, really. But it's an interesting programme. But they need to change the celebrities on the celebrity version of Gogglebox. Find some people we've heard of. Because some of them are terrible. Absolutely terrible. Brian wrote to me, and so he should, because he's Noreen's other half. And they're celebrating their 20th wedding anniversary. What did we say that was? Was it? It's emerald. Emerald, Brian. You have to buy an emerald. And despite being members of a slimming group, you're seriously not both in a slimming group. They're having afternoon tea at Sopwell House, St Albans, later today. He says, and I intend to eat a lot. How lovely. I like it. My afternoon tea is my favourite thing. My favourite thing, because they cut the sandwiches, you know, and then they say, and these ones are egg mayonnaise, this is smoked salmon, this is roast beef, and you go, oh, yeah. Horseradish on the roast beef, yeah. And then they show you all the cakes. Funny thing is, I'm a savoury person. I'm not really into cakes. So 9 out of 10 times, I just ignore the cake side of it and just order more sandwiches. Because I could eat the sandwiches, because they're so easy to eat. Very nice indeed. A little bit of champagne, and then yesterday all I wanted in this garden centre was a pot of tea. So they had pot of tea for one or pot of tea for two. So I ordered the pot of tea for two. I don't know what it was actually. It was very nice, but it might have been English breakfast, yeah, which I drink a lot. I've got at home, and Earl Grey or Lady Grey. I do Lady Grey as well. I don't know why. It's exactly the same as all the other ones. It tastes the same as far as I'm concerned. I'm not very good. You know what I'm saying? They make it, it's Twinings, exactly the same, Lady Grey tea. But anyway, so Noreen and Brian having their slimming group afternoon. How lovely. And he says, hope to see you in February with Patsy, Jan, Sullivan, Janice, Michelle and other friends. Sold out show. Thank you very much indeed.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Morning. I love the story. You remember the story yesterday about the police force, and they were looking for people to walk their police dogs because they just don't have enough time to do everything. Now it turns out in the papers today the police are going soft on the e-scooters menace. In other words, you could ride the thing up and down the pavements of the road with no insurance whatsoever, and there's very little chance they're going to confiscate it. Very little chance. So it's just going to make it worse. And as the papers were reporting yesterday, we're going to see more deaths. Because these things, the moment you get a bit of snow or a bit of ice or something like that, it's bad enough in cars. Imagine what it's going to be like on an e-scooter. They are a menace. They're like those ghastly, revolting rickshaws. Helinka, good morning. Says Sainsbury's are currently offering 25% off any 6 bottles of wine or sparkling wine or Prosecco you can mix and match. Oh, 25. Oh, I might have to do a trip up to Sainsbury's, actually. That sounds quite good value. So 6 bottles of Prosecco and you get 25% off. I mean, obviously it's going to take me some time to get through 6 bottles of Prosecco, so might have to buy two. No, it wouldn't take you very long at all. We know you'd be terrible, honestly. Flat on your back, doing impressions of bury me in a Y-shaped coffin, I can well imagine. Here in Northern Ireland, says Dennis. Morning, Dennis. £30.50 for an MOT. We have government built and run MOT centres. I think it's 18 quid for a retest after a failure. It's very difficult to get a slot as they're always way oversubscribed, what with COVID. Wow, £30.50. I wish ours was £30.50. And Steve, lovely to hear Sandy in Bedfordshire get a mention. I grew up in a neighbouring village called Potton and went to school in Sandy. I now live in Newbury, says Louise. Oh, I know Newbury very well indeed. I used to go to school in Newbury. Used to work in Camp Hobson's. I know the marketplace. There used to be a very famous store called Benion's in the marketplace, and they used to sell fabric, lots of fabric, but they had a little railway inside, which was you would give the money to the person, and they would put it in a tube, and they would send it off, and it would go round this little railway thing, like on wires. And that's how in Costco they do it, only it goes upwards. It's compressed air, so they put their money in the thing, put it in the thing, and it goes and sends it up to the accounts department. Very satisfying. Like that. Very nice. And what else do I know? The Plaza. I don't even think the Plaza is still there, Louise. But that was next to the Corn Exchange. We rented the Plaza on a few occasions, me and my friend Dave Maskell, and we put on discos there. Discotheques. We had 600 people to one of our discos. It was fabulous. We hired a DJ called Johnny Diamond, and he turned up in a van with 2 assistants and set up all this disco equipment. We'd never seen this kind of thing before. We had a little mobile disco. I did. And he charged us 25 quid, and he worked for 4 hours. £25. I mean, it was so cheap. And I sold hot dog sausages, but we didn't order enough of them. We sold them really quickly. But yeah, so I know it very well. I know the churches there. I know the Kennet and Avon Canal. God, what I don't know about Newbury. And we used to live very near Thatcham. Very near Thatcham. House is still there. It's very posh. Benham Hill, always very posh. And It was sort of the only houses on one side of the road. The other side of the road, there was just trees and bushes and stuff like that. Feeling nostalgic, says Louise. And Christine says, I'm off to the cinema today. Going to see A Boy Called Christmas. I've not been to the cinema in years. Oh, you'll love it. Bit more expensive than you probably remember, Christine. Bit more than you remember. But do let us know, because I quite fancied the film. But I'm watching at the moment films that we're getting on the television over here, Hallmark films, where it's roughly the same. It's sort of good-looking bloke moves into town, falls in line with little woman who owns the corner shop and all the rest of it, and then they end up getting married, and she's got a child, but her husband was killed in a road accident or something. I love stuff like that. Dogs are in danger of becoming junk food addicts because you just feed them under the table and they get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and then eventually you have to sort of go, they need to go on a diet. And have you noticed that dogs end up being like their owner? So in other words, if the owner is fairly elderly and walks very slowly, the dog will be walking very slowly. They just don't move very fast, do they? Must be great being a dog. Although better being a cat, because you spend all your time sleeping. And God knows, when you get a little bit older, you do want to sleep, don't you? Cats have more... Yeah, cats do whatever they want to do. Cats are the ones that wake up and they look around, and if they don't see any fresh food in their bowl, they go back to sleep again. They've got no intention of doing anything for you. Occasionally they might stretch out a paw and move a ball or something like that, or, paper bag, but they're not going to do anything else. Dogs can't wait to get outside and have a good old run around and chase a ball, chase a stick, chase a coit, anything at all. What else do we get? Oh, I have to laugh at and you will see the pictures in the papers today. Well, one of the papers. Victoria Beckham's range of pyjamas. I mean, to be honest with you, they look ridiculous. But we don't know how her shop is doing. I don't know if she's laid off more people. I think Dave didn't want to pump any more money into it. Mind you, Dave at the moment is taking money from Qatar. Millions he's taking, whereas in fact it's illegal to be gay in Qatar. They've been known to execute people, but Dave doesn't really care about his gay fans at all. He'd rather take the money. So good for you, Dave. But you've alienated loads and loads of people. What else do we want? The TSB thing. I've never been in a TSB branch. I didn't even know they existed. But if they're going to close 70 branches next year, what are people going to do? Do it online? I suppose so. Bradley Walsh will dominate Christmas television. He's going to be on, I think, 5 times over 3 days in different programmes. So that'll be good for him. He'll like that. And why is Billie Piper back in the studio? She's going to make a recording, which is nice. We'll go through Dawn Neesom's column very, very shortly. And the Christians, who have blasted M&S for cards saying Merry Pigmas. This is for, is it Peppa Pig or something like that, or Percy Pig? Same sort of thing, it's a pig. And the Christians have blasted, I don't know who. Most Christians I know couldn't really give a flying forex about it. Why would you worry about it? They've done it before. Everybody's moaning. Everybody's moaning about something. Oh, you can't have that, Merry Pigmas. Well, they are having it. Mind your own business. If you don't want to buy the card, don't buy the card. Doesn't make any difference at all, does it? What was the other one that I quite liked, actually? Oh, the head of MI6 says China is a big priority. Certainly is. Certainly is. I flicked through the channels now. There's so many films and so many shopping channels. Even I'm losing track of the shopping channel things. They're either selling a steam mop, and you turn on, there are about 4 different types of steam mop. I think, I wouldn't buy a steam mop if you paid me. I do have one, actually, but it was given to me some years ago. It's a second-hand steam mop. But it's only if you've got floors which we need steaming or something like that, and we never really bother with anything like that at all. Did you ever have a CB radio? 10-4, good buddy. Yeah, break for a copy. Certainly did. Everybody had one. It was your own way of broadcasting. I knew people. I knew this girl. She was addicted to it. She would go on at night, after she came back from work, and she'd be on it all night. She wouldn't sleep. She'd be on CB. Did you ever do CB radio, Jake? No, a bit before your time, really. A bit before your time. I had a mag mount on the roof of my TR7. I had a flash car even in those days. TR7. Had pop-up headlights. I used to think that was very flash. It was a tall aerial, but it was fixed on a magnet, and you just put it on the thing, and the wire came through the window and plugged into the back. And you could do, I think I had 99 channels. They were so cheap, they were about 25 quid for a CB radio, and you could talk to weirdos The place was full of weirdos. People used it as a dating service. It was the forerunner to Grindr and Tinder, I think. Yeah, before the internet came along, it was all CB radio. People were obsessed with it because anybody could go out there and buy these things in, all the electrical shops. They were all selling cheap CB. And then they went down to about 18 quid. And for that, you had to buy the aerial, but that was easy. And you just sort of plugged it into the back of your CB radio. You had your microphone and off you went. You'd have a listen to somebody and then you go, hello. And they go, who's that? And you go, oh, it's so-and-so. Or everybody had a handle. Everybody had a handle, which was your nickname. I'd be probably Radio Boy or something like that, or Powder Puff or anything, or Pump 2. Yeah, I'd be Pump 2. Pump 2, how exciting. I love stuff like that. So here they are, the people who went out the other night to a premiere, and the person who dominates it is the person wearing the least amount of clothing, because that's the whole idea. It's a bit sad and shallow, but poor old Leanne Pinnock wows at the premiere. Although the hair looks terrible, she should have done something more, just plaiting it. It could have been so much better, but the papers have been naughty, and they printed a picture on the front of the Sun of her sideways. You can see she's not wearing a bra. There's no room for a bra, and it's I don't know what sort of outfit it is, but we're in the middle of winter, dear. And you wear something like this, but it's had the desired effect. She gets her picture in most of the papers today because the papers like pictures of, people who are half naked, because otherwise you're not going to get... There might have been other people there, and so she had a drama because her post-pregnancy dress almost came off. Pooh, that was lucky, wasn't it? Lucky that it didn't. She gave birth to twins in October. She had to hold on to her backless frock on the red carpet. She makes her acting debut in the movie, which is called Boxing Day. Also, Perry Edwards and Jade Thirlwell were there, and fiancé Andre Green. You feel a bit sorry for them that they have to dress up and wear clothes which are attention-seeking. You'd think, really, if you were going to sort of do it, just turn up in a pair of jeans and a jumper, because it's freezing cold. I mean, to wear some of these outfits, I'm sure it's terribly expensive, but it just looks a bit cheap. But, otherwise you don't get your picture in the paper. If you don't get your picture in the paper, nobody is talking about you. Boris Johnson's done a piece about the jabs army. Been brill for Britain, but we need you again. He reckons they're going to be rolling out the fastest vaccine in Europe. Good. Because that's what you need. If you don't want it, then I don't think you should be allowed anywhere near public transport or in shops or anything else. There was nobody stopping people in Waitrose the other day for not wearing a mask. There were a few people, and you feel like looking at them, or you do look at them, and you feel like saying, why are you not wearing a mask? And you're going to get a mouthful of abuse because they look like those sort of people. 14 minutes to 5.
This is LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Stephen Sondheim, as you know, has died, but it was interesting to note that, in fact, he was enjoying a Thanksgiving dinner with friends in Connecticut. 91. The dinner ended at 9:30. He then went home and died in his sleep at 1 a.m. As Jane Moore says, if there's a way to go, that's surely it. He was frail, but his usual wonderfully witty self, full of anecdotes and very lively, says one of his fellow diners. So finished at 9:30. A few hours later, drops dead. Taxpayers, says Jane Moore, have shelled out more than 127,000 quid over the last 5 years for various MPs to learn a new language. Daniel, and you'll have to forgive the pronunciation, Kaczynski, who's Tory MP for Shrewsbury and Atcham, has spent nearly £22,000 on learning Polish, and he was born there. Meanwhile, Stuart Anderson, Tory MP for Wolverhampton, South West, has spent just over £4,000 learning Punjabi. Firstly, writes Jane Moore, why can't they just fork out for an online Rosetta Stone or Duolingo course like everybody else did in lockdown? The bloke learnt Italian. Just put an O on the end of every word. And secondly, she says, I suppose it would be too much to ask that those they are wishing to converse with might actually learn the language of the country in which they live. Yes, I agree. I agree with her. Why can't people learn the language? If you go and live in Germany, you're going, and you want to go to the doctors, you're going to try and learn German, aren't you? I know everybody speaks English, but I mean, fancy spending £4,000 to try and learn Punjabi. Well, go and spend £4,000 and learn Punjabi then. What possible use is Punjabi going to be in your life? Why don't you learn a language that's going to be useful to you? In your case, English. You're not going to learn Punjabi. Like you didn't go to the gym. Well, yeah, I can get by in German. Ein großer Bier. Well, I wouldn't be saying that, would I? Ein Sausage, mein Herr. Dankeschön, bitteschön. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I can do it. I can read the AA stuff in German. I can do all the roads and everything. It took me ages to sort of get round to sort of, Taubstummengasse, Liebfraumilch, all these kind of things. But no, I mean, you're right. Most people speaking. The worst thing is, I've said before, you go to any foreign country and you go to McDonald's and you struggle with the language. Grüß Gott, and quarter pounder with cheese, and they will then go, okay, so that's a quarter pounder with cheese, and do you want fries? And you go, I'm trying to learn German. Why can't you help us out and do it? It's the only way to learn a language is going to live in a country. Much easier. Steve, says Mo, I'm about 120 miles away and I can hear you. We humans can be very clever sometimes. I know. Shane says, I've learnt my lesson. The neighbour said, don't pat the dog. I thought he looks timid. He bit me. I did that years ago. I went down and patted a dog on the head, and as I bent down, it bit my ear. I had to go to hospital and have a tetanus injection. Not so good. Steve, just curious to know, is that DJ you had the same Johnny Diamond, who's now the royal correspondent on Radio 4? I've got no idea. No idea. I would not know. Diamond is spelled D-Y-M-O-N-D. And that's all I know, because I had to print up the posters. And we just put Radio 1 DJ Johnny Diamond. Packed the place out, it really did. Jonathan in Deal says, as you've been saying, wearing a mask mostly helps stop the spread of infection. We've been double masking for a while now. I think it's worth doing. I've never double masked. There you go. There's Johnny Diamond, a British journalist, currently a royal correspondent. I mean, how old is he? He's 51. Oh no, it definitely can't be the same one, because I would have only been about 15 when we put these shows on, and he would have been a lot older than me, and now it turns out he's younger than me, unless this one's fibbing, which I think is highly unlikely, or he's been indulging in time travel, which the producer's very keen on. We're also very keen to send him on a time travelling sort of thing. We don't know why, actually, we want to send him somewhere. I don't know where we'd send you back to. I'd love to go back to Victorian times, just see itchy back. So just see what London was like. Yes, you wouldn't need to exercise, because everybody in those days, everybody was a little bit tubby. People didn't sort of... Yes, there's more chance of you getting typhoid or something like that, picking up some dreadful illness from the River Thames. Because it would have been filthy, dirty London, but it still would have been nice. And it was always snowing. Every time we read a Dickens novel about Christmas time, always snowing. Always snowing. So the Maxwell trial... pilot, I flew Andrew, Clinton and Trump on Epstein's Lolita Express. But he kept the door shut to the cabin, and he didn't know what went on, if anything went on at all. But I mean, I should imagine Andrew took loads of flights. Loads of flights. I don't quite sort of get where we're going here. But every time they print a picture of Prince Andrew, just to really wind everybody up, he's looking very happy and smiling, even though he doesn't actually have a job anymore. But he doesn't need to worry about work, because Mummy gives him money. Because he doesn't earn anything at all, or he sort of does deal with people. So now everybody's saying morning pump 2. I shall have to stamp this on the head before it gets completely out of hand, I think. Also, fears that the NHS waiting list will double to 12 million by 2025. Because I keep getting different... I got another one the other day. Are you ready to speak to your cardiologist on the telephone? So I'm really very confused. Actually, talking about getting confused the other day, I did get... Oh, here we go. Wait a minute. When are they doing it now? There you go. Now it's Tuesday, the 7th of December. So far, we've had 3 different dates at 9:15. So that must be next Tuesday at 9:15. This will be interesting, actually, isn't it? Because I think I've got a meeting here on that day. It's all meetings. Have you noticed? It's either meetings or parties. And as I'm not a party boy, I don't need to worry about it. It's the kind of thing that just doesn't... I'm just not interested in doing party. I think it's something for young people. I think it's definitely something for young people. When you get to a certain age, you think, I'd rather have a cup of hot chocolate with some little tiny marshmallows on the top. You buy a big bag of them for like £1 or something like that. And that'd be quite nice. And I really, really mean that, definitely. New listener from Thailand, it's Chris. He says, starting my day on an always positive note, listening to your show, sitting by the pool. I think you've sent this one before, actually, because I remember they enjoyed the cold over there. We do love the cold. We love the cold. We're not bothered about the cold. We're hardy. You're obviously wussy boy, aren't you? If you're in Thailand, sitting by the pool, dipping your toe in. I wouldn't like that at all. That doesn't interest me in the slight. No, I can't lie by a pool at all. I'd be bored out of my mind. I'd rather go and lie indoors in the bedroom. Lying down on the bed and then just sleeping. No, not jacuzzi. Oh no, do you do jacuzzis? No, I'm not a fan of them. I don't like the idea that there's always like soap suds on the top of the jacuzzi water, and you think, oh, I don't like the look of that. It looks like people are weeding it, and so it's sort of scum, isn't it, on the top? You like the bubbles? Oh right. Well, why'd you like the bubbles? You think bubbles are cool? Oh right. I think bubbles are cool anyway. When you go. You dip it in the little pot and go, that's quite cool. There used to be a man on the television who was called the Bubble Man, and he made enormous bubbles. He encased himself in a bubble, and then he could do another bubble inside a bubble and another one and then turn it round. How did he breathe? I don't know how he breathed. But he obviously had some special bubble liquid, but he was called Tom Noddy, his name was, I think, the Bubble Man. You should watch it on YouTube. You'd like it. It'd keep you entertained for hours. The Bubble Man, and he would come on, he'd have this big thing, and he'd dip the looked like a giant coat hanger in this liquid, and then go whoosh, like that, and it made a huge, beautiful bubble. I love stuff like that. Tom Noddy. I'm pretty certain. I'm very rarely wrong, as you know. It's almost embarrassing, but even James O'Brien would admit, don't argue with Steve Allen. He's never wrong. There you go, Bubble Magic with Tom Noddy. This must be years ago. Oh, no, he still looks the same. Look. And he blows bubbles, and then he blows smoke inside them, and then he pops it. Look. So I'm talking to the radio, aren't I? How stupid. But he does it, and I don't know what the liquid is. Look at that. Isn't that clever? Can you do that? No. Here we go. Look. Now he's going to make, a cube inside a circle. And that's all he does. He's a very light act. He might not even be alive, actually. But I thought he was very good, and he would do these things, and we'd all sit there fascinated. It was good, wasn't it? It gives you something to do over the weekend. Halinka says, it looks like that Sainsbury's 25% off wine offer ends today. Need to get your skates on. Halinka's filled her cellar already. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. So you're right, I might have to, if it finishes today, I might have to nip out a little bit later on. I've got a couple of other little bits and pieces to do. I've noticed that Kylie Minogue is still in the country. I thought she'd left, but apparently she's still here for a while. I've got no idea why, but she is. Blue are running for a 20th anniversary tour, but they vowed to give their old hard partying ways a miss. They could have a creche backstage instead of a wild rider. They call them the Hellraisers. They were never Hellraisers. They absolutely were never Hellraisers. People like to think that they were, but they weren't. So that's Simon Webb, Lee Ryan, Duncan James, and Anthony Costa. Also, Duncan, I think, who's taken his clothes off for some... They do it. What do they do? It was like the Full Monty. And they've got all sorts of other people. I think Ola and James What's-Her-Face are doing it as well. That'll be quite interesting. Rod Stewart has stirred the pot with his old rival Elton John, this time taking a pop at Rocket Man, the 2019 biopic about Elt. He reckons it paled in comparison to the Freddie Mercury film Bohemian Rhapsody, which came out the year before with Rami Malek as the Queen frontman. I've seen a few of those programmes. They're really good, actually. They are very, very good. I'm quite... Oh, blimey, already. Can't believe it. Here we go. So the Get Backy, the film's woke alert on the Beatles cigarettes. The new Beatles documentary hit with a woke warning because the Fab Four smoke. I mean, really, these people need to mind their own business. I don't see as many young people smoking as I used to. Mind you, I don't see many young people wearing masks. On the bus yesterday, a whole bus wearing masks. 2 schoolgirls, about 15 and a half, sitting there with no masks on, and I'm thinking, you really are dumb. You really are dumb. You're going to be the next group, the next catchment group. So the whole idea is, put a mask on. It means that it might protect you, and it might protect us as well from you. I thank you very much indeed. Let's take the news at 5. I'll be back with you in 3.
This is LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Nice to have your company. Very nice indeed. Wednesday, the 1st of December. Pinch and a punch for the first day of the month. It's a case of, oh my goodness me. It's now getting a bit short, isn't it? You need to sort of get your skates on and get out there and start getting all the stuff you need. My brother and his wife the other day, we went to this garden centre and I bought them Christmas crackers. So they've got the Christmas crackers. They've got some other little bits and pieces. And I gave him some lights as well, which is good. Would you like to have interviewed Elvis? Yes, I'm not sure what sort of interview you'd have got out of Elvis. I really don't know, actually, because he was... You know, he spent it when he was younger. He was fine because he hadn't taken all the tablets. When he was, you know, in the sort of the latter days of his life, which nobody realised he was, and he was taking all these pills. It was pills to wake up, pills to go to the toilet, pills to go to sleep, pills for this, pills for that. You know, a lot of the time he didn't know what was going on. And they had these pills. They had a different system over there then. You could go round all the chemists and keep getting the same prescription. Then, I mean, nowadays you can't because it's all on computer. So you can't really sort of fiddle it. But in those days, he had chestfuls of tablets for doing bits and pieces. And unfortunately, it made him a bit dooless. Sometimes he would just come on stage and just talk to people. He would hand out jewellery and stuff like that. And it was, you know, and you could see when he was on form, he was on form. But unfortunately, it took its toll on him because there's a limit to how much your little body can actually sort of take. The BBC have announced a new series on its worst errors, and there's been quite a few, actually. Quite a few. For example, they should take a look at some of the boobs that should make the cut. Martin Bashir and Princess Diana. Jimmy Savile, of course, the DJ and Top of the Pops host, worked at the Beeb from 1964 to 2007, but it was only after his death he was revealed as a paedophile. Some of them as young as 8 that he'd sexually abused. That was an inquiry. By then, the Director General, Tony Hall, told victims, the BBC failed you when it should have protected you. A serial rapist and a predatory sexual abuser hid in plain sight at the BBC for decades. But the funny thing was, so many people knew about it. So many people knew about it. The only people who appeared not to know about it were the people at the BBC. Lord McAlpine. The BBC and ITV have apologised to the former Conservative Party chair, Lord McAlpine, for disastrously and falsely linking him to historical allegations of sex abuse at a children's home. The BBC agreed to pay damages plus legal costs. The Blue Peter phone-in. Do you remember the Blue Peter phone-in? Some of these you might have forgotten, actually. But they had a phone-in competition in November 2006. It was later found to have been rigged. I mean, you know, absolutely scandalous at the time. A technicality difficulty resulting in a researcher asking a young visitor to the TV studio to pretend to be calling from an outside line. Ofcom criticised the BBC for negligence and for making a child complicit in the fakery. It also dished out its first ever fine to the broadcaster, £45,000 for faking the competition and £5,000 for repeating the show on CBeebies. I mean, honestly. The Queen storms out of a trailer. It appeared to show, a 60-second trailer of A Year with the Queen, appeared to suggest that she'd stormed out of a shoot with a photographer called Annie Leibovitz, who's very famous, after being asked to remove her crown. In fact, the trailer was edited out of sequence, and the latter shot was the Queen entering the room. Sir James Dyson, apparently, the BBC mistakenly referred to the billionaire vacuum inventor as a prominent Conservative supporter in coverage of Sir James's text with the Prime Minister Boris Johnson about ventilators for the pandemic, and they had to then put the record straight. What was the other one? Oh, the 9/11 anti-American hate. A live edition of Question Time, 2 days after the terror attack, saw audience members claim the US had brought the tragedy on itself by pursuing an anti-Arab, pro-Israeli policy in the Middle East. And the riots coverage as well. Shortly after the London riots in 2011, sparked by the fatal shooting of Mark Duggan by police, the BBC broadcast a programme under the heading, Is There a Problem with Young Black Men? So can't wait to read this series. Let's see what actually pops up in it, shall we? They make gaffe after gaffe after gaffe. They really do. And they seem to get away with it. I feel a bit sorry. You read some very sad stories in the papers here. And this is a young lady. She killed herself because she thought that her boyfriend had cheated on her. Ella Emery was found dead at the home she shared with her partner, Jack Freeth. She had a history of anxiety. She feared her boyfriend had been messaging other women after a boys' night out. But as the assistant coroner said, none of us can know what was in her mind. Obviously all the wrong things. And that's the problem, isn't it? We don't know how to deal with stuff like that. She believed in her mind that he was cheating. I mean, we've all been there. How many times have you been out with somebody and you think, I think something's not right here. I don't think they're actually telling the truth. And, then you have to be very, very careful. Did you try the Fray Brentos breakfast pie? No, good God, I'd never try anything like that. It looked like a sort of a dog's tin of dog food. Although a friend of mine wrote to me, and in fact, my former producer said, "Oh, have you seen that? You know, that Yorkshire pudding that was with pie that was all filled with the Christmas lunch?" He said, "This looked yum yum." I said, "Are you mad? It's 6,500 calories." Excuse me. And he wrote that yum yum yum. So I've crossed him off the Christmas card list. 84850. Are you working over Christmas, says Martin? Can't you work from home? No, I choose not to. I don't need to work from home. There's no insistence on anybody to work from home. Why would you want to work from home? God in heaven. I wouldn't have all the people to take the mickey out of in the studio. John in Helsinki says, I moved to Finland 30 years ago. A dog was my motivation to go and study Finnish. I was in a park and a lady was instructing her dog in Finnish to do tricks, and it followed them all. I didn't understand the instructions. I wasn't happy with the dog understanding more than me. Actually, it's a great way of meeting people, isn't it? Great way of meeting people if you have a dog. You go out for a walk and you take your dog out. And it's like Kevin Spacey, isn't it? Do you remember he went walking out in a park at about 3-4 in the morning, taking the dog for a walk, and I always thought that was quite nice, actually. Steve, I used to love donning the old gownless evening strap. Going out for a boogie now, I'd literally rather sit in the joggers and sweatshirt, nurse a cup of tea and a slice of cake, says Kim, and throw over me legs to cap it. I agree with you. Given the choice of staying at home, putting your feet up on the settee, having something to eat, and a cup of tea or having a glass of wine or something like that, no, I mean, there's no competition with that at all. Absolutely no competition. You're not there yet. No, you're not far off it, though, are you? You're heading in that direction. Only 25. Yeah, only 25 this year, then next year 26, and then that's near 30, and 30 is then near 50, and 50 is near retirement, and retirement is near... Oh dear, he's passed on. Yeah, see, your life is going to go past very quickly. Claire says, I've woken up to water pouring through my sitting room ceiling from the tank upstairs. So it's buckets and towels until the insurance can get a plumber, or the tank runs out of water. That's a bit frightening, isn't it? I still feel sorry for all those people, of which there are many of you in the country, who've got no power. No power, outside. 5 days have had it now. No power inside, because the people who would come to repair it, they can't get out either. Which is very worrying. Matthew says, strangely woken up with a craving for sweeties. I'll have to visit that shop in Church Street, or Ye Olde Sweet Shop in Kingston. Yes, that's quite nice as well. I like sweet shops. I used to like Toffee Crunch, which was quite nice. Anything like that. But I had to clear out of my boot the other day. It never empties it. It just empties about 10 items or 15 items. Gave them to my brother, and it was sweets and Charbonnel and Walker, all sorts of different things. Calendar? No, I don't do Christmas calendars. I've never had a Christmas calendar. You have a cheese? Oh, right, I have a cheese Christmas calendar. That's why you're the size you are, because it's cheese. Strangely enough, a friend of mine, he used to finish every meal for years with cheese and biscuits. And I have to be honest, I do like cheese. I'm a bit fussy about the cheese. I don't like posh cheeses. I'm a bit dreary, I'm afraid. But she used to finish every night with cheese and biscuits. And, yeah, a nice good cheddar. And she just got bigger and bigger and bigger. Now she's lost 8 stone. 8 stone. So she's gone down. She's a shadow of her former self. But it's amazing. But cheese is so fattening, but so delicious. Little bit of butter on the crackers. Try not to break the cracker as you put the butter on it. Little bit of chutney on there as well. I still like Branston pickle, which is delicious. But it's got to be the little one. The little chopped Branston pickle, which I like. And Warren says, Bonnie is listening in L.A. What a nice life. I know. What a nice life. So he'll be seeing her next week, which is lovely. Steve, how weird. I woke at 4 a.m. Alias Grace is period drama. So addictive and great insight to life in old London times. Worth a watch, says Christy in Liverpool. So ferry, cross the Mersey. I love it. Jerry and the Pacemaker's voice was fantastic. A dog walker stumbled across Sheridan Smith's crashed Range Rover and thought somebody must be dead. I mean, to be honest with you, how she survived, God alone knows, really. And over in the I'm a Celeb, it's bounced back again. Nobody seems to be liking Naughty Boy, who seems to have a few issues going on. And they're not sure if he needs the money, because he keeps going, I'm going to quit, I'm going to quit. And you think, we think you've cried wolf a few too many times. You know, if you're going to leave, then leave now. Do us all a favour, because you're not contributing very much to a thing, apart from complaining. And, of course, the nice thing is for him, because he's Muslim, he eats halal, he gets separate food coming in. So he doesn't need to worry about, you know, eating all the other rubbish that they get given. He's got some nice halal food. Bit jealous, actually. Imagine going in there. Yeah, it makes you feel quite hungry, doesn't it? I could, you know, you're sitting in this godforsaken castle in Wales and they start turning up with all this halal food. Yes, please. Thank you very much indeed. Posh students at Cambridge University's Corpus Christi College no longer get handmade artisan breakfast after the kitchen staff walked out. The college, once home to Downton Abbey star and many other films, Hugh Bonneville, has seen several catering staff leave, including a master chef, several catering staff, and it was in a conflict with management. One student said it feels like the loss of the Cambridge experience, so they don't have a pastry chef. Oh, bless their little hearts. It's not their fault, is it? 5:15. Let's do what we always do at 5:15, shall we? Let's find out exactly what the state of the roads and the railways are. Let's go to the LBC travel desk.
This is LBC.
Morning, 18... No, it's not. 17 minutes past 5. I nearly passed out myself there. Christian Mitchum says, thank you for lightening up my mornings. Oh, that's nice. Tim is in Melbourne. He said, horrendous thunder and lightning this afternoon. 35 degrees this morning, and now it's as black as night. Well, there we go. God, you're very young, aren't you? Very young to be enjoying thunder and lightning. I like thunder and lightning. I really do. I mean, and when it goes dark... And then yesterday I drove down the motorway. My car is filthy at the moment. I mean, it is absolutely filthy. It needs to be washed. But then, you know, because of the weather that we've got at the moment, it needs to be permanently washed. You know, to have a garage, but never mind. Holly Willoughby is secure on this morning for at least another 2 years as part of her ongoing deal. Speculation had been rife that she could quit. No. There was no... They always do that to up the money. They always do that to up the money. Alison Hammond and Rochelle were mooted as replacements. Absolutely nowhere near the same standard as Holly. Nowhere near the standard. You know, I mean, she's worked at it for a long time as Holly, whereas Alison and Rochelle are very much down, you know, novices. Details of her contract reveal she'll remain until at least the end of 2023. But millionaire Holly, who earns around £700,000 for her role on This Morning, took over from Fern Britton. Holly's former management represent people including Schofield, Anton Deck, Graham Norton and Claudia Winkleman. Earlier this year, she reportedly consulted lawyers over a sunset provision, which meant they were seeking a cut of all future earnings. She said she feels strongly that they should never get a percentage of contracts renegotiated since she left in 2020 after 13 years. Holly now manages herself through her own agency, Roxy, which employs an all-female team, and she will again front Saturday night show Dancing on Ice alongside Schofield next month. And I wonder if he's really as sort of good as he appears on the television. I wonder if he really is as nice a person, you know, as he comes over, you know, very happy and joking and laughing and all sorts of things. Do you think he must get him down after a while? People slamming their doors in his face when he's trying to flog him a bit of gin. You'd think so. I hope Holly brings her dog back in again. Did you see her with her dog? It was lovely. I thought that was great, actually. I love a dog on a programme. Seriously, I think, you know, they should bring them on more. Blue Peter used to do it. Why not Holly Willoughby? Battersea, yeah. I did a thing on Battersea years and years ago, and we took loads of pictures. And what did they have in? The most common dog abandoned? Staffies. They had so many staffies, really, and it's never really interested me as a dog. Matt says, funny you say about meeting people walking dogs. I'm sure that's how Davina McCall met her partner in Richmond Park. Possibly. It's a great way to meet. I used to go walking with a friend of mine's dog, and it was a great way of meeting people. Tara says, woke up sweltering, having left the heating on too high. Now eating ice cream in bed. Are you serious? Ice cream in bed. That's about the height of decadence. I mean, it doesn't get more decadent, does it? I mean, because you can't have toast in bed because all the crumbs get everywhere, and that's a bit naff. But ice cream. Is it Neapolitan? You know, the one that's got the strawberry, the vanilla and the chocolate. And then you could swirl it round and it makes a complete mess. But then you just drink it. That's particularly nice. Particularly nice. BBC bosses have been accused of losing their sense of humour. They never had a sense of humour. They haven't had a decent hit for a long, long time. A number of comedy shows has plunged by more than a half. Well, it's difficult to find, somebody who can write a good comedy show, as opposed to somebody who just does it because they think they're funny on a panel of people. But it doesn't mean you can write a comedy show. Paddy McGuinness worries his children don't know how much he loves them. He said that on a few, actually. It's on this new documentary. And Steptoe and Son has been branded racist, sexist and homophobic by censors. The 1970s comedy was slapped by guidance by BritBox, says, contains language and attitudes of the period that may offend. In one episode, Albert calls actors the P word. The P, And in another, he says he hates foreigners. So they've had to warn people that it contains that sort of language. So they've now branded them racist, sexist and homophobic. But it was in the 70s. If they made it nowadays, they wouldn't be using that sort of stuff. It was in the 70s. Lord, it's like the smoking thing, the Beatles. A few little woke people. Basically, those sort of people. Ankle biters, we used to call them, ankle biters. And as I say, you might as well take out every British film because everybody smokes. Everybody smokes. Go into any pub in history and all the Only Fools and Horses and everything else, people are smoking. Everybody's smoking. But the woke, I think people who are woke just look around for something to be offended by. Their lives must be so shallow and miserable. I feel a bit sorry for them, really. Kylie Minogue was, I thought she'd left the country, but apparently she's still here. She can't go at the moment. Sue Ann says no electricity or heating. Total nightmare. Might try and stay in a pub like those lucky lot in Yorkshire. Well, lucky that they were in the pub. Bad news is they've got to pay for, so far, 3 nights accommodation, which can be anything up to about 600 quid. So landlord and landlady, very happy. Customers maybe not so happy because they've got no change of clothes with them. They weren't planning on staying. No toothbrush. No shampoo. Although if you're renting a room, you probably get all that, don't you, thrown in. But I'm not sure if they provide toothbrushes. I don't think so. Definitely alcohol. Yeah, but they might run out of alcohol. This has been 3 days now, and they're snowed in. I mean, the alcohol lorry, 5 days. Well, the alcohol lorry might not even make it there. How's it going to get up the hill? It's very steep. Oh, well, they might have a few reserves, maybe for a couple of days, but certainly not a week, I don't think. Prince Charles acknowledged the appalling atrocity of slavery at the historic ceremony to mark Barbados becoming a republic. And you will face, Brits, that's us, collectively Brits, will face soaring food prices next year due to freak weather, even if COVID is conquered. Well, it keeps changing, doesn't it? I bet your bottom dollar, by the time you get to January, there'll be another strain of it. I think so. Denise says, I had a staffy called Ruby. She was my best friend, and I still miss her after 8 years. Bring back dog licence. Yes, that'd be nice. Who's... oh, dear. Very interesting. This... angry Christians who have blasted M&S for selling Merry Pigmas card because it's Percy Pig. Percy Pig. Apparently the retail giant has emblazoned its charity money wallets with the phrase and images of Percy Pig in a festive hat. Author Laura Jansen says, would you replace the name of another religion's prophet with pig for a laugh? Well, they're not doing that. They're doing it because it's Percy Pig, love. It's got, it's Merry Pigmas. It's not meant to be offensive, unless, of course, you see offence. If you see offence, well, then you'll see offence and nothing will ever change your life. But, this is nothing new. You've just found a, little thing to sort of jump on. Would you replace the name of another religion's prophet? Well, as to be honest with you, and without sort of quoting chapter and verse, I mean, Christmas is really nothing to do with Christianity. It's only because it was turned around. It was pagan. Always pagan. Because they didn't have the Christianity. And then, we got the book that said he was born in a stable, it was Christmas Day. Well, it wasn't at all. It was July. It was in July. But, of course, who wants to celebrate Christmas in July? That would be ridiculous. But it doesn't really matter. You don't have to. The majority of people in this country don't go to church. The majority of churches closed down because of lack of congregation, mainly due to people sort of going, oh, we shouldn't do this, we shouldn't do that. It's people being told what to do, and people don't want to be told what to do, thank you. Steve says, no, Chris says, if you're too cold over there, stand in the corner. It's always 90 degrees. Da-da-da-da-da-da. You're barred. Steve, have you tried the new toast and jam flavoured tea bags from Yorkshire Tea? Might make a nice Christmas change from Earl Grey. Well, actually, I'm doing... I'll try to explain to the producer. I do English breakfast, Earl Grey and Lady Grey. He'd never heard of Lady Grey. I said, I think she was executed. Lady Jane Grey was executed. I'm pretty certain. I think she was beheaded, which was one of their popular methods of execution, which I think it's a bit of a rum job, isn't it, if you want to go and execute somebody? She wasn't very old either. I think she was about 16. I have a sneaking feeling. Because we used to execute in this country children. They did a whole piece the other day. There you go. Lady Jane Grey. She was known as the 9 Days Queen. And I think she was... How old was she? She was 16 or 17 when she was executed. 16 or 17. 12th of February, 1554, both Jane and her husband were killed. She was held prisoner in the Tower, convicted of high treason, which carried a sentence of death. Though Mary initially spared her life, however, Jane soon became viewed as a threat to the crown when her father, Henry Grey, 1st Duke of Suffolk, became involved with Wyatt's rebellion against Queen Mary's intention to marry Philip II of Spain, and they were executed on the 12th of February 1554, both Jane and her husband. How people cope with things like that, I've got no idea. But we used to execute women and children. The youngest child to be executed, I think, was 8 years old. 8 years old. And I think they were hanged. I'm pretty certain. Because that's what we did in those days. They thought it was a deterrent, but as anybody will tell you, it never is a deterrent. Because if the death penalty, and people always said, oh, we should bring back the death penalty for this, for that, and the other. And you think, no, if it was a deterrent, it would have worked first time round. But it didn't work first time round. You know, and even nowadays, even if you brought the death penalty back, you think that's going to stop people going out and shooting people and killing people and doing everything else? I think Nick Ferrari was talking about this the other day, where it was a young man who, you know, parents had come over here, and mother was a cleaner, father was an Uber driver, and yet their son went out there with a gun, and he shot at point-blank range somebody who'd been chased by him and his gang, who had attacked this lad with machetes and everything else, and then this 14-year-old boy who's now been sent to prison for life, although we couldn't quite work out what we thought life was. We think it's about 16 years. And he just turned, and somebody said, well, he's obviously been influenced by these people who want them to... People have to join gangs. In my day, you know, we were the Sugar Puff gang. Nobody had sort of gangs that were violent. It was just, you know, it was like having your own posse kind of thing. But nowadays, they go out with guns. A 14-year-old with a gun, I ask you, how many do you know? I don't know any at all. But apparently they're out there. I remember being at Waterloo Station years ago and seeing somebody being chased through by a gang of children. Children! And you think to yourself, what are the parents doing? Do they have any say in what the kids do? No. So this 14-year-old has now been sent to a young offenders institute, and then he'll be transferred when he's a little bit older. He'll be 30 when he's out. The family of the boy who he killed will have to live with it for the rest of their life. He could be out and free. I mean, he's got to pass various tests before he gets there. But it was very interesting to hear people talking about it yesterday. Coming up to 5:30, still to come, the education chiefs who want parents to replace the naughty elf on the shelf with a woke do-gooder. I thought that elf on a shelf was just some little toy that sat on a shelf. I didn't think it represented anything at all. I didn't know he was naughty because he sat on a shelf. I just thought it was like a little Christmas toy. They're all over the place. I'm not going to be told by education chiefs. Go stick it. Mind your own business. And another bloke who's lit up his house with 60,000 bulbs. Why is it all the people who illuminate their houses with thousands and thousands of bulbs, generally the houses are the naffest you've ever seen? You've never seen anything so naff. This one here reckons he spent £2,000 on decorations this year alone. It comes from Lannox. He says, we've also got a 6-metre Christmas tree. About 12-foot Christmas tree. Mine's going to be bigger. We'll have to cut a bit off, but it's going to be bigger. He said, it's the first year of my new house, so I made my neighbours aware, and they've all been very supportive. Don't have any choice. They're living next door to somebody like a guy called Ian. So the tree's got 5,000 lights on it. Lovely. So excited. I do like seeing lights, but I mean, as long as it's tastefully done, please. 5:30.
This is LBC.
Leadership is about staying one step ahead. That's why the first ever all-electric BMW i5 comes with proactive care. Technology that monitors your vehicle and proactively initiates contact with you when something requires action. That way, we're there before you need us. Discover the joy of moving forward. Reserve your test drive at bmw.co.uk. Test drive subject to applicant status and availability.
Morning, Roger says, when I had my English setter, he'd sit in the passenger seat, windows and roof down, and pose away. Yeah, some dogs pose, don't they? I've always wanted a dog that you open the car door and it just jumps onto the seat and sits there quite happily. I've always wanted that. So the education chiefs want parents to replace the naughty elf on the shelf with a woke do-gooder. Go away, mind your own business. What's the matter with these people? Former teacher Emma Shingleton of Education Resources Experts Plan B says parents can be forgiven for wanting children to be excited in the run-up to Christmas, creating little scenes in which elves get up to mischief. But are these naughty elves sending the right message? Oh, go away, for goodness sake. What's the matter with people? She says, I'm not suggesting parents scrap the tradition altogether. She said a helpful elf could be seen brushing its teeth, taking a bath, doing the washing up or making the bed. Oh, Godfathers, honestly. We've turned into some drippy old country, haven't we? Mind you, wait for this one. Houses lit up with Christmas lights could be killing wildlife, apparently. Conservation charity BugLife says that light pollution affects mating and hunting activities of nocturnal animals, hits invertebrate numbers and affects the growth of urban plants and trees. They reckon spectacular light displays should be taken as seriously as single-use plastic as an environmental threat. BugLife's David Smith says there's a tendency to just jump on one particular form of pollution to the detriment of making strides to improve other areas. Oh, for goodness sake, honestly. Everybody's complaining. Everybody's complaining. Oh, I don't know why. Perhaps they're so bored with their own lives, they think they have to tell people things. It's like, do you remember seeing? You must find them, actually, because it's not too difficult to find. On This Morning, with Philip Schofield, they had two people who thought the Earth was flat. Seriously. And they stood there brazening out with it being flat. It was all Philip could do to suppress laughter. Steve, Lady Jane Grey, isn't that one that inscribed her name on the wall in the tower waiting for the axe? I don't know, actually. I know. No. She wasn't in the tower. She was in her house at the side, Lady Jane Grey, and she watched them bringing back the body of her husband. Was that Lady Jane Grey? From outside on Tower Hill with the head detached. And so she was only 16. So I think she was taken out because they didn't have to walk very far to the scaffold. And the scaffold, what they think, because they do a talk now and they say this is where the scaffold was, but they're not entirely sure. For some reason, I don't know why. But I think she was another one, probably buried in St. Peter ad Vincula, which is within the Tower of London. But I think she saw the body coming back. I'm pretty certain. Was it I don't know. I thought it was Culpeper, but I could be wrong on that one. I know Culpeper he was another one beheaded. You know, they spent a lot of time beheading people, actually. I'm surprised there was anybody with a head on in London at the time. They were just sort of wandering around doing people and then doing them outside the tower. The ones inside the tower meant that you were a bit more special. And in the case of Lady Jane Grey, 16 years old. We executed a 16-year-old. Either 16 or 17, but I would err on the side of caution and say she was probably more 16. Wendy says, back in the 60s and 70s, I used to live at the top end of Baker Street and was in Regent's Park 2 or 3 times a day walking my bearded collie. I met so many famous people, although often I didn't know they were famous. Dog walkers seemed to gravitate to each other and walked around just chatting generally. I know, it's a good way of meeting people, though. You know, I've always said, if you want to meet people in London, either get a dog and just sit on a bench with the dog sitting next to you, because somebody will come and talk to you. Or failing that, get a job in a pub, working behind the bar. Everybody will want to talk to you because you're the bar person. You know, and if ever you're trying to catch somebody's attention, it's good to know that you know them, which I think is very good. A lifeboat crew blocked by a mob from putting out to sea to save migrants. The gang shouted horrific abuse at the RNLI volunteers, it's claimed. A woman called Zoe said the boat was stopped as it tried to launch from Hastings. And a group of people stood directly in the line of the boat so it couldn't be put out to water. They were shouting, don't bring any more of these home and all that kind of stuff. It was absolutely dreadful. But the RNLI have said we can confirm an incident was reported to the police. It said the boat did manage to launch. Sussex police have been contacted. Dawn Neeson's column today, talking about Madonna's latest set of true blue photos. I mean, she's getting a bit ancient for that kind of thing, isn't she? You know, get your boobs out and everything else. And she's a well-preserved 63, says Dawn. Pfft. No, you're much better. I used to think it was unnecessary, especially when you've got young children. But the more blokes who have told me she should grow old gracefully, the more I've come down on her side. Because growing old disgracefully is always more fun. Who wants to be like a virgin in their 60s when you can be Madam X? Very nice. The word Christmas has been blocked from government's COVID ads, says Dawn Neeson in her column today, encouraging students to get tested as it's not inclusive enough. And evidently we're all in for a stocking thriller, Christmas, as sales of sexy lingerie soar. If my Auntie Enid's listening, not for you, love. OK, my Auntie Enid is well advanced in years, and I don't think sexy lingerie is going to help at all. And 500 people a week, including kids aged 9, went into hospital with life-threatening eating disorders last year. The brilliant charity Beat cites increased anxiety and isolation caused mainly by lockdown. So please, can we all remember, writes Dawn, that the virus measures can cause immense harm in so many areas of life. It really isn't all about COVID. I know. There's always something to worry about, isn't there? There's always something to worry about. And most of your time worrying about, have I got a cold? Have I not got a cold? Have I got this? What's that? What's this ache? The other day, the producer was telling me about hamstring aches the other day. Like I was interested. Seriously, we were going down the stairs. He went, I've got problems with my I didn't even know where the hamstring was. I had no idea. After leaves and branches on train lines for autumn, of course, killing the planet, heart attacks for so-called climate warriors, they're now predicting the end of the world this week. Because apparently it's due to snow a bit more in December. On a small rock in the North Atlantic, I mean shocking, or possibly winter. You know, that's what happens, isn't it? That is what happens. Marcus Rashford is turning his Schoolboy Breakfast Club adventures into a children's book and possibly a Hollywood movie. Might as well give up playing the football. He's much more successful at doing the other thing, isn't he, really? And here is a 4-year-old boy who stands atop Mount Snowdon after climbing up on his prosthetic leg. Albie Jr. Thomas is the youngest amputee to conquer the peak after having lost his left foot at 15 months old. Dad Daniel from Holywell in Wales says, whatever Albie wants to do, we'll do it. He's stronger and fitter than other boys his age. Well done to him. He's a little sweetie. He's a little sweetie. And the Queen has banned the royals from playing Monopoly during gatherings because it gets too vicious. How can Monopoly get vicious? You know, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I own that. It's got a hotel on it. You owe me £450. A family feud over Monopoly. No. Do you know you can get Monopoly for your own area? They've got Twickenham Monopoly and Richmond Monopoly. Well, yeah, London. Well, no, you could. No. I think you must be able to get them for the whole country. I bet you can. Newton Abbot Monopoly. Imagine. Fancy admitting you live in Newton Abbot. I mean, that's the start of it, isn't it? But still entertaining. Still entertaining. A brave mum saved her young son's lives by freeing them from the car seconds before it exploded in a huge fireball. You know why? Because they've got petrol in them. They've got petrol. This was in Walsall. Melissa saw the passenger footwell burning in her Vauxhall Corsa after turning on the heating. Good Lord. Honestly, everybody's got to have the heating on, unless, of course, you don't have it. Jonathan says, I do love Christmas decorations, especially the lights. What I don't like is the constant flashing lights. Not sure how manically strobing, dazzling fairy lights. They're either pretty or festive. Please make them stop. No, I like lights that do all of it. They flash, they fade in and out, different colour. Oh, I love that. I just wish they'd change the colours. The colours are sometimes terribly boring. You think, go on, come up with some better colours. And writer Jimmy McGovern will be nominated for the Freedom of Liverpool on the same day as Andrew Devine, the 97th victim of the Hillsborough disaster. Andrew died in July, aged 55, more than 32 years after he was seriously injured at the 1989 FA Cup semi-final. The world's rarest sea turtle has washed up alive in Wales, 5,200 miles from its Gulf of Mexico home. Ash James, who found the Kemp's Ridley sea turtle on Taleka Beach, said it was astonishing. I wouldn't even know what one looked like. I would have no idea at all. Not a clue. Useless on things like that. And aliens will never reach Earth because they won't be able to find us. Oh, good. Hector Socas Navarro from the Institute of Astrophysics of the Canary Islands says, if you try to tell somebody where you are, you need common references. Ideally fixed references, but nothing is fixed in the galaxy. Experts say one solution would be to beam out radio waves in the hope they'll be picked up and aliens could track us down. There are no aliens. Okay, there's no aliens, there's no ghosts, no fairies, pixies, elves, all sorts. There's none of it. Okay, it's just made up by people. Just made up. So. Brits will do approximately 13,000 loads of laundry over the course of their lives, but still mess up by mixing colours. That's why I get other people to do it for me. 13,000 loads of laundry, apparently. I've never done 13. No, I don't do any washing at all myself. No, I have it done for me. I can't be bothered to do stuff. Yeah, I can't be bothered to do stuff like that. Apparently, 95 items are ruined in an adult's lifetime by mixing whites and coloured items or washing them too hot. I just used to pop it on and then that was it. So I only wear black socks. I can't bear the idea of coloured socks. I mean, I don't mind wearing Christmassy socks. I think, Wasn't it Queen Mary, Bloody Mary, says Kim, that had Lady Jane Grey executed? You can't believe, can you, that they're, that at 16 she was executed. I find that amazing. Lady C visited our local, the Earl of March, near Goodwood. What a character, says Simon. Mad as a fruit bat, isn't she? Lady C. What you want to watch is her on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, where she thought she was so clever to talk to people like this, and she'd a very clever voice, and she was, you're so rude. Well, and you think to yourself, you're only on this programme because you're flat broke, dear. That's the only reason but she was so rude to everybody. She thought she was somebody special. And the only reason she got the title is she married some bloke with a title. She's not titled. Well, I mean, she's got a title now. They call her Lady C, but I mean, her little candle has blown out, hasn't it now, I think? Steve, Iris and Mohammed were back on this morning. They're now living together in Iris's bungalow, and Phil and Holly gave them tickets to go on the London Eye. When Iris feels up to it, she's a bit tired. This is Iris, who's in her 80s, was talking about her sex life. And everybody in the country went, oh, stop it. Stop it. She met this bloke on holiday, and she's surviving on like 200 quid a week, and he's moved over here with her. For how long they're together, God alone knows. But she was talking about the sex life. And so Phil and Holly give them tickets to go on the London Eye. Why would you want to go on the London Eye? What's the point of that? I mean, shouldn't you have sent her up the river on a nice boat with dinner or something like that? What's the point of going on the London Eye? It only lasts about 10 minutes. I've been on the London Eye. I've done interviews on the London Eye. Quite interesting, quite interesting. What else we got here? Here's a nice picture of Dame Mary Berry with Alex Jones and somebody called Patrick Grant from Sewing Bee, whoever he is. Never heard of him. It's Mary Berry's Festive Feasts. Which is nice. We like that. They were taking the mickey out of the former Blue Peter presenter who used to be on the One Show because he keeps coming up with the same phrases all the time. Very embarrassed. Dermot O'Dreary admits it's strange having a co-host on this morning after so many years presenting alone. Yes, we all get that impression when we watch. You can see that quite clearly. He said, you've got to share the mic, and I'm with someone that loves to share the mic. Shame it doesn't work both ways, isn't it? It's 13 minutes to 6.
This is LBC.
John Barrowman's in the papers today. He's vowed he will not return to Dancing on Ice. He was accused of behaviour, lewd or otherwise. On the Doctor Who set, has left his role. He said, I've done it now. I did 2 years on the show and had a great time. It is now time to move on. So he's dyed his hair. Because he was white before. Now he's dyed it black again. And he's going to be in the new instalment of All-Star Musicals. He'll be performing, because he's a great singer. I mean, he really is. He's a very natural singer. He's got a fantastic voice. Fantastic voice. Very, very good indeed. Graham Norton, celebrating the new year with a host of A-listers, Hollywood actors. See, this is where I lose track, because I don't know who these people are. Jessica Chastain, Claire Foy, yes, Peter Dinklage, comic Joe Lycett, Neil Hannon's band, The Divine Comedy, popping into the studio, and that's New Year's Eve at 10:20 on BBC One, because that's the only way you can do it now, isn't it? Are they going to chime Big Ben? Will Big Ben be chiming? I don't know. Over in Rio de Janeiro, John Napper sends Feliz Natal, but we were doing this, Feliz Navidad, Which I like. But anyway, best wishes to see from John Napper. Nice to hear from you, John. Thank you very much indeed. I've never seen so many stamps on an envelope. It's always amazing, isn't it, when you send things over and you think, wow, that's very nice. Just costs an awful lot. Here it is, a flip phone for seniors. No internet, no Wi-Fi, no GPS, no games, red or black, built-in flashlight and a camera. It's the simplest phone that there is, and it's $64.95. $64.95. Easy to read, which is good. Store the numbers and numbers of up to 5 family or friends. Doesn't seem very much. I've got thousands. Big Ben's dials will emerge from a shroud of scaffolding in time for the world-famous clock to perform its most important annual role, ringing in the new year for thousands on the streets of London and millions more watching on television. But it won't bong. It won't bong. Not till Easter. Oh, what's the point of that, then? Mind you, you're all going to suffer, aren't you, this year? Because even though there are thousands on the streets of London, there won't be any fireworks. The mayor's decided you're not having them. You know, you're going to shove you in Trafalgar Square and have a naff choir singing for you. Steve, how on earth can you say there are no elves? Who's going to help Santa? Well, they make the toys. They don't help him delivering. He's always by himself in the sleigh. They brought out the other... I nearly bought it. 40 quid. It's a drone, but it looks like Santa's sleigh and reindeer, and it's got three propellers on it. And I thought, well, that looks quite good fun, actually. I collect Monopolies from around the world, Steve, says Joanne. I've got Las Vegas, New York, Toronto, Hong Kong, Edinburgh and Essex. It's nice, isn't it? Very nice. I didn't know you could get them from around the world, but obviously somebody's decided. Nick says, we played a board game back in Australia, the equivalent to Monopoly, but instead of houses and hotels, you bought sheep and farms. The game was called Squatter. Sheep farms. Oh, lovely idea. That's all they've got, isn't it, in Australia? That and Ayers Rock. There's nothing else. They've got Ayers Rock, which changes colour, and you can have dinner there at, 8 o'clock in the evening or something. You can not do that now. Is it closed? Oh, God, they're so miserable, aren't they? Because it does change colour, apparently, but it's sacred to the Aborigines. Uluru. Uluru. Yeah, lovely. Jacob says, do you buy your socks in bulk? No, I just buy 10 pairs. 20 pairs would be maximum. 20 pairs would be maximum. Simon says, with this drive to put us all into petrol cars, an often overlooked benefit of diesel cars is they don't tend to catch fire in the event of a crash. Do they not? I got no idea. Mike says 13,000 loads of laundry during your lifetime. Living on a narrowboat, our moorings use a communal laundry, and I honestly don't think some of my neighbours will ever reach that average. No, I don't think so either. I'm in the disposable era. I just throw things away. Although the fun thing is, I don't throw shirts away or something. I wouldn't throw shirts away. Although if I look at them and they start looking a bit ancient and old, well, then they have to go. But I've not thrown a shirt away for ages and ages. Got to get some trousers ready very shortly. Bradley Walsh, as I say, will dominate Christmas television this year by appearing 5 times over the 3 main days on different shows. He'll kick off with the Chase Celebrity Special. I wonder who they're going to be. I wonder who the Chase... Because sometimes the celebrities, I've never heard of them. It's normally Z-list, isn't it? Yeah, I have to agree with you. And then he's back later that night with Bradley and Barney, Breaking Dad at Christmas, because he seems to get on well with Barney. And on Christmas Day, Bradley features first over on BBC One with Blankety Blank Christmas Special at 7:25. Then at 9 p.m, he's back, this time playing Pop in the festive outing of The Larkin. Finally, on Boxing Day, at 5 p.m, he's back in his role as game show host with another celebrity version of The Chase. I wonder who they're going to be. Can we find out? Does it tell you for Christmas who the Chase Christmas editions, who the celebrities are? Because sometimes you have to sort of rack your brains. It'll be some minor member of, Hollyoaks or something like that. Colleen Nolan in a few of the papers today. Hoping to spend Christmas, planning to spend Christmas, actually, not even hoping, planning with her new man and ex-husband Ray Fensom. So that'll be interesting. Of her new Tinder beau, the Mirror columnist says he's lovely and he's going to be spending Christmas with us. He's met all the kids and family and Ray, and everybody gets on. Well, that's good news. That's all you can hope for, isn't it, really? But slightly peculiar. 1 in 4 TSBs to shut. which is the one. They're going to shut the doors of 70 of their 290 banks within the first half of 2022. TSB, which has more than 5 million customers, said the decision was made because more people were now managing their money online. Yes, it's much easier. You don't need to stand and queue. You don't need to wait in line. And just as you get there, they pull their little blind down on the window thing. I'm so sorry, I'm taking a break now. I've served a customer. A scheme which lets people get cash back from shops without buying anything will be available in 2,000 shops by the end of the year. The end of this year. Amazing, isn't it? This is the system allows people to make withdrawals of up to 50 quid. 50 quid in smaller shops or check their bank balances. 50 quid. Who takes 50 quid out of the bank machine? I took some money this morning, actually. I got it wrong, and I had to sort of do it again. I keyed in the wrong amount. I wanted £200, and I keyed in 2,000. So I quickly stopped it. Don't want to do anything like that. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, you can't find them? No. I think they're keeping it quiet because basically it's under wraps. It's supposed to be a surprise because all of it will be filmed. It will all be done and dusted now. There'll be hardly anybody making anything at all. Joe says, do you wear black socks even with brown shoes? Yes. Yes, always. Well, what colour socks would you wear with brown shoes? I don't know. Steve, did you know it will cost £2.10 to send a Christmas card to Ireland? £2. Luckily, I don't know anybody in Ireland, so I'm all right, actually. Please say good morning to George, who's an avid listener, on his way to Evelina for an operation this morning. He's 12 from Sidcup, so there you go, George. Hope it all goes well for you. You can still eat and camp outside Ayers Rock. You just can't climb it anymore. Sometimes when it rains, it becomes a temporary waterfall, and it's gorgeous. So you can't climb it. That's what I'd want to do, you see. I'd be wanting to go, climb it. It's like, you go to a museum and it says, please do not touch. What do I want to do? Touch. They go, this is Chopin's piano. You think, I'm just going to touch it. I know I'm a rebel. I don't care. I'm just getting desperate for sort of touching things in museums. I don't know why people say you can't do it. Ridiculous. Still to come, Priti Patel's push for jail time over the demos. And a second pilot of Jeffrey Epstein's Lolita Express has said he flew Prince Andrew on a private jet. So? So he went on a private jet. Andrew liked hanging around with people who had money. He was very taken by it, mainly because he didn't have much of his own, poor soul. Now he hasn't got any. He has to rely on his mother. But Clinton and Trump too, but I saw no activity, he tells the Maxwell trial. Bizarre, isn't it? Where's it going to end up? God alone knows. Short break for the news at 6. We'll be back with you in 3 minutes on 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So get those texts and emails in, especially if you're celebrating Christmas this year.
This is LBC.
Morning, coming up 4 minutes past 6. Electricity giants accused of taking too long to restore power after Storm Arwen. As the forecasters have said, more snow this weekend. There's about 20,000 households enduring a fourth night in the cold. One man, Richard O'Connor from Northumberland, said the village had no heating or internet. Nobody can get through to Northern Power Grid. People are cold and going low on food. We need help. The wind speed hit 98 miles an hour the other day, hitting lines on the East Coast Railway line. Northern Power Grid said there were significant areas where overhead cables had to be rebuilt to return power to normal. I mean, I love this quote from the Prime Minister. Boris Johnson said, being without electricity must be appalling. No kidding. No kidding. Well, it's like we turn off the electricity in number 10. See how you cope with that. Of course it's appalling. Just ridiculous. And very sad. Why can't they get these things? Why can't they put them underground? Do they have to go above ground? I know it's a stupid question. But why couldn't they put all these cables underground? Then they wouldn't be affected by anything. Because, when the wind blows and the ice gets sat on them, they sort of move backwards and forwards. A little bit worrying. Blessed with poise, grit and uncanny ability to read the game, Ray Kennedy was one of the best but most underrated footballers of his generation. He's just died, aged 70. He had a glittering career with Liverpool and Arsenal and won 17 caps for England. And there's a picture of him taken back in his heydays in the 1970s when I think he was playing for Liverpool. And he was in their kit. Lovely photograph of Dame Helen Mirren. Unrecognisable. She's playing the chain-smoking Israeli leader Golda Meir in a new movie. She's had prosthetic makeup put on. Her hair's obviously gone and things like that. It's all wigs and everything else. But amazing, really. Quite amazing. I'm always amazed at how chameleon-like she is. Cinderella, best nation's favourite pantomime. I don't know why. What was so good about Cinderella? I just remember Cinderella. That's all it was. And I'm assuming she then meets the handsome prince. Is that the pumpkin one, Cinderella? Is that where the pumpkin it's mice or something, and then it turns into horses and everything else? Dawn French and Paul O'Grady were the celebrities families most wanted to see in a festive play, which is just as well because they're both, or they were. Well, I'm not sure if they are actually. Can you get me the lineup of the Palladium Pantoland for this Christmas? I know Paul O'Grady's in it. I can't remember if Dawn French is in. Because she would be the sort of person you'd want to see, actually. I don't know why. Just would, because she's just sort of funny. And Paul O'Grady has the most outrageous costumes. So here we go. We've got Paul Zerdin, Nigel Havers, Gary Wilmot, the Tiller Girls, good Lord above. And Paul Zerdin, who I've known for donkey's years, Nigel Havers, who you all know. And who else? Other way. So it's got Julian Clary and Donny Osmond. So, unfortunately, you do not have Dawn French. But you've got everybody else. It's very lavish. It's very, very lavish. They have lots of... And mind you, that's what they're supposed to be, pantomimes, aren't they? They always have at the end of a pantomime the transformation scene, where they'll either bring on a coach pulled by... little Shetland ponies and things like that. It's their outing for Christmas. And I was talking to somebody the other day who's got a garden centre, but the person who owns it has got a house which has got a herd of reindeer. So for the 3 garden centres that he owns, he's split them up. So he's put 2 reindeer in each garden centre. And so they've got Father Christmas, who's there, but there's no touchy with Father Christmas now. Gone are the days of... I was watching, actually, Miracle on 34th Street the other day. And, of course, Father Christmas, has the people sitting on his lap. Well, that went out donkeys years ago now. But they do put in reindeer. People like to see... And for little children, they go, reindeer. Can they fly? No, they only fly on Christmas Eve. And that's after everybody's gone home. Niall says, big hello to all the staff at the Evelina. They looked after my daughter brilliantly. Merci bien. And Jonathan says, that's what I meant to ask. When you wear a new pair of socks each day, are they brand new, as in never worn before? What do you think? I'm buying second-hand socks. Of course they're brand new. Why would I be buying second-hand socks? Justine says, oh, my goodness, Steve. I'm listening to your show as a first-timer. I'm in the UK for Christmas, here from the Middle East. Listening to you makes jet lag a delight. Isn't it awful, jet lag? Isn't it awful? We only get it one way. But even so... drives me mad, actually. John in Birmingham says still no power in some parts of Scotland. I pity the people who purchased electric vehicles. Yeah, exactly. You're completely stuck. They don't think about these things, do they, the government? Oh, weather conditions. Amazing, isn't it? And ever since 2012, says Benny, I've taken the kids to Harrods to buy a Christmas teddy, balls and biscuits, jams and other goodies, but I may have to do things online this year due to COVID. It's not the same. Well, the shops are open. The shops are open. You can go to Harrods and you can buy everything. Nick says, I always wear black socks. I hate the thought of wearing any other colour. I just think it was easy to put on a pair of black socks. I'm wearing black socks this morning. I wear black socks every day. Apart from I got a pair of socks from Mr. Neil the other day, and they were festive socks. So I don't mind festive socks. My brother had a festive jumper on the other day, which I think I bought for him. I have a sneaking feeling I did. What else have we got today? Polly Hudson saying that Diana, if she'd been alive, would have worn a sheep jumper or something like that. She'd have worn something that was particularly special. And Anne Robinson, careful what you wish for. I hope I'm always described as difficult, awkward, tricky, impatient, menopausal, any sort of pejorative grumpy, says Anne Robinson. Yeah, it's a good act. It's a good act. But that's what she wants to be known as. All right, we shall know you as grumpy. Another one here, which is a picture of Modest. I don't know who this person is, actually. I think it's Tatler's fourth most eligible bachelor, who is Boris Becker's son, Elias. He said, did your parents tell you were beautiful growing up? He says, no, I mean, they couldn't really keep it quiet. I just have to look at myself in the mirror. He's not that great looking. I have to tell you that. A nightshirt, a nightie worn by Queen Victoria around 140 years ago, is up for auction. It's XXL. Expected to fetch up to £11,000 because she wore the lace garments after she ballooned following the death of her husband, Prince Albert, given to a retiring maid in the 1980s, eventually being gifted to seller Hilary Aston from Oxford, sold by Hanson's in Derbyshire on December the 7th. The auctioneer said though Victoria was only 4'11" and petite when she became Queen at 18, her waist expanded to 50 inches over the decade. Because in 2008, you'll remember, because we did it on the programme, a pair of Victoria's massive bloomers fetched £4,500. Fancy selling somebody's underwear. Isn't that the oddest thing ever? Don't you think so? I think it's very peculiar. Not normal. I mean, even if you're a collector, why would you want Victoria's underwear? What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? It's the oddest thing ever. So Katie Price is considering using a surrogate. I didn't think you wanted any more publicity, Katie. So, perhaps leave it. Leave it. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. She's currently looking at IVF treatment as the pair try to have their first baby together. She said, I want more kids. I'd get a job, love. Do you not think maybe a job would be better? Much safer, I think. But, so she's got, I forget how many she's got now. Jet and Bunny, 8 and 7 with Kieran Hayler, Dwight York's Harvey, and Junior and Princess. So she wants more. I mean, really, you need to, to settle down and get a job, I think. Try and do something worthwhile, all these, more cosmetic surgery in Turkey and things like that. And, I don't like any of my exes and everything. I mean, it really is, it's not good enough. You need to, she's getting on a bit now. She's 43. 43. Bobby in Loch Lomond. You're joking. Loch Lomond. You take the high road, I'll take the low road. And says the reason power cables are above ground is that the huge gap between the cables and the ground insulate the cable. Electricity doesn't actually flow through cables. The electrons are moved along the fields around the cable. If you put them underground, you create resistance. There is no cable that runs unbroken from the power plant all the way to your toaster. There are places where the electricity actually jumps gaps, like in transformers. Thank you. You're our first in Loch Lomond. I don't think we've ever had anybody in Loch Lomond. How lovely. We should have a table map with a picture of Loch Lomond. More pictures of Leanne Pinnock wearing not very much. Bit sad, bit tragic. Her fiancé, Andre Gray, was there, and one of the other one who appeared to just be wearing a bra. It's obviously the latest thing. If you're in a popsicle band nowadays, you have to sort of be seen wearing very little clothing. The cheapest supermarket for Christmas dinner. Who do you think it is? Come on. It's Aldi. It's absolutely the cheapest, but only just. 10 essentials, including turkey, stuffing and mince pies, came in at 28 quid, 0.17. Beating the £28.49 bill at second place Asda and £28.88 at Tesco. For the centrepiece, Aldi in fourth place Lidl's medium turkey crowns proved unbeatably cheap at £12.99 compared with £14.30 at Asda, 15 quid at Tesco and £22 at Waitrose. But Tesco and Asda have more affordable Christmas puddings and match the German discounters for a gram of, a gram of parsnips and a kilo of carrots. Ely Clark, of which you carried out the study, said whilst Aldi was the cheapest, Asda, Tesco and Lidl were hot on the heels. That good, 30 quid. It didn't say a family of what? 10 essentials there are, so I'm assuming a family of 4? Can't just be 2, can it? You wouldn't need a whole turkey crown. But Waitrose is £43.52, the cheapest Aldi, £28.17. That's quite a difference. Quite a difference. Internet speeds. I don't know what my internet speed is. I know you can go onto some website and it tells you, but I can't be bothered. I hardly ever use it at home. I use it more at the studio, really. Steve, I wear patterned socks every day. Today I'm wearing medical socks with lungs, kidneys and a stethoscope, says Chris. Get help. And Jan says, I'm a bloke, but I want to get a pedicure as a treat. Do you ever use shops on the high street? I haven't, but they'll do men as well as women. They're not particularly fussy. Or failing that, go to a podiatrist. If you want a pedicure, you're looking for sort of, fancy stuff. So go and get one done. The nail bars do them. They all do it. You sit in a bigger chair and you can have it, and then you could put a colour on afterwards. Black shoes are fine, Steve, but don't really go with blue. Sorry, black shoes are fine, but don't really get on with blue shoes, says Simon. Oh, but don't go. Oh, do you mean socks? Why has he spelt it shoes then? It's a bit bizarre, isn't it? You've got it wrong, he says. It would have been my dad Maurice's birthday today. He died 2 years ago, and I know Mum Ann is listening to you and thinking of him and being all sad, says Sarah in Bromley. Yes, well, you know, people do, and especially at this time of year, as we all know. This is the time of year when you remember, you know, and you do feel a bit sad about it. I still feel sad about it. You know, it's very easy to feel, why not? Listen, you're allowed to. There's no law against not feeling sad and doing something you want to do. And as I've said before, no amount of things that people say to you make the slightest difference. They really don't. They really don't. Let's take a short break, shall we? 6:15.
This is LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company, 6:21. So, I mean, you might be on holiday at the moment. Of course, I mean, you might be on sort of 10 days isolation where you're sort of thinking, oh, we were looking forward to going and doing this, that and the other, but because we've tested positive, we've got to do the 10 days isolation, and you have to do the 10 days isolation and then get tested again. So, you know, it's a bit of a pain. Boris has promised jabs for all by the end of January. I mean, there are still those people, I think Nick Ferrari's almost lost the will to live, on the amount of people that you speak to now who don't want to be jabbed. They think it's a conspiracy. Especially after, as I say, download his breakfast programme from yesterday, which doesn't cost you anything to do. Very easy. And you'll hear somebody talking the biggest pile of rubbish you've ever heard in your entire life. And it's amazing that people will, as we've said a million times before, and I pinched it from somebody else, if your car breaks down, you go to a mechanic. If you want your teeth doing, you go to a dentist. If you want to know about COVID, you pick some random bloke who's been writing on the internet and believe every word he says, whereas he doesn't know anything. Absolutely nothing at all. It's, you know, I mean, yesterday there was some poor man who was struggling. He was a rugby player, which didn't really do the world of rugby any good at all. And it was a case of, he thought it was a conspiracy between the government and the NHS. And Nick was trying to sort of get out of him in a polite way. Why on earth would the government want to tell lies about that? What would be the purpose? And he didn't have any answers. He didn't have any answers whatsoever. Jamie in Beckenham says 3 days off work, so listening in bed. How lovely. I mean, put it this way, if you don't need to get up and you don't need to do anything, what's the point of getting out of bed? It's nice and warm, it's cosy. You just wish that you had like a little conveyor belt, that there was somebody in the kitchen who was making, you know, toast, peanut butter, that's what I must get today. Peanut butter on toast and a cup of tea, and you just sort of sat in bed and then it took the empty plates away. Because you don't really want to get out of bed, do you? Sophie says Chris Biggins was a recent guest on BBC's The Best Christmas Food Ever, where he revealed socks would be his worst Christmas gift, and he only changes his socks every week or two. Well, some people have bad feet, and they need to sort of look after their feet properly. I mean, I'm a diabetic, so the one thing we have to do is look after our feet. So you tend to find that diabetics end up with sort of bathrooms full of cream to massage into your feet and things for taking away dead skin and all these, I mean, all sorts of bits and pieces. But I've decided my little treat is going to be getting a pedicure from a podiatrist every few weeks. So I'm going to go back, I think, probably in about a week's time and go and get them just to sort of trim up and make it look nice. I quite like that, actually. Gordon, the driver in Scotland. Of course, you'd have to be Gordon from Scotland, wouldn't you? He said, just received my text. Positive. God forbid. 10 days isolation. I know I had a friend the other day who got exactly the same. Exactly the same. And he was so looking forward to bits and pieces. And he said, oh, I had the test. Positive. It's the way it goes, isn't it? It's the way it goes. That's why, you know, the people who are not wearing masks on the trains and not wearing masks in the back of taxis and not wearing them on the buses are the sort of people who are spreading it. Because you wouldn't know looking at somebody whether they had it or whether they didn't have it. You know, you're supposed to reduce the risk, but some people are too blind. They can't see. They can't see the wood for the trees. Kim said, I've just taken some Iceland mince pies out of the freezer, Steve, and I'm going to enjoy one later with a cup of Earl Grey. Oh, that sounds nice. I had a mince pie whilst I was waiting for my car this morning, which was a bit naughty. But I don't do it very often. I mean, I'm not sort of an addict for sweet things. I do try and cut back a little bit, and I don't know what I'm going to have to eat today. But I have a feeling it's going to incorporate sweet corn. I love sweet corn. Or failing that, burgers. I like putting burgers in a saucepan and just steaming them. You know, a good quality burger, which is quite nice. Marks and Spencer's do a nice one. Sandy's in Twickenham, the fish shop, he does a very nice burger. They're not cheap, but they're very tasty, and they come with sea salt and black pepper, I think, and they were very nice. So I might have to go back for that as well, actually. Still trying to get the booster and flu jab for my housebound sister, says Tony, who's 90. Very stressful. Well, it could be Margaret, though, as well, actually. Difficult to tell, really, on some of these things. So still trying to get the booster and flu jab. Well, I told you, a friend of mine went down the other day, and she thought she'd be, the only one who was there at 8:20 in the morning. Nope, 100 people were queuing. She waited. It was about half an hour. And strangely enough, she got talking to a woman in front of her in the queue, and they've swapped numbers. They're going to go to the theatre and do all sorts. It's amazing, actually. You can talk to all sorts of people, and all of a sudden you found a new friend. Yeah, and it was purely bonding over having the injection, but she's had it, which is the best thing. My first tree is up and decorated, says Lorraine. I think I'll start on number 2 tree today and then into the 4 window box. I think it just makes people walking by a little happier and gets them in the mood. Oh, it does. Oh, it does. It's nice, a tree. They work out about £10 a foot at the moment. So that's what you're looking at, roughly. So a 7-foot tree would be around 70 quid. 5-foot tree would be 50 quid, and so on and so forth. And you can get some trees in pots, which are planted, so they've grown in the pot. And those you can keep, and then you could plant them in the garden or do whatever you want to do with them. But no, I mean, an average in a house would be, I don't know, actually, I'm tempted to say a 7-footer. But the producer, Jake, he had an 8-foot, I think. And very impressive it was too. But they had to leave it when they moved. So sadly, they've left it. Was it a fake tree? Fake tree. Oh, fancy leaving it. That must have cost a bit. We saw one the other day in this garden centre, and it was 650 quid for a fake tree. I thought, wow, because they change so much. They get much better looking as they get. If I look at some of the ones that we had when we were younger, a fake tree, it looked rubbish compared to what you get now, where they do look very, very realistic. But I had a fake one last year. Not again. I'm a real tree person. You can't beat it because it's there. There's something about having sort of a tree up. And there's some nice shaped trees, very nice shape. Get them to undo it. If ever you go into maybe Paul Cooper's place or wherever you go to get your Christmas trees, make sure that it's taken out of that little plastic type wrapping thing. Because they always put it back in it again. They've always got those machines for putting it in there. And so, because you need to see a tree, you need to see it open to see what it looks like. Because, if it's sort of a bit spindly here or you don't want it. You don't want to shove it up against the wall, do you? So do check them out. They'll show you. They'll show you. TV Mad families plan to go Christmas crackers. Watching, they reckon, over the festive period, 62 hours of television. 62. I mean, I will be probably watching a bit of television over Christmas. Not as much, actually, because Christmas Day, Boxing Day, working, and then going off driving, having lunch, and then coming back and climbing into bed and then getting up the next morning and coming back into work again, which I like. Always do things like that for Christmas. But it's going to be... I don't really buy presents anymore for people. I tend to put money in an envelope or in a Christmas card, which is much easier, isn't it? People appreciate money a little bit more, but we'll have to wait and see. Anne Widdecombe, talking about no masking Bojo's poor bulldog spirit. And she also talks about these injections of young girls in nightclubs and warned her daughter to be careful. And she was told there's no danger because her daughter will be wearing a puffer jacket. I mean, it's all changed, isn't it, really? Who wears a puffer jacket in a hot, crowded nightclub as a defence against stranger danger? I mean, it's absolutely madness. I agree with Anne Widdecombe, actually. That's the last thing you'd be wanting to actually wear. And apparently, when ministers wanted to use the slogan, "Don't take COVID home for Christmas," it was vetoed by civil servants on the grounds that the words might offend religious minorities. Firstly, says Anne Widdecombe, when was it up to civil servants to overrule ministers? Secondly, how long is it since Christmas in this country was considered primarily a religious festival, as opposed to the season of overindulgence and extravagance? Which is absolutely right. I mean, it hasn't been a Christian festival for ages. That's what we were saying earlier on. Unfortunately, people just see Christmas as its presents. And it's having, all the stories in the papers have been about there might be a shortage of this or there might be a shortage of that. People don't start worrying about, whether or not we're going to be going to church. People don't do that anymore. I mean, the choristers and all the big cathedrals, they'll be having all their carol services and everything else, and wonderful they are. But for some of the little churches in little villages, they don't do very much at all. over the festive season because people just are interested in the, as Anne Widdecombe says, overindulgence. I'm not saying there's anything the matter with overindulgence, but all in moderation. All in moderation.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Morning, loving your show, Steve. And this one from Jonathan, who says, I listen every day driving to work at the Mercedes Formula One team. Blimey. We have a 10-foot fake tree in the new extension. It's a right pain to decorate. Well, actually, it is. For the simple reason you've got to get a ladder up, and it's quite dangerous going up these ladders to decorate the tree. Think how the Queen is. I think hers is 20 foot. It's a real tree, though, which I don't think they get from Sandringham. And that goes up at Windsor Castle, and that's decorated, but she doesn't have to do it, so she doesn't have to climb up a ladder. But I've got these lights at the moment where you push the button and it changes to the next sequence. But obviously, when the lights go off and they come back on again, it goes back to static. So I've got to try and sort that out as well. Nicholas says, Steve, I'm thinking of getting a real Christmas tree, but I'm worried in case all the needles will fall off before Christmas Day. The only way you can guarantee, I mean, you do get certain trees which do drop needles, and you can end up with a twig in a pot. I think one year, donkeys years ago, I did buy one of those trees. And because I had central heating, it dried the tree out. You tend to forget it's a living thing. But the moment they cut it, it's not. And what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to buy it's like a thing that the tree goes into filled with water. They can drink 2 litres a day of water. It's like putting flowers in a vase and not putting any water in it. And so if it dries out, that's when the needles start dropping off. So if you can put water in it, it keeps it going. Or if it's cold, it will keep it going. They're evergreen, yeah. But it will dry out in central heating. And it doesn't take very long to do it either. If you've only got, say, a 5-foot tree, it'll dry out fairly quickly. And but if you keep it, we had one year, we had it outside. And it lasted, but didn't drop one needle at all because it was kept cold. But of course, you know, nobody has that nowadays. So most of ours are all right. So, I mean, you won't lose everything. You won't lose everything, but, you know, check them. I mean, some of them you can see that they're not going to drop needles, but they're a little bit more expensive. You can pay a fortune. Morrison's doing a 5 to 6 foot one for 20 quid. It's a steal, says Brian. I kept mine for almost 5 months and it was fine. Yeah, I mean, some of them just seem to go on forever. And they do look nice. Matthew says, I can't have a tree. One of my cats, Peanut or Buster, would get jealous and knock it over. Well, cats claw at things, don't they? So they see something hanging down, a ball or a piece of that tinsely kind of stuff, and they like that, and then it ends up like National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, where you've ended up with no tree and the thing has burst into flames because the cat's bitten through the wiring for the lights. Did you ever see that? National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation? It was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. They had everything that went wrong, and next-door neighbours hated them. So Holly Willoughby's got another 2 years on this morning. Well, of course she has. It suits her down to the ground. It pays £700,000 a year. Hello? How many jobs do you know that pay 700 grand a year for just sitting there, eating, playing around with things, you know, playing around with it, eating, laughing, joking, meeting people? God, blimey, 700,000 a year. And an insider said it seems everybody wants that gig. Well, of course they do, but she's got it. They don't want anybody else. Nobody else rates like she does. So it's a rolling contract. She took over from Fern Britton in 2009. Philip Schofield next year celebrates 20 years as co-host. 20 years. Earlier this year, Holly consulted lawyers in order to challenge a sunset provision from her former management company. I think she now looks after herself on it, which is what a lot of people do. So they'll also be doing Dancing on Ice together, and it just seems to suit them. You get in Philip's case, if you've been doing something for 20 years, you get into a routine. It's like people who work, on this programme or on Darren's programme beforehand. If they've been working daytimes, it's a bit of a culture shock to suddenly work in the darkness, because you've got to adjust your sleeping. I've always said to anybody who ever works nights or early mornings, you have to kind of suspend your normal life. You cannot go out boozing at night time and then expect to come in and go to work. Except in the case of Philip and Holly when they go to the National Television Awards and they're generally 3 sheets to the wind, which provides endless amusement for the rest of us. So lots of... oh, look at this. Duck fat roast potatoes. This is from Aunt... She's very busy, Aunt Bessie, at this time. Seriously, I don't know where this woman gets her energy from. She's making everything. And... they've got duck fat roast potatoes, £2.75, frozen from Iceland. But it's all there. All you've got to do is buy it, stick it in the freezer, and then you won't need to worry about getting food. And it's, the whole idea is to make Christmas as stress-free as possible. And some people get very stressed. They've got to put the turkey in the oven, and they've got to cook it, and they've got to take it out, and then they've got to carve it, and then they've got to get the veg. And it's all got to be timed, so it all fits into it. So it's no good having the turkey ready and then the vegetables have only just gone in, or the pigs in blankets are not ready, and then you've got to make sure. So is Aunt Winifred? Oh, she's vegetarian. We have to get a nut roast for her. And you've got to think about all these things. It's very confusing. I don't know how people manage it. So for that one day, it's a wee bit stressful but fun. And then of course you can have cold turkey for the rest of the week, which you can have with Bubble and Squeak, which is quite nice, and some pickles and stuff like that, piccalilli and Branston and stuff, and mustards and everything else, and that's always quite good. Cold turkey, or you can heat up the turkey, and then you get round to having soup, which is lovely. So you can have turkey soup. In fact, you can, basically drag out the use of a turkey for at least a week, depending on what size you buy. Sue is in London. Well, how wise. And says, 7-Up and Sprite are brilliant for keeping Christmas trees instead of water. Bit expensive, isn't it? 7-Up and Sprite. It's easy to turn on the tap and fill it up. Yeah, lemonade. Well, in fact, you can use lemonade in flowers and stuff like that. Put sugar in, and that tends to work. They give you a little packet of that stuff if you're buying cut flowers, roses and things like that, which is nice. But as I say, if your place is not particularly hot, put the tree in a cool place. But if you put it by a radiator, it's going to dry out really quickly. And as I say, I've had trees that I've watered, and they will get through 2 litres of water in the course of a day. And the longer you have the tree, the better it is. Nobody wants a sad old twig, do they, in a pot, which is entirely possible. So if you wondered, this question came up earlier on, actually, and it's a bit embarrassing. If you wondered how the builders of Stonehenge had the strength to lift 25-ton rocks, the answer could lie in mince pies. Excavations at Durrington Walls Camp, where they lived, 2,500 BC, they revealed the master craftsman feasted on hazelnuts, sloe, and crab apples, along with meat and dairy. And that's inspired English heritage to create a Neolithic mince pie recipe, which isn't all that different to ours. So you do basically blackberries, pureed rose hips, spoonful of honey, handful of whole berries, couple of crushed hazelnuts, and that's for the filling. Four crab apples, small sour apples, and it looks quite nice actually, to be honest with you. I've never made. My mother used to make mince pies, but these will be available at the Stonehenge Cafe in Wiltshire. Imagine you actually own the land that Stonehenge is on. It's your own little tourist. You'd have a little cafe, which is great fun. I quite like that idea. Give electric cars more va-va-voom. Well, not really, because at the moment there could be, up to 10,000 people with electric cars in this country at the moment, 20,000 without electricity, and 10,000 of them could have electric cars. And they're supposed to charge them where? The answer is nowhere. They can't go anywhere. And there's no electricity. And still the electricity companies can't get out to these people. So they're all having a bit of a mare of a day. Susan says the duck fat would be better left on the duck. Oh, they do all sorts of fats now, don't they? So you're obviously vegetarian, so you wouldn't be buying it. But that's your prerogative. You don't have to buy it. Other people use duck fat, or goose fat. It's very popular. Or lard, or things like that, which you can... I don't know where it all comes from. But my mother used to make the best roast potatoes. That's all I can tell you. Head of MI6 says China is now the greatest priority for our spies. They were showing Chinese tanks in Tiananmen Square in Beijing. Also, President Xi, linked to the crackdown on Muslims, apparently. and it should be sentenced. He said people should be sentenced for these sort of things. They're calling for mass internments, a campaign of sterilisation and forced labour. Just where you don't want to live. Just where you don't want to live. Coming up 6:45 is the time.
This is LBC.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
Morning, nice to have your company. And what have we got here? The diabetes drug. I'm always interested. I only just remembered a minute ago to do an injection. I completely forgot. But this is a diabetes drug which could transform the treatment of heart failure and cut deaths by more than a fifth, which is a good idea. Whether we get it over here. This one's currently being trialled, I think, in America, which means that by the time it's been trialled in America, then we have to wait, and then they have to trial it over here. So we have to wait and see. What else is in the paper? Lots of people talking about Trump. Meghan hurt Queen and used Harry, ex-president's blast at disrespectful Duchess, and at odds. And then Harry was in this. I missed this documentary the other night. It was part 2, I think, of Harry having a bit of a meltdown, and also the careless talk costing livelihoods. A lot of people who were stopped the other day, maskless. And I did begin to wonder, actually, having seen quite a number of people yesterday not wearing masks, having been told there is a fine if you don't wear them unless you're exempt. So all people will do, as I said yesterday, is say, well, I'm exempt. You don't have to carry anything. You can print some old rubbish off on the internet which goes, I don't need to wear a mask. And I do see people wearing these things, but they're just printed off. I don't think they mean anything. I suppose the only thing you could do to guarantee it is produce a letter from your doctor to say this person is asthmatic or they've got this or that and all the rest of it. But some people, I firmly believed, had no idea that it was law to wear masks going into shops. I still saw people wandering around, and some of them, are confronted by TfL, the Transport for London staff. The fine can rise now to £6,400. I'd love to know how many people are actually going to be fined, how they're going to get this through. I've got no idea. Send in the troops. The army will help the 30 million booster drive. GPs offered £15 a dose and £20 on Sundays. Wow. It can be quite lucrative, can't it? I think when I spoke to my GP last time, when I had my booster and I had the flu jab, so I had 2, they'd done about 100 that morning. So it's quite lucrative to do it. And they want to get these new vaccine targets in by January the 31st. Colleen Nolan revealing she's spending Christmas Day with her former boyfriend and her new mystery boyfriend. Why do these people tell you these things? Of what possible interest is it to anybody what she does over the Christmas period? I don't quite understand. But she's going to be joined by her second husband and her new man, who she's not named. But she met him online dating a few months ago, and so they're going to be spending Christmas together. And so they insist on telling you these things. I don't quite understand why anybody be remotely interested, but Britain's biggest police force will no longer routinely seize e-scooters. I've never seen anybody nicking somebody on an e-scooter. I see them every single day. I mean, literally this morning I will see at least 5 or 6 people on e-scooters going up and down the road, or the hoverboard type things. The Met will instead confiscate them only from repeat offenders or when necessary to keep the public safe. So far, they tell us, they've seized nearly 4,000 privately owned e-scooters this year, but anybody stopped whilst riding one illegally will now have the law explained to them, rather than, well, they know the law. They can't be that stupid, surely. You are not allowed to use them on public highways. And so the police are going to stand there and patiently explain to somebody, did you know, unless you rent them, if you rent them, then you can use these things. But, people don't understand that you cannot use it unless it's on private land. Why would the police want to? They just take them away from them. It's the only way. What was the other thing? Oh, yes, the people, I did run through it earlier on for you, that this year's Christmas schedule is exactly the same as last year's Christmas schedule Strictly Come Dancing, Michael McIntyre's The Wheel, Blankety Blank, Call the Midwife, EastEnders, Mrs Brown's Boys and The Vicar of Dibley. Exactly the same as last year. In that order as well. I mean, I don't know how they can justify anything at all. But they do. Also, why Netflix's hit Squid Game. I keep reading about this, but I have no idea what it is. I really don't. It's still no match for Strictly, Countryfile or Corrie. Because I don't think, actually, anymore. At one time, when you looked at the TV ratings charts, it was always EastEnders and Coronation Street were at the top all the time. Well, that's all changed. That's all changed completely now. So the programme channels, 10 Squid Game gets nearly 6 million. Blankety Blank gets about 6 million. The Long Call, 6 million. Coronation Street, just over 6 million. Countryfile gets more than Coronation Street. Mind you, I quite like Countryfile. Anything to do with farming and the countryside, I'm big into. Shetland, I have no idea what that is. Silent Witness is still running, gets just over 6 million. The Larkins get 6.58 million. Then you get a huge gap before the Great British Bake Off on Channel 4, which gets 9 million. Which is a staggering amount for Channel 4, and Strictly Come Dancing gets just under 11 million. So it's all turned around, and there are so many different ways of measuring the audiences now, and it makes a difference. Why it makes any difference to the BBC, I can't imagine. Whether they've got a programme that rates very highly, because they don't need to worry about things like that. Some of their audiences don't rate at all, and yet they persevere with them, which is always fairly interesting. Here's the Iron. Every so often you get this. You either get the Christmas tree or a set of fairy lights at this time of year. No, this is an Iron, a Morphy Richards Iron. It's 80 years old, bought by a lady called Ivy Sutton in the 1940s, and it still works. Because there was nothing in them, was there really? There wasn't anything that could go wrong. Oh, men who use e-cigarettes, if you're a vapor, apparently, you're twice as likely to disappoint in the bedroom department. I shall be doing my own survey on this one, conducting it a little bit later. Isn't that interesting? Vaping men, apparently they're more than twice as likely to suffer erectile dysfunction. I never thought we'd be saying that at 5 to 7 in the morning. But that's what it is, through vaping. Because these shops have sprung up everywhere. Have you seen, every time you go somewhere, they go, and we've actually got a shop that only does vaping in Twickenham, and then there's about another 4 or 5 of them. Must be huge profits on these things. £119 million in tax after the Paper Discs are axed. And more than 25% of UK bird species facing extinction. I'm going to try as well today. I might try the council. I'll have to try and work this one out, because I've told you they've discontinued my my freedom pass, because I can't prove I live where I live. So they've stopped it. Seems a bit ridiculous. I've lived there 30 years, but obviously they know best. They know best. But I might take it further. We'll wait and see. Birthdays today. Stephen Poliakoff. The London-born filmmaker, described as one of the most inventive and intriguing of writer-directors in Britain today. He's 69. Riz Ahmed, the London-born, Oxford-educated, Emmy-winning actor and rapper, starred in Rogue One, a Star Wars story, and Jason Bourne. He's 39 today. Very, very young. Very young. Also, Mary Martin. Mary Martin, as you know, her son was Larry Hagman. Larry Hagman. And in fact, you can check them out on YouTube, because she was booked to do the Royal Variety performance some years ago. And she sang her song. He's supposed to join in. He hasn't learnt the words. And he's a complete and utter disaster. Total disaster. Richard Pryor was born in 1940, died 2005. Doesn't seem possible, does it? The actor and comedian who grew up in a brothel, sold more than 1 million copies of his first live comedy album. And 1135, Henry I, the youngest of William the Conqueror's sons, died. And in 1988, the first World AIDS Day was held. 1988. It's absolutely amazing. But this weekend, I think what people will be doing is sort of trying to sort out, the food and trying to get everything ready for Christmas, because it's going to whiz through really fast. Not content with sort of telling you there's going to be a shortage of toys and all the other bits and pieces that go along with the festive season. There's going to be a shortage of just about everything, so they say. But I did see one of the supermarkets bringing in a huge container ship full of about 40 containers, if not more. So they were saying Christmas is okay with us. I think we're going to be fine for it. It's just getting the organisation right. And the organisation is, first of all, You must download my free Little Bit Extra podcast. Just a slick link there. Effortless. New episode available every single day on our Global Player app. 20 million people, can't be wrong. As well as listening live to LBC. You can listen back to this and other LBC programmes, as well as a range of podcasts. So just go to the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk. You can have a look at all the glorious pictures of what we all look like. Some good, some bad, some indifferent, some you never want to see ever again. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to the 2nd of December. Welcome to, oh my goodness me, it's freezing cold outside. But noticeably more so down here. Still 30,000 homes in this country. No power outside, no power inside, and all the government are doing is sort of saying, oh, that's a bit of a shame, isn't it, really? Get an electric car, and charge it where? Thank you very much indeed. The storm in a plant pot, the gardener who punches the neighbour's girlfriend. It's all gone a bit pear-shaped, and then shouts at each other in court. Killed by a shepherd's pie. The pub have been fined for it. They apparently did not follow guidelines. Double yellow lines painted under cars. The council used a crane to lift the car, paint the double yellow lines, put them back down, gave them a 70-quid ticket each. The Stars were stripping for the full Monty. The Teddy Bear Hospital and Britain's favourite super brand is... You'll find out this morning, but no kissing under the mistletoe, please. And thousands offered freebies if they wear trackers and improve their fitness. Which is what I've been saying all the time. The one thing you've got to do is be fit. We don't go out. A few people do. You see them running through London. And you see them at traffic lights. You'll be standing there waiting for the lights to go beep, 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 and then you can cross. And they're standing next to you going... And I always think, saddos. Not for me. But then that's everybody is different. The secrets of the 1,200-year-old mummy. Very interesting. In fact, I've been watching a few mummy programmes recently. No, not Love Island. And it's very interesting because in one of them, they've uncovered this mummy who is, they think, between 25 and 30. But the hands have been moved to cover the face. And apparently that was how they used to bury people all those years ago. This was a long, long time ago. And this person was buried and their hands are lifted up so they cover their face. On the other hand, they unearthed Ramesses III, I think, in Egypt. And they were looking at it and going, wait a minute. He's been murdered. Because his throat was slit from side to side. And apparently they were explaining that the pharaohs were guarded literally day and night. It took somebody very special to be able to get that close to a pharaoh that they could slash their throat. But obviously in this case, when he was embalmed, they covered it up with, linen, all the rest of it when they did the embalming process. So it was only when they started undoing it that they realised that his throat had been slit. And they worked out exactly who it was. It was somebody who was very close to the pharaoh, because you wouldn't get close to them. An inside job, as they say, an inside job. I always object to the fact they dig people up. I always think, say they've got relatives still alive. Why would you not think about this? 3,000 years old the relatives would be. Steve says, Brian, often hear you mention Christmas lights. When we were very young, my parents always put up lamps that were larger than the lights. You may not remember, they were often conical or square-shaped ones in the shapes of Santa and such like. They were superb. So many different lights now. So many different lights. I love going into garden centres and looking at them all out there and I go, I like those. And sometimes I just buy them for the sake of buying them in the box. I haven't used them. I've still got about at least 6 boxes of lights that I've not used. Yeah, I see them and I go, I'll buy those. And I think, I don't want to take them out of the box. They look too lovely. Because I bought the other day another 4,000 lights, 2 boxes of, Neil would be proud of me, 2,000 lights in each box. And that's quite a lot of lights. Just a bit. But, put it this way, it's a darn sight more than the Trafalgar Square Christmas tree has got. It really is the worst tree. And they brought this all the way from Norway. They don't cheat and cut it down here. It'd be a lot easier to go to Scotland, pick out a beautiful tree and cut it down. And we have a Scots fir. They're only looking for a 70-foot tree. But it's so bad and the lights are so awful on it. They're like light bulbs. And it's just, they're not wound around the tree. It looks naff. I have to be honest. I mean, now, as all the papers are saying and everybody else is complaining, that the people of Norway really hate us. They don't like us at all. They've been doing this since 1947. They go, what are we doing now? Not cutting down another blooming tree. So you go into the forest. I went a few years back, quite a few years back. And they take you deep into the forest. And there is the tree that they've designated as being the tree that comes to us, and they have a choir and all sorts of things there. It's plumbing freezing, so cold, and then you sort of go and then you pose for the photograph, looking as though you've cut the tree down. Whereas in fact because you look at a 70-foot tree, when that thing comes down, it comes down fairly hard and fast. But it's a nice tradition. It's just that this year the tree's rubbish. And they need to get the lights sponsored. I mean, surely the mayor, with his influence, we're not having fireworks. Surely you can get some lights sponsored. I'm sure that somebody like Mr. Christmas or any of the light manufacturers, Pifco or somebody like that, would say, yeah, we'll actually give you 50,000 lights. Look at the Trafalgar Square tree, and then look at the one in Covent Garden. Look at the one at 10 Downing Street. They're all beautifully decorated, proper tree. And then look at this 70-foot twig in a pot. It's ridiculous. It really isn't good enough. It's a very big twig, but it's just not an attractive tree. I'd rather not have a tree. And as I say, we go to Scotland and get them to cut a lovely tree down. Yeah, well, yes, because it comes over on a ship. They have to do it at the beginning of the month, and then it goes on a lorry because it's a 70-foot tree. And you think to yourself, what a shame. What a shame. Anyway, still to come. Most people expect an easy life by the age of 43. 43. Unbelievable, isn't it? And Shirley Ballas says a toy boy changed her life. I bet he did. You know why? They've got more stamina than the old boys. So that's why. And so she's very happy, very happy. Sir Elton John's son doesn't play on his computer or do, video games or anything like that. He's into something that, as you can well imagine, Elton John and Dave aren't into. Fishing. They don't know where he got the interest from, because none of them fish. Nobody in the family fishes. And have I been fishing? Yes, I hated it. My brother fishes. He does lakes. Sees better. Well, apparently they've taken him to Canada so he can go sea fishing out there, which is lovely. And they can't believe it. I know I can't believe it either. Where would you get the bug for fishing from? I didn't mind documentary. I didn't mind throwing sort of the line in, but if you caught a fish, you'd have to go, anybody take this fish off here, please? Paul Catamol, previously of S Club, has ditched singing for fortune telling. Do not take it seriously. Okay, I warn you now, they have to put a warning up on these websites. So in other words, his job is to make you spend a lot of money. His job is to keep you on the line as long as possible. The longer you're on the line, the more you pay. But they have to put a disclaimer up there saying, do not take any of this as kind of gospel. If you need expert advice, you go and see a doctor or a bank manager or something like that. Do not believe a word these people say, because it's rip-off time. Okay? I only tell you that now because it's sold as an entertainment. Unfortunately, it's a very expensive entertainment. If you put it this way, if you wanted advice on financial matters, you're not going to come to me, are you? You're not going to say, oh, Steve, I've been offered to do this. Should I do that? Is that better? The interest rates, but you go and see an expert. Oh, Steve, my car's not running very well. Could you? No, of course I can't. And the same way that Paul Catamol is there, bearing in mind he's already had to appeal for money before. He got rid of all his money years ago. And the reason they never made any money, reach for the stars, climb every mountain, reach for the stars, I thought they were very good in their time, but they never made any money because they never wrote anything. If you don't write, you don't make the money. But so please do not waste your time and money on these tarot things. He even says it on his interview. He's obviously desperate for money, and is obviously somebody. He's 43, I think, now, and it's obviously a case of don't take it. This is an entertainment. Little Sally, little Sally. Oh, I speak to the dead, dear. No, you don't. It's an entertainment. It's sold as an entertainment. You're not allowed to claim to people that you speak to the dead, because it's a lie. You don't speak to the dead. They can't speak back to you. That's called dead. Okay? They don't come back in any shape, form, or anything else. It's rubbish. It's an entertainment. If you choose to go for it, that's your business. But don't take it seriously. Good news is Tommy Steele got knighted. Love Tommy Steele. The highlight, he said, of his 65-year career. So he's now Sir Tommy Steele. He's 84, I think. 84. So well done to him. I love Tommy Steele. Old it, crash bang, what a picture. What a picture, what a photograph. Once upon a time there was a little white ball. All of those songs. I love Tommy Steele. Proper Cockney boy. And also he played Arthur Kipps in Half a Sixpence, which is great. Half a sixpence is better than half a penny, better than half, and so it went on. Lovely film. All sorts of people were in it, including, now not with us sadly, Pamela Cundell. Lovely Pamela. Love Pammy. She was so showbiz. She was more showbiz than anybody I'd ever met in my entire life. Paul McCartney wins a Top Book Award, and Phil Neville says he's the Billy No Mates of football, but he's quite happy with that. It doesn't bother him, because I don't know how many friends you're supposed to have. I've met people before and they go, oh, I've got hundreds of friends. You go, really? Blimey, I haven't. I've probably got about, up to 10 close friends, people who know everything about you. And then you've got lots of acquaintances, and then you've got other people. So when people say, I've got hundreds of friends, you think, well, how do you manage to get round to all of them? You just don't have the time to get round to everybody, to go out with everybody. I mean, it's bad enough at this time of year. I've got Christmas lunches and meeting people and different bits and pieces. And that's kind of taken up all of December. I don't really, because you've got to recharge your batteries at some point. And if you don't manage to recharge your batteries, you end up sort of, slumped in the office, going, I want to go home. You can't do it. And Lincoln says, have you seen the Homebase Christmas advert with Dick and Angel? I have. Looks beautifully made, doesn't it? Enormously entertaining, a treat to watch. They obviously had a ball making it. Angel disguises herself as an elf. Watch Dick's face as he takes on the role of Father Christmas at the end. I saw it and I thought, oh, they look so good. They're so nice. They're listeners as well. Yeah, they're listeners. When they came in, they went, we listen to you all the time. Now, whether they were just saying that, I don't know, but I'm inclined to believe them because they're very truthful people. And they brought me in. They have a range of bed linen, and they brought me a beautiful diary in with my name on the front of it. And they're really good. I liked them. We were very pleased. I said, my brother was trying to go and stay out there. And they said, well, just let us know. Of course, you don't like to take advantage, do you? But no, they've done really well. Very pleased for them. Very, very pleased. What else we got? Oh, looking serious like Victoria Beckham, apparently, can make you look younger. Of course it does, because you've got no expression on your face. Victoria Beckham, we're still trying to find out how the business is doing, whether or not she's managing to flog pyjamas at over £1,000. Over £1,000 a pair of pyjamas. I mean, you'd have to have... You must be a complete and utter idiot. Stella says, I miss you reading out poems. Yes, we might go back to that next year. I don't know, actually. I've got all sorts of things in mind. Oh, the other thing I've just learnt yesterday. Not only do you have me for Christmas Day and Boxing Day breakfast, you got me for New Year's Day breakfast as well. So a triple whammy. So I shall expect you there, nursing your hangovers, go, oh, God, Steve, I feel awful. I, of course, will not be like that because I never drink on New Year's Eve or over Christmas. Never bothers me in the slightest. I could drink any time I want, but I just choose not to drink over the festive season because I drive. And if you drink and drive, better make sure you don't breathe.
This is LBC.
For a fast way to get around and across London, think Tube. Here, there, everywhere made easy. Travel fast with the Tube from £2.80 in zones 1 and 2. Tube it, bus it, train it. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. First stated is the adult off-peak pay-as-you-go journey from zone 2 into zone 1 on Tube, DLR, London Overground and Elizabeth Line services.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 17 minutes past 4, Thursday, 2nd of December. I must pay my VAT. It's just bills. I was talking to a friend of mine earlier on, and we were talking about tax bills, the most depressing thing in the world. Why is it that every time somebody... I remember watching quizzes on the television, and they'd say, and so here's Brian. What do you do, Brian? And Brian would go, I'm a tax inspector. And the audience would collectively boo the tax inspector. And I spoke to a friend of mine earlier on, and we were sort of talking about tax. I said, of course, we've got that to pay, and then you've got this to pay, and that bill, and it's just all bills at Christmas. It really is. And he said, I'm just so behind with it. And it's a worry for a lot of people. If all of a sudden you're expected to cough up thousands of pounds, most people don't keep that much money. They really don't. They have to cash in policies and sort of juggle money and move it from here to there and do this kind of thing. So to pay my VAT, we'll have to transfer some money out of one of my accounts into the account that they take the VAT from. And that way we sort of, at least we've actually got it sort of sorted out. But it's a terrible worry for people at Christmas. And in between that, you know, have you got people coming to your place for Christmas? You've got to pay for it. You can't ask people for a donation, can you? You can't say, it's going to be about 15 quid a head if that's all right. Nobody, you know, whoever is hosting the Christmas party pays for the turkey. No, it's not a restaurant. In fact, Lee says, where would you buy your turkey from, Marks or Waitrose? Both identical. Both identical. Wouldn't make any difference at all, actually, to me. I wouldn't buy a turkey. I would buy a turkey crown because they're much easier to put in the oven, and it depends. I mean, you can get, you know, a turkey crown that will serve, you know, anything up to about 10 or 12 people now. I mean, because you don't want the plate literally overburdened, do you, with meat? But oh, do you? Oh, see, I don't. I mean, I'm not saying that we have to scrimp on it, but you know, my brother will have to go out and order the turkey. And then get the vegetables in, the Brussels sprouts and everything else. And I think I think Christmas Day it's either 9 or 10 of us. And I think it'll be roughly the same probably on Boxing Day. Which seems like an awful lot of people. I don't know why. I quite like a big sort of load of people. Another one here, Harrods are saying they've got no Christmas teddies. Do you think that's online only? Because we've been buying an annual teddy since 2002. Oh, I don't know. We'll have a look online. We'll see if we can find teddies. They normally have them. And to buy them all is great, because it's quite a cute teddy, isn't it? I seem to remember. I quite like it. Let's have a look. Here goes Harrods. Oh, there goes Harrods. Here's the Harrods website. There goes the Harrods website. It's not loading. It'll load. It'll load. Right, what we're looking for is teddy bear. Teddy bear. We like, because they have so many teddy bears in their department. I mean, they really do. Oh, they've got 1,158. Christmas bears, that's it, Christmas bear. Here we go. Harrods. Christmas bear. 1,950 quid. Blimey. My first bunny. Harrods Guards bear. Oh. We don't seem to have Zach bear. Oh, no. Oh, that's pretty, isn't it? Leo. Oh, I do love Paddington, honestly. He's such a winner. Paddington for Prime Minister. Christmas bears sold out. That's good, isn't it? I wonder why. They don't normally sell out. They normally order loads, and perhaps they've just had a bit of a shortage. 1,950 for the Harrods Christmas bear. But I mean, you know, if you're having it, that's nearly £2,000. That's, I mean, it's very nice, but it doesn't look like a teddy bear. Teddy bears are not meant to stand up. I'm sorry. It's got a lovely little jumper on, which probably costs the best part of £1,000. But that one's sold out at 1,950. Because the normal ones are about 30 quid, the Harrods Christmas bears. And there you go, another one out of stock. They've put them all in jumpers, but they've normally got on their paw. It's got Harrods, and then it'll have the year on it as well. They're very cute, aren't they? But you can't beat Paddington. I had a look in Waterstone's window the other day as I was going on the bus back from Richmond, paying. Not to make a big deal about it, but you know that they've screwed up big time at the Freedom Pass people. It's absolutely disgraceful. It really is. How they can just take some... Imagine if I was a severely disabled person and they were sort of checking on where I lived. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but they keep writing to me and I keep responding to them. What do they think I'm doing? Nipping round or something and subletting the card out? They really are a bunch of idiots. They really are. But anyway, we shall make sure. Tommy Steele was the Bermondsey boy, says Reg. He certainly was. And another one here says, on my way to work, and what a change in the weather, says Joe. It's freezing this morning. I only just realised I didn't realise, but I'd forgotten about it. I don't know why. I've got heated seats in my car. So you turn up the heating. I feel it's like a little gas jet. But it's not. It just sort of heats up. And it's really quite nice. It's actually very nice. And very, very sort of warm. And very cosy. But you can buy all sorts of little heaters that you put in the car now, so it heats up fast. Mine heats up reasonably quickly. Moira Higgins launches her Ann Summers Christmas range. There's a girl who was dropped. I think we'll use that in our special podcast. She was dropped from Towie. Nobody's ever heard of her because they had a clear out. And what they do is they look at people and go, you know, can we use you? No. She now claims that they took advantage of her. It was months ago they actually got rid of her, because they're not, they just go, okay, we're using you, now we're not using you. It's as simple as that. And so she doing Moaning Mary. Moaning Mary. That's not her name, incidentally. And so now she says, I am up for appearing on other TV programmes. I thought, you're now sounding desperate. She says, but only if they recognise my talent. And I thought, no, the reason they dropped you from Towie is because you didn't have any talent. You're not expected to have talent on the programme. You're expected to just go on there and try and be as natural as possible. But she didn't manage it, so they kicked her out. She never lasted 5 minutes. Bit like Elf on a Shelf, isn't it? I do like the Elf on a Shelf. I must go and get another one, actually. Steve. I was at Moorfields yesterday, says Rogan, for an eye injection and got a black cab back to St Pancras. All the card machines were down, and you know the cabbie knew where a cash machine was on the way. The info is not covered in the knowledge, apparently, so well done, black cabbies. Well, I shouldn't imagine they all know where the cash machines are. Why were they all down? I managed to get a card machine. I managed to sort of use a card yesterday. I don't like using a card. I'm a cash person. People think that's really peculiar. Jason in Worthing. I'm not buying this, Jason. Paddington is a winner. He said, then Winnie the Pooh must be a champion. No, Winnie the Pooh's a failure. Total failure. He lives in the 100-acre wood. He's very lonely. He's got no friends at all. And Paddington speaks English. So we like Paddington. Paddington has survived. He came over from darkest Peru, where he used to live with his Aunt Lucy, who's in the retired home for bears in Lima. And whereas Winnie the Pooh has got a right bunch of old deadbeats hanging around him in the 100-acre wood. Piglet, a bit of a drip, I'm afraid. Then you've got Eeyore, a complete and utter bozo. Seriously, you have to get rid of Eeyore. Tigger, useless, absolutely useless. Nobody is any good at all. And poor old Winnie the Pooh just sort of sits there moaning and moaning and moaning. That's all he does. Well, Christopher Robin's different. He's sort of a semi-adult. Rabbit? Who's Rabbit? There's Rabbit? Winnie the Pooh? Is there? Are you sure? Called what? Rabbit? I wasn't aware that there was a rabbit in there. I suppose there must be. You've got... as a fictional character, he's a friend of Winnie the Pooh. They all say that, don't they? I'm a friend of Winnie the Pooh. No, you're not. He's a friend of Winnie the Pooh, regards himself as practical and tends to take the lead. They're not always with the results that he intends. See, another deadbeat. Get rid of him. Useless. Just eats carrots. What's up, duck? No. Paddington's the leader. Paddington is a born icon. Put it this way, you don't find in all the tourist shops in London selling merchandise anybody selling Winnie the Pooh, but you'll find Paddington everywhere. There'll be acres and acres of Paddingtons because he's cute, he looks good, and he's very sensible. Andrew in Woking says, myself and the wife finalised the Christmas lunch details today. Turkey, meatloaf, blimey, turkey and meatloaf, pigs in blankets, roast potatoes, roasted parsnips, carrot and swede mash. Ugh, I'll be sick. Honey glazed sprouts and cabbage. Oh, not cabbage. No, we already discussed no cabbage. Bread sauce, cranberry sauce and lashings of gravy. Blimey. And I'm not sure about turkey and meatloaf. I think it's either one or the other, isn't it? Pigs in blankets, yes. Roast potatoes, yes. Parsnips, no. Carrot and swede mash, no. Honey glazed sprouts, no. Just sprouts. Red cabbage, no. Bread sauce, no. Cranberry sauce, no. And gravy, yes. So we've effectively halved everything that's on the plate. Simon in some place called Cowplain. I've never even heard of it. Have you ever heard of it? Nope. Boys never heard of it either. You have to mention your car. Out of interest, what car is your favourite? The one that I drive at the present time. It's always whatever car I happen to be driving. Oh, he's near Waterlooville in Hampshire. Sorry. Only got a population of 8,775. It's Havant, Hampshire. Grew up on the old London to Portsmouth road, on which the village centre and local shops lie. How lovely. It's surrounded by the remnants of the ancient forest of Beer. So now you know it's got several schools, and it's also got a church, although the main church is St Wilfrid's. It's got a golf club as well, and the Spotted Cow is a good place to eat, and the local golf course is the Waterlooville Golf Course. Ooh, posh, posh, posh. Yeah, so whatever car I'm driving happens to be my favourite, because when I come to change the cars, I look around for a car that I like the look of, and it's got to have the right interior. Funnily enough, isn't it? Some people go, why do you worry about the interior? Because I'm sitting in it. You don't sit on the outside of the car, you sit on the inside. So whatever car is my favourite is the car I happen to be driving at that particular moment. So at the moment, it's the car that I'm driving, which is my favourite. Somebody told me, says Neil, someone I used to work with, told me one Christmas his new in-laws invited them round for Christmas lunch. Even before the Christmas pudding was served, he was presented with the receipt for the food and asked to contribute. Amazingly, they never really got on afterwards. Imagine saying that, because it's quite expensive to put that on. Sean in Cambridge, we all know about Cambridge, he says, my American brother-in-law Randy has always said Paddington Bear is no match for Yogi Bear. What a fool. Exactly, that's why he's an American brother-in-law. They don't know nothing. They know nothing at all. No, I mean, Yogi Bear, God, he must be about 200 years old by now, mustn't he? I'm smarter than the average bear. Boo-boo. Very odd person. Steve, Dunbar's number is 150. The supposed maximum number of friends you can have, says Nick in Adelaide. Really? I mean, I've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of phone numbers in my telephone, but they're not all friends. Some of them are just people I work with. I have to remember, I remember calling a number once and somebody went, Steve, I'm not who you think I am. I'm your old producer. And I went, I'm so sorry. So sorry. I get it wrong because I've got so many people who've got the same names. Jan says, what time are you on the radio on Christmas Day? 7 till 10 in the morning. Breakfast. Always do breakfast. Always do breakfast. Christmas Day and Boxing Day and New Year's Day. I'd forgotten, actually, I've done New Year's Day as well. I'd really like to buy a silver teapot, says Barry in Twickenham, the type which the Savoy use, but where'd you get them from? Well, why don't you phone up the Savoy and say, excuse me, can you put me through to the restaurant? Can you tell me where you get your silver teapots from? Because I'd like to purchase one, and they'll tell you who their supplier is. Or failing that, go to the Silver Vaults, just off Fleet Street. It depends how much you want to spend. You know, if you want to spend a lot of money, you can get a nice Georgian teapot. I don't have any teapots, no. Not a silver teapot. We always had china. But if you go to the Silver Vaults, or you'll find, there's loads of places where you can probably get a silver teapot. Most people, though, don't do silver teapots. That's why I suggested the Silver Vaults. You could probably get a silver teapot in Harrods, in Selfridges. Find me silver teapot for sale.
This is LBC.
Do you hear that? It might sound like nothing to you, but it's actually the sound of nuclear, wind and solar energy. At EDF, we're busy generating more British zero-carbon electricity than anyone to help keep future energy costs down for everyone and help cut UK carbon emissions to nothing. Sound good to you? Find out more about our zero-carbon generation at edfenergy.com/helpingbritain.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to My Goodness Me, going to need to wrap up warm today. So we found your silver teapots. We found there's a lot of plated. Don't really want plated. They seem to vary. There's a Marks and Spencer, a Fortnum & Mason's Victorian flute baby at £200. They also do one at £300. This is a silver-plated teapot. It looks quite nice, but presented in a Fortnum's gift box. They've got another one made in 1905 from William Walter Antiques at £850. Fortnum & Mason's a silver-plated Louis once. We can't get the page up. It seems to have disappeared. Or a nice one from 1848, also with William Walter, at £1,100. I mean, if you're looking for silver plating, you can get them relatively inexpensively, from about 50, 60 quid, something like that. But if you're looking for a silver, proper silver teapot, you're looking at in excess of £1,000. In excess of £1,000, which is quite nice. I mean, my advice would be to phone up and ask them at the Savoy, can you put me through to the restaurant, please? I'd like to find out. I had tea there the other day, and I want to know where you get your teapots from. It might, mind you, of course, it might not be a silver teapot. It might only be a plated teapot, or it might just look very shiny. Because I can't see them serving afternoon tea at the Savoy in a silver teapot. I really can't. That would be a lot of tea. Phil's in York, very, very cold, as indeed it is down here. My favourite scene from Paddington, where he accidentally overran the bath. He called for help, but quietly, so as not to disturb anybody. See, Paddington's thoughtful. Fabulous. Karen says, there are some fabulous Christmas light displays up around here in Bedfordshire. Are there houses around you with great displays? No, we tend to live in Twickenham. It's very refined. We don't do lights outside on houses. We do them inside, but we don't really have. I think there might be one or two little houses that have probably put them on the outside, which is I quite like that. But it's got to be tastefully done. You know, you don't want anything that looks a bit cheap. You know, I've noticed actually one of the girls in I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Who's the one who's in the Saturdays, whatever her name is? Married to Frankie Bridge. She's had a cast of her bottom made for her husband. Class or what? Have you ever heard of such a thing? I haven't. The stars were stripping for the full Monty. We'll run through them. Some of them will have you quaking in your boots. And welcome to the Teddy Bear Hospital. There's one in... or is that the Dolls Hospital in Reading? But the Teddy Bear Hospital will repair teddies. A bit like the repair shop, where they sort of take bears that have seen better days and they sort of turn them into new bears, but keeping all the original stuff. The gun police have swooped on an intruder who tried to get into Parliament. He leapt over a fence or something, and they tasered him to the ground. Another one who needs, obviously, some medical treatment as soon as possible. Savid Javid urges you to take a test before you go to a party. But no kissing under the mistletoe. We don't want any kissy-wissy. That's not very good at all. And as I say, 30,000 homes, 6 days on, still with no power. Still with no power. I bet they'll be so grateful when they get it back again. Can you imagine what it was like for those houses that got flooded last year, where not only did they have no power, but they had water, you know, inside their houses. They had to move everything upstairs into the bedroom. Imagine trying to get your three-piece suite up there. Well, you can't do it. Can't do it. And they had water coming in. I think some of them were under like 2 feet of water. Very embarrassing. Alec Baldwin has denied firing the fatal shot on that film set. Have a look at that one a little bit later on. And the Premiership star who fights off robbers with a baseball bat. They've got a baseball bat and they wait for him. He comes home in his Mercedes. Give us the keys. He's a well-known Premiership footballer. And so he gives them the keys and he punches one of them in the face. Goes down like a sack of potatoes, which I was very pleased with. Very pleased with. And it was a case of they were all up in court the other day. You know, because the trouble is footballers flaunt their wealth. They're very, very good at flaunting wealth. You know, they want to show you their latest cars in the plural. They've got the latest jewellery. They've got the latest watches. Yeah, but his car was cheap. Perhaps they thought it was expensive. I don't know. I mean, it was only a Mercedes, and to be honest with you, I'm not, 45 grand Mercedes. Pfft, hardly worth bothering. Connie says, I have my doubts about Paddington. If Paddington really comes from Darkest Peru, he claims, how comes he doesn't know or speak Spanish? Or if he speaks English, he should have a Peruvian Spanish accent. I know that. I've got friends in Peru. Listen, do not complicate it, Connie. You know he comes from Darkest Peru. He's told us. His great-aunt Lucy over there, in the Home for Retired Bears in Lima, packed him off with his little suitcase. Perhaps he's learnt to sort of... Mind you, the funny thing is, I was thinking of that the other day about Gino D'Acampo, who still got the Italian accent, and somebody told me he speaks like that all the time. He just puts it on, which I thought was quite a good gag, actually. Quite good. Churches hit by the pandemic. Attendances have fallen by 2/3. Not at all surprised. Not at all surprised. They need to bring themselves up to date. Churches, it's very rare you go into a church that's full now. The only time they're full is for songs of praise. And the only reason they're full for songs of praise is because about 3 or 4 churches all come together and then they all, assemble in the one church. This is nice, says Paul. Wedgwood are doing a jade butterfly teapot, sugar and cream jug set, costs £8,000. Well, very reasonable. Actually, the funny thing is, because we go, oh, that's so expensive, a jade butterfly teapot, sugar and cream jug set, £8,000. But if you were buying something that was, say, used by Marie Antoinette or one of the members of the royal family, people would pay a fortune for things. It'd be nothing to spend, 13,000, 14,000 on a teapot. Joanne from Stoke Newington says, I absolutely love Paddington Bear. I got a handmade Paddington for Christmas when I was a child. Yeah, my brother was big into Paddington. Got all the books. And when I used to go and stay round there, I would sort of pick up one of the books and read Paddington Bear, because you can read them time and time again. They're very good. Michael Vaughan has been axed from the BBC Ashes coverage for reasons as we all know, and the gang who spat at a Jewish party on a festival bus. Of course, they've all covered with CCTV, so these people are clearly identifiable. What wine goes with beans? What wine would you put with chicken Kiev? What you put a rosé, would you, with chicken Kiev? I just like chicken Kiev, full stop, actually. I had, yesterday, I didn't really feel like sort of cooking anything too exotic, so I bought some duck spring rolls in M&S. And they've changed the pastry. They put a phyllo pastry round it, which doesn't work at all. It's absolutely ridiculous. And it just means that they put very little filling in them. You have to pay top dollar, but the filling is, they were better off before, because at least you got some sort of stuff in there. It was desperately hunting the piece of duck inside to go, oh, look, it's a duck spring roll, so be warned, there's not much inside them. Not much. What else do we have? Jessie Nelson goes out to some place called the Chiltern Firehouse. They used to get loads of coverage because the celebrities went there. And, of course, any restaurant that says the celebrities went there is best avoided, because they're only going there because people stare at them and take their picture. Whereas, in fact, I've never heard anybody mention the food. No, nobody ever mentions the food. They don't go, the Chiltern Firehouse, they do this food, or they do that food. It became a celebrity restaurant, and the one thing we don't want is celebrity restaurants, because it makes a mockery of the whole system. If you're going out for dinner, you go out for dinner. You just want to sit, you don't want people gawping at you and coming over the table going, oh, sorry, can you sign this for me? And you go, no, not at all. But anyway, she went there. She sat on somebody's scarf. How that worked out, I've got no idea. Anyway, a row ensued. And so she had to apologise. Apparently, voices were raised. I mean, the last thing you want to do is go to the Chiltern Firehouse and hear raised voices. We don't like things like that. That's generally sort of the result of alcohol, I think. What else? Who's going to win the coveted festival top spot? This is in the charts. This is I'll run through who all the contenders are, and to be honest with you, I've never known so many people who are entering the charts this year. And it's all the big guns that are out there. Is it going to be Lad Baby though? I would like to think so. Dennis says, is Tommy Steele a true Cockney? He was born in Bermondsey, which to me would be classed as South London. He certainly has the Cockney accent, which I love. I used to love watching Tommy with Mum and Dad way back in the 60s. Yeah, I thought he was great. I always thought he was great. And then I achieved an ambition and I met him. And he was lovely. He was still doing... I don't know if he's still doing Panto this year. Scrooged. He did Scrooge a few years ago, which absolutely suited him down to the ground. But it's Tommy Steele. He's that boy from Bermondsey. He used to live in Richmond, just down in Petersham, in a big house. He owned the corner. The house is still there. It's been sold on ages ago. He sold it, I think, for 10 million. Beautiful house. I mean, but they take double-decker buses round there. How his wall is still standing, I'll never know. But the house is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And there used to be a garage there, and he owned the whole corner. And I said to him, I'd pass your house when I go on the bus into Kingston, which is lovely. Steve, Harrods and the Royals gift shops are selling Christmas tree decorations marking the Queen's Jubilee in 2022. Oh, yes, you can buy all of those sort of things. And, sorry, they're what? Platinum, yes, the Queen's Jubilee in 2022, her Platinum Jubilee. Well, of course, you'll be able to buy all those sort of things, because people, I personally wouldn't want a tree decorated with decorations which mark the Queen. Her own tree, which they have in Windsor, is covered with little crowns. Talk about camp. Little crowns and little sort of like pin cushions with sort of, heraldic bits and pieces on there, which I quite like. 114 million new doses to help beat the new mutation, although I have been reliably informed, don't take my word for it, please, that the symptoms of the new COVID strain are not as bad as some of the other ones. You get milder symptoms, but still get the injection. If you get the opportunity to get it, get it. Don't risk it. The buffoons who are out there, and we've all heard them on the radio, I'm not going to be inoculated. Good, well, I hope you don't get it. Because at least you stand a better chance of coming through it if you've had the booster jabs and everything else. And I told you, a friend of mine, she queued the other day for about half an hour, and she got her booster jab and felt a lot better about it. If you don't want it, then don't have it. But don't go crying to the NHS, when all of a sudden you pick it up. Because I see people sitting on the bus with no masks on. I'm sorry, if I was a bus driver, and I know that they don't do anything, I know that, I wouldn't let A, overcrowding on buses because you're spreading it. B, go round, open all the blooming windows. That's up to the bus driver to make sure the windows are all open on the buses. It does say on there, leave this window open. They don't take a blind bit of notice, and they sit there, and you think, well, you deserve to get something if it's doing the rounds. You know, if you want to protect yourself, then you get the vaccine and you get the booster as well. Steve says, Kim, I saw Tommy Steele when he did Singing in the Rain. Absolutely brilliant. Yes, that was at the Palladium, wasn't it? I think the Palladium they did Singing in the Rain. And he's just a song and dance man. He's a good song and dance man, and he's one of our own as well.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to a freezing cold morning in London town. But I shouldn't moan about it because we're inside and there's other people who are inside and the weather from outside has moved inside as well. Over in the jungle, it turns out that these celebs are a little bit naughty. They've been smuggling things in. Simon Gregson smuggled in ground pepper, obviously to spice up the meal, 3 beef stock cubes and a jar of Vaseline. Cadena Cox brought in 2 apples, 11 Werther's Originals, 11 Frutellas and an Oxo cube. Snoochie Shy smuggled in Belvita biscuits. Danny Miller smuggled in vanilla Nescafe. And Naughty Boy took in a nail file. I don't know what the purpose of that one was for. It'd be like trying to break out of prison. He's brought a nail file in, which is very nice indeed. So they've been caught out. Now, you know, there should be some sort of penalty. I think they should have their food rations taken away. I can understand somebody wanting to take in Oxo cubes because the food is so ghastly that if you add a bit of Oxo cube, it sort of sparkles it up. But to take in Belvita biscuits seems a bit stupid. And vanilla Nescafe. I mean, somebody's going to find it, aren't they? And Cadena with 11 Werther's Originals and 11 Frutellas. Is that one a day? Is that the treat? I feel a bit sorry for a teenage British backpacker who was out near the famous Victoria Falls in Zambia, and she was attacked by a huge crocodile. Now, luckily, the friend she was with leapt in and punched the crocodile in the eyes. That's what you've got to do with them. You punch them in the eyes, and they will then release the grip. I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't go anywhere near the blowing things, but that's what they say goes on. She was enjoying a gap year adventure when this crocodile struck. Then, you know, somebody said there was blood everywhere. She was airlifted to hospital. They were trying to save her leg because what the crocodiles do, because they're not very good at eating stuff, they bite it, and you've seen them doing it on YouTube. When you get the wildebeest there, they'll grab them by the leg, and they will slowly inch back into the water, dragging the wildebeest or the zebra with them. As long as they've got their jaws clamped round the leg, they're fine, and they drown them underwater, and then they turn round, they turn over. They were trying to capture one the other day, and I think it was like 16 foot long, this crocodile. There, and what they did, they actually got it. They set a trap up with a piece of meat, and it went in there, and they caught it. And of course, it went berserk. And as they were dragging it with this rope behind a car, this thing starts turning around because that's what they do, and they rip the flesh from the whatever it is that they've dragged, be it because they don't care. They don't know that's a human, that's a wildebeest, that's a zebra. They've got no idea. They just know that's food. And so this poor girl's leg was sort of, you know, taken apart. But she was in a bad way, but they did patch her up. She was privately educated. And why that would make a difference, I've got no idea. They put down the stupidest things, don't they? It's like putting down somebody's age. You know, an 18-year-old student. What difference does it make whether she's 18? But anyway, she was very unlucky. I would say so. I would say very lucky to actually have a friend who decided to leap in and sort out this thing. But these things eat. I mean, look at the size of them, and they move fast. Like that. They're really fast. They're a lot faster than you think. Very agile. Very agile. Named. And amid racism fears in a move blasted by some fuming drinkers. The brewery giants who are Green King will submit plans to rename the boozer the Black Hound, but it sparked a backlash from locals in a place called Linlithgow in West Lothian. They said it was named after a greyhound. Ronnie Pudney, one of 750 who'd signed the petition, said it's ingrained in our history. However, Green King, they own lots of different pubs and they put people in there and all the rest of it, said we feel strongly it's the right decision. Why now? I mean, this is a 350-year-old boozer. Why now would you want to start changing a name? I don't quite understand why. Is it because people now become so woke and so snowflake that they go, oh, you can't say that? Because in a certain part of the country, the locals wanted their road names changed, and the council have said no. So you can't win. On one side of you got the pub, but of course they own the pub, so if they want to change the name of it, they can change the name of it. I shouldn't imagine Green King have owned it for 350 years. But it's interesting. I mean, the drinkers have said, no, it's always been like that, and it's named after a greyhound. Fancy naming a pub after a greyhound. What's the point of that? I thought it was, we used to play cricket in the car on pub names. If it was the Coach and Horses, you could get, depending on how many horses, each leg counted as a run. So you'd have, if there were 4 horses, that would mean you've got 16 runs, and then there'd be a driver and somebody, and you could add it up. But if you then came to something called, the sozzled sausage or something, it had no legs, so you were out. And we used to play it because I think the most common name is the Red Lion, isn't it? I think that's one of the most, or the White Hart. I don't know why, because when you think about it, the White Hart, is that something to do with battles or something, or a White Hart? What do you mean? What do you mean it's a real thing? Is it a White Hart? I'm not too sure about that one, actually. There you go. Showing for what? Oh, it's a deer. So it's White Hart deer. But, in fact, of course it's incredibly rare. I imagine it must stand out like a sore thumb in the middle of a forest. Here's everything green and brown and, oh, look, a white deer. So that's the White Hart. So that was it. I mean, it's called a calf. It's a hart is a male red deer synonymous with stag and used in contrast to the female hind. And but that's got nothing to do with the pub sign, has it? Why would it be called the White Hart? Because it's rare. Oh, right, okay. And the Red Lion would be what? Because I've never seen any red lions. You ever seen any red lions anywhere? Heraldic, that is. Okay. So is that the most popular pub name? What is the most popular pub name? I was interested in these sort of things because you sort of, because most of the people who drink in the pubs, they've got no idea. They just say we're going down the local. They never know the name of it. There you go. Red Lion, most popular. Second, the Crown. Third, the Royal Oak. And fourth, the White Hart. So there you go. So the Red Lion is the most popular. They're odd. Number one, Red Lion. I think it's been number one for ages. Number one for ages. And there's other one, the King's Arms, the Ship. Well, that's only going to be by the coast, isn't it? You're not going to have somewhere in the New Forest called the Ship. Although that is a bit near the coast. The New Inn, King's Head, Rose and Crown, the Bell, Queen's Head, Victoria, Black Horse, Castle, yeah, Cross Keys, Anchor. Isn't it funny? You would never think of anything else could be called the Cross Keys apart from a pub. Can you really? The Plough, very popular. The Railway. I suppose near a railway terminus, it'd be the railway terminals, I would think. The Rising Sun, the Georgian Dragon. They're all sort of good. They're good sort of old stoic. The White Swan, Coach and Horses, the Bull, Checkers. Victoria does quite well. But there again, she actually gets a station and a few other bits and pieces and a bridge, doesn't she, named after her, as well as a number of pubs, excuse me. What was that one there? The Three Horseshoes. The three-legged, the Three Horseshoes. The horse fell over. The Three Horseshoes. I thought it'd be something to do with sort of, money or something like that. Or a game of horseshoes. Because you can play a game with horseshoes. You throw them and they've got to go round a post. So that's 3 balls, though, isn't it? That's the pawnbroker. The three pawnbroking balls outside. We don't find any pubs called the 3 Balls. For some reason, it doesn't seem to work the same, does it? Yeah, 3 Horseshoes. Well, Steve, looks like it's standing room only on the Groovy Gang Express. Unlike the BBC One Christmas Day schedule, identical to last year's. No wonder viewers are switching off, says Clive in chilly Devon. Yes, we did that the other day. In fact, one of the papers, I think Daily Star today, have actually done the same stories we did yesterday, which is very interesting to discover that that this year's Christmas schedule is exactly the same as last year's Christmas schedule. Phil Vickery is up. Morning, Phil. I'd put an extra big vest on today. It's very nippy if you're outside. And Ian says, not true. The Ship is only a pub near the sea. The Ship has been on Wardour Street for years. But you don't know if there was water that used to flow down. Because Fleet Street, the River Fleet, used to flow down the middle of the street. Because when our studios were in Fleet Street, it had been diverted, the River Fleet, and we used to lift up a manhole cover in our master control room, and there was the River Fleet. So Wardour Street, years and years ago, there might have been water flowing through there. I don't know. I just made that bit up, actually. Made me sound a bit more interesting, I think. I'm still trying to get over this poor girl attacking a crocodile. I mean, she must have gone a bit too near the edge. A little bit... Oh, microphone. Music. News. Already? Well, I can't believe it, honestly. We've done an hour already, haven't we? More of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We'll run through, as well in the next part of the programme, the Christmas records. Who's going to be the Christmas number one this year? It's always a bit of a thing, but there's loads of them. I mean, seriously, there are absolutely loads of them. Oh, and look, and here's a picture of Meghan Markle in an early bit of acting experience, kissing some bloke. Which is fine, but let's face it, if she'd not married if she'd not married Harry, I think her career wouldn't have gone anywhere.
This is LBC.
OK, team, let's pull this deck together.
Yes, please. I'm 20 minutes from the client.
Will, where's the strategy slide?
In the chat now.
OK, Charlie, presentation on its way.
Yeah, got it. Wish me luck.
We can all relax now.
Speak for yourself, Will.
Work together anywhere. Get more from Microsoft Teams with BT, powered by EE, the UK's best network. BT and EE, better for business. Best for network performance, visit ee.co.uk/claims for more details. Restrictions and terms apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to, my goodness me, Christmas is around the corner. I know you won't believe it, but we're already into the 2nd of December, and very shortly we'll be doing the carols. The Christmas radio stations that we own are still transmitting all the festive music, which I quite like, actually. I really do. I have to retune the car radio to pick up Christmas carols, but always a favourite with me. And I think Classic FM are playing Christmas carols and stuff like that. I love it. I can't get enough of it, seriously. If LBC was a part music station, I'd be playing Christmas carols and Elton John and all the other thing. Because when you look at the classic Christmas songs, you get Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas Is You. Wham's Last Christmas, which Jake likes a lot, is a big fan of that. And Cliff Richard's Mistletoe and Wine. Shakin' Stevens, Snow is Falling All Around Us, Children Playing, Having Fun. The Pogues, The Fairy Tale of New York. But who's contending for the festive top spot this year? Elton John and Ed Sheeran. They're at 11 to 10, and it's released tomorrow. Hard to see them being beaten, says Simon Boyle. 4 to 6 is Lad Baby. If anybody can challenge Ed and Elton for Christmas number one, it's the victor of the last 3 years, equalling the Spice Girls Hall. Lad Baby is Mark Hoyle, British YouTube star, whose first Christmas number one was We Built This City, about the joys of sausage rolls. His 2021 effort has not been revealed yet, but the bookies already have him as a favourite, with Mark saying never rule out a sausage roll at Christmas. So we don't know what the song is yet. Number 25 to 1 is the Church of England, and it's the St Martin's Voices Choir performing the carol In the Bleak Midwinter. Royalties will go to the Church of England Christmas campaign, and it highlights the hardships that many experience at this time of year. So the Church of England doing In the Bleak Midwinter, which I like, actually. It's a bit of a In the bleak midwinter, oh we will go, stood hard as iron, mountain like the snow. Snow is falling, snow on snow, snow on snow, in the bleak midwinter many years ago. You never heard it? Not the way I sing it, you haven't. Bit of a novelty. I love In the Bleak Midwinter. It's very nice. ABBA, I think, first time. They're going up for a Christmas record. They really are. And it's called Little Things. I mean, they've never made a bid for the festive top spot before, so this is their first one. George Ezra has reworked Please Come Home for Christmas. Adele, is also going for it. And a group called The Lathams. I've never heard of them. They're an indie band from Wigan. They've already enjoyed topping the charts with their debut album earlier this year, titled Krampus. The new single describes the end of the world and cancelling Christmas, and it's gained a surge of support among social media users looking to rebel against the usual cheesy chart toppers. Well, we shan't be buying that one, boys and girls, shall we? Definitely not. And then the other one was Gary Barlow and Sheridan Smith. 25-1. Ticks a lot of classic Christmas single boxes, may just prove too sickly sweet for some people. But it'll beat the heck out of the Lathams. I wouldn't want to buy a song that sort of, criticises Christmas. Thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. Definitely not. At least 30 soldiers at an Apache chopper base have tested positive for traces of drugs. Apparently police were given a tip-off at Wattisham Airfield, where Prince Harry was based. After a tip-off, the drugs there were rampant. And they took swabs from soldiers' hands to check for drugs including cocaine, speed and spice. A source said nobody could believe how many positive tests there were. 30 soldiers. 30 soldiers. Which is very bad news. Mind you, they had the same at Windsor Castle. They had a lot of problems with drugs going on down there as well. So, but that was a few years back. But it's a big no-no in the army. You'll get kicked out. And 30... from this Apache chopper base. So 1 minute you've got a career, the next minute you're an idiot and you're kicked out. Not so good, is it? Not so good. What else we got here? Oh, a dodgy shepherd's pie. Killed one person and poisoned 31 at a church supper. Elizabeth Neumann, 92, couldn't stop being sick and died after eating the contaminated meal. The others became unpleasantly ill. Only 3 guests avoided it because they were vegetarian. The meal was prepared by the head chef, John Croucher, at the Crew Arms in Hinton in the Hedges. In Northants, he told Reading Crown Court he'd been rushing. He'd made the mistake. He'd not cooked the mince properly, and he'd left it, put it in the fridge, covered it over, and hadn't checked the temperature of it the next day. And so he admitted breaking food regulations, got 4 months jail, suspended. Why? Somebody died as a result of his negligence, and all he did was go, "Oh, I'm sorry about that. Shan't be eating in that place ever." Definitely not. Goodness sake. Rod Liddell, in his column today, you have to laugh at this one, actually. He says, if one more person tells me that Omicron is an anagram of moronic, I'll nail their feet to the floor. That's what he says in his column. It gets better. He says, I'm also getting a bit tired of people whining about wearing a mask. Listen, he says, it's not the imposition of martial law or the invasion of Poland. It's just a request that if you go into a shop, put a mask on to reduce the risk of spreading infection. People who think it's an infringement of their civil liberties don't deserve civil liberties. By the same token, I'm very bored stiff of lefty virtue signallers who probably still have their masks on when they go to bed at night, alone in their cold, friendless attics. People like, wait for this one, that talentless hag, Jenny Eclair. That's what he called her, a talentless hag, Jenny Eclair. Mind you, she used to work for us years ago. She had a temper one day. She came through the door and she slammed the door so hard it came off the hinges. She had to pay for it. But anyway, she said she felt she had the right to punch people in the mouth who weren't wearing masks. But as Rod Liddell says, and the bit I agree with, he says, it's a request. If you go into a shop, put a mask on to reduce the risk of spreading infection. You know, it seems perfectly normal to me. He says, just get a grip. COVID brought out the best in many of us, but also brought out the nutters from the extremes. Yeah, you can't go around hitting people who won't wear... Listen, if these people catch it, that's their business. I just don't think we should be treating them. David said, great show. Was on the bus yesterday. Still saw a few people without face masks. Oh, I see loads. Loads of people. I mean, a lot of people are wearing masks because it's the law. You have to wear a mask unless you're exempt. So they'll just say they're exempt, but I don't believe a lot of them are. Surely Ed Sheeran and Elton would be number one. Big favourite, said Matthew. Not necessarily. Lad Baby. Done it for 3 years running. I think Lad Baby could do it again. I wonder what the song's going to be, though. It's got to be something that fits into sausage rolls. And because they haven't given any clue, I think it's tomorrow it comes out. It'll be interesting. Steve, I'm 80, so have years of experience. Sainsbury's have the best mini spring rolls that I've ever tasted. Bite-sized, so good for party buffet with a little salad. Thank you, Jill, very much indeed. These ones were really awful. I don't like to say that because I'm a big fan of little duck spring rolls. They look nice in the box, but the pastry they're using is... the trouble is with Marks and Spencer's, they start economising and it ruins the product. Because before, when I used to have the duck spring rolls, they were full of duck. Little spring rolls, but full of duck. These ones, you had to really huff and puff to find out where the heck it was. It was really disappointing. Very, very disappointing. So don't say I didn't tell you. Diane from Eastbourne says our kids bought us tickets for our 40th anniversary for Fools and Horses matinee last Saturday. Booked a hotel. We got there and we're told cancelled due to COVID. I just wondered if it was closed for one performance or closed for weeks. I've got no idea. I thought everything was open. Pantomimes are open. Why would it be closed for COVID? I don't think it is. I mean, I haven't heard of anything going down at all. So perhaps it was you. But you get your money back if they cancel the performance or they issue tickets for another performance. But so unless somebody went down with it in the cast, in which case they do generally, as a precaution, try and sort of, stave off anything else that could be going on. Don't forget Cliff and Calabro. They've got a new version of Mistletoe and Wine out this Christmas, says Deb. Oh, I didn't know that. Calabro, of course, have toured with Cliff before, and they're very lovely. Very, very lovely. So they've got a new version of Mistletoe and Wine. That was that big one. I mean, Cliff just couldn't fail. Could not fail. A lot of other people saying Elton and Ed Sheeran could be number one. Well, they could be. But I'm putting my money on Lad Baby. I still think that if they can come up with a novelty, something to do with sausage rolls, they're going to walk it again. They've had it for 3 years running, and nobody's come anywhere near them. So good for them. And then there's only a YouTube thing, wasn't it? A YouTube success. And then it got sort of caught up by the media. We built this city on sausage rolls. And they all join in. All the family join in. The kids are good, because the kids must be growing up now. Every year you see them, they've got a little bit taller. What else? What else have we got here? 2 hapless crooks got an unwanted lock-in. They got trapped inside a pub that they burgled. After grabbing the till, they realised that they couldn't squeeze their way out the same way. So they got out of the Crafty Fox in Accrington by breaking a window. Unfortunately, one of them who lives in the town was identified by CCTV. He admitted burglary and theft and will be sentenced at a later date. Well, let's hope it's prison. I'm sick to death of the courts being a little bit mealy-mouthed and being a little bit, we're going to 4 weeks in prison but suspended for 2 years. And you think, why? What message does that send out to people? It sends out, the message that you can get away with absolute murder. Icy Arctic gales expected to sweep the country this weekend. Well, like it this morning. Anybody suffering from a hangover this morning must have been suffering really badly, because it's, it was freezing cold out there. And so I think today, overnight low -1, snow in the north and the south. That's what they've said. A little bit of snow. I think it's definitely cold enough. Definitely. Tomorrow, daytime high 10 degrees, overnight low -2, rain and snow. Saturday, daytime high 9 centigrade, overnight low 2, snow showers moving eastwards. You see, I don't even know where eastwards is. It doesn't help me in the slightest when they say that snow showers moving in. But I definitely feel as though we're going to be having some, a natural for what? For weather presenter. I could do that. Mind you, I used to do horse racing as well. I used to have to read the horse racing results, in the 4:30 at Lingfield. First, number 1, 16-2, Little Boy. And I would read those through. I was very good at reading that and very good at doing weather forecasting. It's all a load of old rubbish, isn't it? I mean, if you want to know what the weather is, look out the window. Don't rely on anybody on the... They spend a fortune on the television of people standing there in front of a map that they can't see going, oh, it's going to be this, it's going to be that. And I'm always thinking to myself, who cares? Who cares? I always carry a little umbrella with me now, which is, easy just in case it rains or something like that. I've always got a hat, baseball hat. Why would you ever bother about anything? It doesn't make any difference. We know it's going to rain in this country. It's Britain. It rains. Hotel staff have told of guests bizarre questions, with one asking where the Welsh rarebit lives. People actually ask. Mind you, you do get some stupid people, don't you? We know that because every so often they actually print down what people have called 999 over. And generally speaking, it will be, sorry, I ordered a Chinese takeaway and it's not arrived yet. And you go, I'm sorry, this is 999. Well, it's an emergency because we're still waiting for the food. And you think people like that should be locked up for their own safety. Definitely.
This is LBC.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. And fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, welcome along. Do you toast the Queen on Christmas Day, says Barry? Absolutely not. Why would you toast the Queen? I mean, some people do, but certainly wouldn't be in my remit to toast the Queen. I mean, she doesn't toast me. She doesn't sit there with a glass of sherry going and, Merry Christmas to everybody. They record it back in November, I'm led to believe, because I think they issue the radio version of it, and then they do the television version, and it'll be... What should we be talking about? Do you think she should be talking about Harry? Should she be talking about Philip? Who will she be talking about? I mean, because it's been another Annus Horribilis. It couldn't get any worse, could it really? Steve says, Sid Cup Julie. So the boyfriend snores, eats popcorn like a Philistine, but pray tell me, what's the correct position? Do you place your knife and fork at the end of the meal? I place them in front. Boyfriend on the side. I don't know. But they're always together. You don't just leave knife and fork on the plate distantly parted. No, not at all. They're actually always together. Well, that's the way I do it. I mean, I'm sure everybody's good. It's like, how do you eat your food? If you're eating out posh and they've got lots of cutlery arranged out there, are you working from the outside in or inside out? And the answer is you're working outside in. Okay. And then you have a smaller knife, which will be for butter, for things like that. And what do? Do you go to the butter pat or whatever and put a big dollop on your plate? Or do you take a little bit off and then sort of put it onto the bread? See, there's all these things you're supposed to think about. It's always easier to watch somebody else at the table because they're bound to get it wrong as well. Nobody cares, do they? How many people use different things? I mean, in our house, we used to say years ago, the spoon that you used for stirring your tea with, you're going to be using for your pudding, so don't get rid of it. What goes with beans? What goes with fish finger sandwiches and ketchup? So they've done a guide in The Sun today to picking the perfect plonk. What wine would you have with lasagna? Mince pie? Would you have... Oh, yes, I suppose you could, actually. You could have wine with mince pies, with crisps. I'm happy to say, writes the author of this piece, who is Emily Fairbairn, that one of the very best wines for accompanying crisps and other salty snacks is champagne. She says, I'm serious. Champagne has a high acidity, which is very good when it meets with salt. That's why if ever you go to a pub... And we went a few years ago, all bar one, over the way, and they do bowls of chips. So I was ordering chips like there was no tomorrow, because you cannot beat having an alcoholic drink with chips, with salt. It's the salt. It's the salt that gets you every single time. I loved it. In fact, in the end, I think we must have ordered about 20 bowls of chips. Because as fast as they came out, people were devouring them. Nowadays, you wouldn't, because that would be somebody putting their hand into the bowl. That's why you don't go into pubs and find bowls of peanuts sitting on the bar, because people have got dirty hands, and they don't wash their hands, and they just put them in there and say, oh, no, definitely not. Definitely not. A T-Rex that roamed Earth 68 million years ago had a bone disease that would have caused terrible toothache. Not surprised they were angry. They were very angry, weren't they, T-Rexes? Yeah, and they had little hands as well, because I've seen all the... Who's that purple dinosaur thing? Is that Barney? Barney's very, very good. He's got little hands. I mean, how are you supposed to pick things up with that? That was just ridiculous. Being booked to strip off on telly is enough to make even the most confident of celebrities think twice. No, it isn't. They're doing it for a fee. They have no... Listen, some people are so desperate they'll do anything. Absolutely. And so you've got all sorts of people. Brenda Edwards, I think Brenda's doing it. She was over the moon when she learnt that Duncan James was also ready to strip. Yeah, but it's just, and it doesn't make any difference. Brenda was brought up by her religious aunt Pamela. But it's nothing. You want to take your clothes off on television? Well, then you do it because you're doing it for a fee and because you're an egotist. Everybody's doing it. You're not doing it because you want to go on there and take your clothes off. You're doing it because it's a gig. TV viewers will not see the celebrities' naughty bits, thanks to clever lighting. Thank God for that. Although, actually, most of them we've already seen naked on the internet. Certainly Duncan James. You know. Also, they've got... who else they got? Ashley Banjo. James Jordan. He's so worried about how his what's it would look compared to other people. He's Googled how he could make it look a bit bigger. Getting a bit sad and desperate, isn't it? Also, Colin Jackson and Teddy Suarez from Love Island. Martin Roberts is doing it as well. God knows why. So that's on ITV on December the 13th and 14th, because I think they do the girls one day and the boys the other day. But Layla Morse is doing it. She's 76. But she doesn't mind doing it because she's a naturist. She's more than happy to take her clothes off, which is, fine if you want to do it. They're doing it for charity. For charity. X Factor champion Louisa Johnson fell into such a deep depression in the years after her victory that she was 17, I think, when she became the youngest winner of the talent show. She signed a record deal, and within months of her triumph, she found herself in a dark place. Everybody's suffering with this. This is nothing new. This is nothing new, literally. I mean, every time you read a piece in the paper about somebody, they've all been dealing with depression, with deep depression. And it's everybody. And it was the pressure of finding fame so fast brought the rising music star a world of depression, panic attacks, PTSD and rehab. I mean, perhaps they don't check people anymore. You need to check people because it's dangerous. You can't sort of say to somebody, all right, you're going to win this and your life is going to change, because people don't know it. People don't know it's going to change. Pret are doing the most amazing Christmas baguette, pigs in blankets, turkey, salad and stuffing, says Matt. Oh, right. I'm not sure whether you could do pigs in blankets in a baguette. Not with salad or anything else. Nick in Adelaide says knives and forks, they should be left together, side by side, perpendicular to the diner. And Simon says, do you find Ed Sheeran's music, do you enjoy it? I find it completely dull. I've not really listened to it, actually. I've not really listened to it. I mean, I couldn't tell you any of his hit singles. I really couldn't. James says last year's rendition of In the Bleak Midwinter from King's College on Christmas Eve was Hair Raised on the Back of Necks. Release that as a Christmas single, please. Well, they are going to do it, but it won't be from King's College. Actually, a lot of those, a lot of the albums that you see of the Christmas carols, they're recorded years ago. Donkeys years ago. Most of the choristers have grown up now. I know that because I remember looking at it, said, oh, this was recorded back in 1992 or something. Because, once you've heard a group of carol singers singing In the Bleak Midwinter or Hark the Herald Angels Sing, including Descant, you've heard it all. Little Julie says, my Dave always collects the plates together and then puts all the cutlery together on the top. He does that in restaurants too to make it easy. We do the same. We do the same. If you're sitting there and somebody's coming round, you do put your plate on top and somebody will move the knife and fork. James says, our family used to say, Christmas starts when the first Coca-Cola ads appear on the television. Holidays are coming. Holidays are coming. Those lorries are lovely. Do you think they've really got that many of them? No. Probably the same one. It's just superimposed loads of times. We were going to have it in Leicester Square years ago, but Westminster Council said no. You know why? It's encouraging people to drink sugary drinks. We're so woke, aren't we? We really are. Not because people can't make up their own mind anymore. Steve Whiteheart, King Richard II was attacked by a stag in the Windsor Forest, savaged by a white hart which came between. Many pubs adopted the name Whiteheart as the legend spread. A stone, the Basingstone, marks the site on the A30 near Bagshot, says Colin. Well, look at you. Look at you knowing things like that. Goodness sake, honestly. There's always a story, isn't there, behind just about everything, which is very nice. Beards are good for your elf. This is like a Father Christmas thing. Having a bushy beard means you're 3 times less likely to be carrying the MRSA superbug. I suppose because it's got to try and sort of fight its way through. And Bradley Cooper's been held up at knife point on a subway. It happened in New York City. He said it was pretty insane. I'd gotten way too comfortable in the city. My guard was down. I used to walk around with headphones on. I was on the subway and I got held up at knife point. He said he was soon up against the post but managed to run away unharmed. Good Lord. Honestly, nowhere safe, is it? And Kylie Minogue's net worth surged to 60 million quid after adding 2 million in the last year. She's banked 6 million in the past 3 years. She's paid £600,000 in tax over the past 2 years. Is that all? £600,000 in 2 years. And she's worth 60 million. Blimey. Doesn't seem very much, does it? She's also put her name to wine, homeware and accessories, because that's what they do nowadays, isn't it? If you're well known enough. If you're not well known, you might as well give up completely. Nearly 5 million people have snogged co-workers at Christmas parties. Dirty people. Don't do things like that, do you? A survey of Festive Bash confessions revealed men were more likely to kiss a colleague than a woman. Wow. Daniel from Leeds revealed his married finance director made a pass at him at his work. He said he wasn't openly gay and was married with children, so it wasn't something I saw coming. I declined his offer, but it was super awkward whenever I bumped into him in the kitchen. Honestly. What a thing. 1 million have asked for a co-worker for their number while in a relationship with a similar amount, telling their boss they have feelings for them. Oh, my Lord. Jamie Oliver's not cooking the family Christmas dinner this year, leaving it to his mum, Sally. He's heading to his mum's in Essex for old time's sake. He said, I'll be doing the meat and the gravy. Well, that's the important bits. You know, your mum can do the pigs in blankets, already done. You just need to stick them in a tray in the oven. He said, being together is precious. That's what life is all about. Absolutely is. Absolutely is. And Freddie Flintoff is to hitch a ride on Jeff Bezos' rocket to check the Earth is round. He said he can't be sure the planet is not flat without witnessing it from space. What? Not serious, are you? He says, I don't know if I'd sooner go to space or people come from space to us. Either way, the flat Earth thing has been an interesting one. I spoke about it a few years ago on a podcast. I don't think the Earth is flat, but I've not been to space. I've not seen it's round. What, you've not seen any pictures of the Earth looking... What do you think it looks like? Rectangular, for God's sake. He said, I listen to people. If I haven't seen it myself, I can't be sure. Are you quite mad? Or are you just pretending to be mad? Are you just doing it because it's a little bit desperately silly? But anyway, he has kids, Holly, Corey, Rocket. Corey's a very popular name all of a sudden. And he says, I've got 9 GCSEs and none of them were to do with medical stuff. It's not my business. Ask me about a car about cricket and I can enter into a conversation, but yet you have no idea that the Earth is round. I mean, seriously, that is desperately worrying. Desperately worrying. He says the flat Earth thing has been an interesting one. No, I mean, you must have seen pictures of it. It comes up on your internet. You know, there's a picture of the Earth going round. You know, I mean, you don't... Well, you kind of lose the will to live, don't you, really? Voters have branded vaccine minister Maggie Throop Minnie Mouse after not hearing a squeak out of her for about 3 months. She's accused of being invisible. Yeah, but a lot of MPs are like that. It depends whether the press take to them, doesn't it, really? And streaming platforms still lag behind traditional channels in the ratings. Just 5 shows, 4 on Netflix, 1 on Disney, claimed a place in the UK's most 100 watch programmes. Did you see Harry the other day complaining about big business exploiting people? This from a man who's just trousered. How many millions was it, Harry? I did forget, actually. About 100 million, was it? So does that class you as big business, or are you just taking the money, are you, mate? Because Netflix want to know why the podcast never materialised. Only asking, you know, just wondering whether or not you've taken on a little bit too much and you're not particularly good at any of it.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning, Steve. Have you got the film Shirley? Never even heard of it. Tommy sang the theme music, says Tony. Shirley. I do like Tommy Steele, though. I do like him. I always liked him, actually. But as I say, 84, I think he is now. There's Paul says there's a pub in the New Forest. It could appropriately be named the Ship, as the New Forest was where Henry VIII got the wood to build his ships for his armada. Really? Well, of course, they've got, I mean, literally in the New Forest, they've got Romsey down the road and all sorts of places. There's some lovely places. The New Forest is lovely. It really is beautiful. Absolutely lovely, especially in summer when you've got sort of the ponies running through and little streams, and there are pubs in the middle of the forest which are sort of particularly busy. It's very good for walkers. People love doing the walking. But yeah, I mean, that's my favourite tourist attraction, isn't it? Going round to see the Mary Rose, because I'm assuming the wood for that ship must have come from the New Forest. But really, I mean, really well worth going to see. One of the best tourist attractions I think I've been. According to the Daily Star today, angry Donald Trump, good Lord, he's not still around, is he? Has accused a publicity-shy woman of disrespecting the Queen and using her ginger husband. They always talk about Meghan Markle being this publicity-shy woman because they say that she's made all these allegations, and she said basically you're dissing the royal family. which I suppose is, I mean, perhaps it was her raison d'etre to do that. Who knows? I've got no idea. All I know is that since she came into the royal family, and Harry had sort of been dragging around behind William and Kate for ages and ages. Every time, there's William and Kate there. Oh, look, there's Harry at the back. Because most of Harry's girlfriends didn't want to get involved with this kind of stuff. And then he meets a woman who claims she had no idea who he was, and yet he was targeted by her. She's very forgetful, is Meghan, very forgetful. But I do sometimes think without Harry, her career would have sunk without trace completely. Kellogg's are trialling recycling packaging for cornflakes. They're going to replace the plastic liner with paper in packets at a small number of Tesco stores from January. Well, why can't they do it for everybody? If they're doing it for Tesco, why can't they do it for everybody? We've got one of those shops in Richmond where you go in there and you take your own containers in and you fill them up so you don't have to sort of waste packaging, which I've never quite understood, but there you go. I'm loving my Jackie Lawson advent calendar. So beautiful with the London theme, says little Julie. And I love Jackie Lawson. For those people who do not know, she's an artist. She draws these Christmas cards and they become animated, and you join her website, and it's not very expensive. And she's got hundreds of cards. You can send them to people for Christmas, and you can personalise every single one of them. You just go at the end, you just go, dear whoever, Merry Christmas, and it writes it for you, then shows you the card, you can see what it looks like, and then you send it to somebody. But you can keep a record on your website of who you send to and when their birthdays are, so you never forget somebody's birthday. It's a brilliant idea, and so cheap. So cheap. So I haven't seen the advent calendar, but I'm going to look for it now. Thank you. Alan in Clayhall said it's snowing like a blizzard in Dunstable throughout the night. Not seen one gritter. Well, they've said that there is going to be snow, and of course it will hit Dunstable, and so you haven't seen a gritter because probably it caught the council unawares. If it comes down the early hours of the morning, somebody's got to phone them up and go, "Snow, hello, snowing." But normally they hear in advance, so they go out gritting, don't they, the night before? That's what I thought. Wayne, my trolley dolly friend, tucked up in bed, walked past the studios last night. There was a premiere at the Odeon taking place. The atmosphere was great. You can't beat this great city. You can't. We get all of these things here. We get all of the premieres, and it's lovely. Oh, here we go. Here is the Jackie Lawson. She paints all of these by hand, and then somebody will animate. Have you never seen these before? These are fab. These are so good, and you can send as many as you like. You can send 1,000 cards if you want in a year, and you only pay the one price for the year, and it's absolutely brilliant, and it's so pretty. And then at the very end, I mean, it'll have things. They're so good. Somebody alerted me to them about 15, 20 years ago. Can you buy last year's advent calendar? No, you can't. But when you look at them, they've got sort of cafes and people queuing up, and they're so brilliant done, and they come with music and everything else, and you click on different things, and you click on something and you get another piece of animation, and her dog features in all of them. At some point you will get to see her dog, which is lovely. All the favourite activities are there, and she does them for birthdays, for Christmas, for Hanukkah. She does just about everything you think, because I thought she was American. Don't know why the name Jackie Lawson just sounded American to me, but absolutely not. Absolutely not. Heinz and Terry's have come together and done a chocolate orange mayonnaise. Where have you been? Obviously not a regular listener to this programme. We did this yesterday. Old news. Goodness sake, honestly, it's sounding like some of the newspapers. So Disney has reportedly banned a Simpsons episode mocking the Tiananmen Square massacre. The platform's launch in Hong Kong last month, viewers said that the episode was missing. Yes, I think it had been taken out, actually. They don't want to upset anybody. They're very good at not upsetting anybody. Most gig economy workers have been injured at work. Blimey. I didn't realise. I've never had an accident at work. I don't think so. I've never tripped over. Have I ever tripped? I don't know. I might have tripped. I fell over in the shower once. That's a dangerous thing to do. Don't fall over in the shower. Oh, blimey. That's why I've got a seat in the shower. It's so much easier. So much easier. And there's a porky pooch who weighed the same as a baby elephant, has shed over 6 stone. You see, even dogs, the trouble is, dogs keep eating. They don't know when to stop eating. You keep putting food out for dogs, they'll keep eating it. Oh, look, there's Andrew Castle on the television. Because he's away at the moment, isn't he? He's been away for the last week, I think, because I had Andrew Pearce doing it. It's always nice to hear. Humanity faces being wiped out by Terminator-style smart weapons. Military chiefs have been warned. Computer expert Professor Stuart Russell says the risk posed by artificial intelligence killing machines is so great he wants them banned. I read a story years and years ago about a war that was taking place. They said in the future the war will be played like battleships. So you will have sort of, okay, B7, and the other side will go, oh, you've just hit so-and-so town. And all those people in that town had to go to the extermination unit because they'd been killed, but it saved having to go out there and kill. But they just went into an extermination unit. And then the other group had a turn. They went to C15. But it was, well, it seemed, I think it was something like Doctor Who. I'm pretty certain it was like Doctor Who, because I remember thinking, this is slightly strange. It was a new way of doing wars in the future, saved having to go out there. Well, of course, war's horrible. War's horrible. It's not exactly a bundle of laughs, is it? So that's what they actually thought it would be. And these people went into... Motorists are finally seeing fuel prices ease from record levels, but only by half a penny. They're ripping us off. Absolutely ripping us off. But the trouble is, what else can you do? Unless you can make your car run on something else, do let me know. And millions of lucky pups are going to be pampered with treats this festive season. Over half of Britons make an extra special Christmas meal for their four-legged friend. That's why they're fat. That's why they get fat. You're not supposed to do things like that. Definitely not. Drool-worthy dishes served up to the pampered pooches include turkey, beef and pigs in blankets. They're dogs. You get a tin of kenna meat, you open it, you put it in it looks disgusting, but that's what they have. That's what they eat. Police said a trucker should buy a lottery ticket when he walked away from a wreck with just a small cut. This is in Derbyshire, and as far as I can see, no snow. But it completely destroyed the cab. But he got away with it. And looking serious, as I say, like Victoria Beckham, shaves years off you because smiling makes you appear older. Well, of course it does, but it shows that you've got a face that, looks younger. And she avoids grinning in public as a form of armour. She's never grinned, although I have a picture of her grinning. I have a picture of Victoria Beckham grinning, and she signed it for me. And she said, see, we do smile. Because she looks great when she smiles. It's just that she wants to sort of hang on because she's now heading up to 50, isn't she? She's 47 now, so she's getting there slowly but surely. But apparently, grinning had little or no effect on the perceived age of middle-aged people. So middle-aged men have more wrinkles than middle-aged women, and their prominence around the eyes increases more when a man smiles than it does when a middle-aged woman smiles. But it doesn't really make any difference because you're still getting older. Whether or not your face looks as though it's demonstrating it, I've got no idea. But it's a case of you are getting older. The fact that you can't smile. But I've got pictures of her smiling. Dave smiles, occasionally. New expert joining a place in the sun, Craig Rowe, has worked in the property industry for years. I thought he worked on QVC. Can you check on Craig Rowe, R-O-W-E? I'm pretty certain he works QVC. I'm 99% certain. I think he's one of those presenters. I think he does pantomime and everything else. But he's now become one of the team in A Place in the Sun. He's loved it since his teens and nurtured my passion for property. There you go. He's when he won QVC Presenter Search. There you go. When not at QVC, he loves travel, property renovation and getting bendy and yoga. By Jove, I tell you. And he likes cool tech. Yeah, he works on QVC. So now he's one of the new ones for A Place in the Sun. But they've now got, I think, about 6 presenters on there. So I knew him. I think he wrote to me a few years ago, actually, because they do funny hours on their shifts as well. But they're all going mad for selling not only food, but clothing, Christmas decorations. Whereas Ideal World are now concentrating on... They've got a bloke who sells... What does he sell? Drones. He sells drones, electric cars, all sorts of little bits and pieces. He speaks like he's a machine gun. He's so fast. This is 150. I've never heard anybody speak so quickly, apart from me, on a good day. Steve, it was an original Star Trek episode, not Doctor Who, says Roger. I knew I'd seen it on something. I knew, actually, you're right, actually, because it was probably quite an expensive thing to actually to do. That's why. That was the new war, so it was an original Star Trek. I have all of those for some reason. I don't know why, because I was never really a particularly big fan of Star Trek or anything like that. I quite like little bits of it, but the whole thing, people got obsessed with it. As I say, I remember when we had all these stormtroopers in Leicester Square. It was one of the best things I've ever seen, actually, next to all the fans for One Direction who were turning up. The noise, it was like an aircraft taking off. Phil Neville, former Man United star, he could probably have as many friends as he wants, but he admits he's got 6. He revealed his class of 92 teammates, Beckham, Scholes, Giggs, Nicky Butt, his brother Gary and a golf partner, are the only people he calls pals. I wonder how often all these people speak to each other, because generally speaking, you have lots of, they're in a football club. They own a football club. Which one do they own? Salford City. That's a football club, is it? Salford? Hilarious. Hilarious. Salford's got a football club, ladies and gentlemen. And so they bought a football club. How interesting. Oh, well, there you go. Because isn't Dave single-handedly building a stadium over in America, which seems to have gone nowhere at the moment because he's too busy taking the money from Qatar? Into Miami, yeah. Well, that'll not see the light of day in my lifetime. I can't. Have they actually found somewhere to build yet? Because they had a problem before with people going, we don't want it here. So I was never sure whether it was... Yeah, we'll find out in a moment.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
So here's this Arsenal defender. He's in all the papers today, and he fought off some people who demanded his car keys. This is the Arsenal defender, Gabriel. I don't know what his surname is. It might be both. I have no idea about football. But anyway, he fought off masked armed robbers who tried to steal his Mercedes from the garage of his luxury home. He'd returned home and parked the car when he was approached by 2 men, while a third waited outside near his gates. One of the gang, Abdi Muse, was armed with a baseball bat. Together with his accomplice, he ordered Gabriel to hand over the car keys, which Gabriel did. Muse then made a grab for him, but the footballer punched him in the face, which is not what he was expecting. The robbers fled with Gabriel's keys, but left the car behind. I mean, it was only a 45-grand Mercedes. For God's sake, it wasn't even top of the range. Gunners manager, Mikel, is it Arteta? Praised the way the player had handled the robbery, which happened in August. He said it's not a nice thing to happen. He was shocked and obviously wanted to change a few things. But anyway, Muse from Tottenham was jailed for 5 years. That'll teach you. You won't go round... I love the idea you were punched in the face. He admitted robbery and possessing an offensive weapon. Apparently a baseball bat is an offensive weapon, which you can well imagine. But police traced him through DNA on a hat, which was knocked off in the struggle. Amazing, isn't it? Mind you, it's happened quite a few times. As I say, these footballers, they're entitled to as much privacy as the next person. When you get toe rags like this, Abdi Muse, 26, he'll be over 30 when he comes out of prison. What a waste of a life. What a waste of a life. And thinks you can nick a £45,000 car. But didn't get the car. They got the car keys. Dean says, my daughter's in the BA Panto this week. Cinderella, lots of fun and for charity. Cinderella, most popular pantomime. As they told you in the papers the other day. And Jan says, I can't believe the year's gone so quickly. I can't either. I cannot believe it. I can't believe that, by the time we come back after we've had this weekend, we're going to be sort of nearly halfway through December, which means we're practically getting ever closer. And presumably everybody listening who works has been asked, will you be working over Christmas? I mean, at one time, everything closed down for Christmas. You could guarantee that everything was closed down. Now it's not. Now you get about a day and a half, if you're lucky, and then it's all back to normal again. That's why, as I said earlier, when you watch people staggering out of supermarkets with trolleys piled high, I mean, literally piled high with stuff, I find it absolutely amazing. Because you think, what are you going to do with all this food? And you can never eat as much, can you? But people panic. I know that I will be seeing, after sort of during Christmas Eve, empty shelves, because people will have left it too late to actually go and get the things they need. Whereas, in fact, you should really do it today. If you've got a freezer, if you're lucky enough to have a freezer, you can pop stuff in the freezer. There's no shortage of pigs in blankets, no shortage of Brussels sprouts, all the frozen vegetables, no shortage of turkeys, turkey crowns, chickens, beef, nut roast. It's all there. And yet people will leave it till the last day. There'll be queues everywhere. I can guarantee on Christmas Eve there'll be queue. Well, I mean, mainly in Twickenham, they're queuing up to pick up their Norfolk turkeys. Because Sandy's, the fish shop, they pre-order. I've seen people queuing at the moment to go and order their turkeys. They want to make sure they're going to get it. And I think they're all guaranteed their turkeys. So there's no shortage. It was only a short while ago. You open up the papers and they go, oh, it's going to be a shortage of turkey, it's going to be a shortage. And you think, why are you saying this? The answer is they want to get as much money in as possible. It's as simple as that. Susanna Constantine says televiewers deserve a reboot of What Not to Wear. She hosted the makeover show with Trini for 4 years and says the format would still work. Well, we've got too many of these sort of programmes. She says people are crying out for something honest and not watered down and homogenised, like a lot of TV. Well, that's what they want. They want cheap and cheerful. You know, and they've got now they've got programmes where you get somebody who's going out on a date, and the person who gets to go on the date with them is the one who's picked the outfit that they like the most. And you think to yourself, that's how shallow television has become. And they look at some of these outfits, you know, and these people say, pick me. And you think, I wouldn't want to go out with anybody who wanted to be on a television programme which was about dating. I find it bad enough when you get two people who go out for sort of lunch in a restaurant hosted by Fred Sirrex. And you think to yourself, this is about as desperate as it gets. It can't get any more desperate. You get people sitting there going, oh, yeah, I'd like to go out with them. Do they ever see each other again? Most of them, not. Most of them not. So they obviously hate each other. It's like the people who take all their clothes off on television for naked attraction. I mean, once you've seen what somebody's got, why would you want to bother going out with them? The whole idea is it's supposed to be a surprise. Tommy Steele said being knighted was the highlights of his 65-year career in showbiz. 84, honoured for services to entertainment and charity. He said it was like a dream come true collecting the award from the Princess Royal. He says, I thought I'm going to the throne room at Windsor Castle and I'm going to walk out a knight. And Sir Tommy told how Anne spoke to him of his career. Well, I mean, everybody knows Tommy Steele. Everybody knows. If you're over the age of 35, 40, everybody knows Tommy Steele. Still going. Whether he's working this year, I don't know. Is he working this year? Let's find out if Tommy Steele is working. But there is one festive offer you'd want to consider carefully before accepting. The original house from the film Home Alone is available for a festive sleepover for up to 4 Airbnb guests. How lovely. I'm sort of looking at it, thinking that would be the house. I bet you'd be disappointed in the neighbourhood. But it is there. I forget how much it costs now, but you may want to tread carefully, because the house was booby-trapped, if you remember, some years ago for Kevin, who screamed in it. 1990 that film was, but the house, which looks enormous, it's a mansion. And you can rent it for 4 people for a festive sleepover. I don't think it's expensive as we think it is. But that would be nice, wouldn't it? I think you should be able to sleep in all these sort of places. I mean, you could probably rent a room in Downton if you really wanted to. I'm sure that they would accommodate you. But all these places are available. People want to sleep in places which they've seen either on the television or they've seen it on the news or something like that. I think when they did The Godfather and The Horse's Head, that house came up for sale. It was over 100 million. But they would only show you round it if you could prove that you had the money to buy it. They weren't going to show it round to people who just wanted to gawp at a really beautiful house. An early bedtime is better for your health than more sleep. They did a study of volunteers, assessed how their sleep patterns affected their metabolism and blood sugar, which of course linked to diabetes, high blood pressure and obesity. So a poor night's sleep associated with a less healthy blood sugar response to breakfast in the morning, no matter what was eaten. Because I tend to vary in the morning. Tommy Steele is not doing anything this year. Well, he's knighted. He can put his feet up and have a bit of a rest, I think. But no, I mean, sometimes I'll have a yoghurt in the morning. It's probably not the best thing to have. Or failing that, a little piece of chocolate. If you have an injection, then you tend to sort of have something which compensates. And I'll try and get through as many things as I possibly can. Elf on the Shelf. Wasn't it something? And they're doing this as part of a mirror shop. You get 10% off, and you get your Elf on the Shelf, and it's illustrated, and it's all wonderful. In fact, they've got a website, shop.elfontheshelf.co.uk/mirror, because they're all over they're in every garden centre I've been in over the past couple of weeks. Elf on the Shelf, tons and tons of them, but I can't remember where it originated from. Presumably, it would be some sort of DVD or a video about the festive season. But they're saying there was some MP who said, oh, no, we shouldn't have that. We should have more positive images. And I'm thinking, why don't you just go away and mind your own business? I'm so bored with people who want to interfere with things that everybody else is getting on very well with, except these people. Do you remember years ago, somebody complained about Tom and Jerry? Tom and Jerry was complained about by an MP because it was too violent. And that was all those years ago. They're still at it, these sort of woke people and the snowflakes. The scale of fake online reviews has been laid bare by new statistics. Around 80 million items bought on the back of glowing reviews turned out to be duds, according to figures from the National Trading Standard. I bought something the other day, which I'd ordered, and in fact I was beginning to wonder whether or not somebody had nicked it. And it was from Singapore, and it arrived yesterday, and it's a ball which you charge up, and it's got rotor inside it, and it floats, and it's very good. It's got coloured lights in it and everything else, and you literally just charge it up on the internet, and this ball, which is, I don't know, probably about the size of that, okay, and it's really good, and you literally, you throw it and it returns to your hand again, but it's, at the time, it's spinning, so it's like a drone, but it's round. I've got all sorts of drones at home. I bought, you know, all sorts of them, because if they've got lights on them, I buy them. I've got one at the moment, which is still in the box. I bought it ages ago, and it's got 2 cameras on it, which move up and down. And I think I only paid about 60 quid for it, because they're very cheap. And I think I paid about 25 quid for this ball. I was going to bring it in today, and then I thought, no, otherwise I'll be spending all the time playing with the blooming thing. But it doesn't matter. The music means that we're heading towards the news at 6 o'clock this freezing cold Thursday morning. It's the 2nd of December. Some of you will be probably grabbing in a little few days holiday before the festive season kicks in properly. And some people will be going, not more snow, please not more snow. Well, apparently over the next few days there is going to be a bit more snow, so be well aware.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday, 2nd of December. Freezing cold. It really is cold. They're building a bridge. Nothing new in that. This one is being funded by the Network Rail and the charity People's Trust for Endangered Species. Okay, which is very nice. And it's a lovely bridge. It's costing £80,000. And why is it being done? It's to save wild hazel dormice from extinction. Now, I've heard of this before, where a road has been put in and newts can't get to the other side, so they build sort of a tunnel underneath so they can get. This £80,000 bridge will feature a climbing frame which will connect to the dormice populations, helping them find food, new mates and better nesting sites. They don't realise that this is costing £80,000. And I've seen them before where they put wires over a road so that squirrels can get from one side of the motorway to the other by climbing up, and hedgehog tunnels. They do it all the time, but £80,000, I'd never even heard of the wild hazel dormice. But we have to save them from extinction, because the track divides sites chosen by conservationists to establish new dormice populations. They've fallen by 51%, largely due to a loss of quality woodland habitat. And do you not think maybe owls eating them? That's what I would guess, actually. So they've got to fit this new dormice population project. It's a 36-foot shielded treetop structure to protect against predators. Because, I mean, so now we're going to have to sort of do something else to try and work out how the predators are going to be eating as well, because they rely on dormice. That's why the things are down there. I mean, these owls swoop in at night time. Some friends of mine used to live in a house, and you could see the owls going backwards and forwards across the fields of a night time. And that's what they're looking for. They're looking for dormice, because owls swoop in very, very quickly. And so the next thing is they'll have to build something that sort of protects the owls, and so means that they can start eating again. I suppose what we do is build up the dormice population and then sort of open it all up, and it's a free-for-all. Seems an awful lot of money, though, doesn't it? £80,000 for a bridge. I feel a bit sorry for a very keen camper called Brian Sterling Veet, who went into his Centre Manchester branch of Go Outdoors, and he spent about 300 quid on some sleeping bags and camping beds. On the way home, he realised he'd forgotten to buy tent pegs, so he drove back and spent another 8 quid. He assumed there'd be no issue, because the car park outside the shop had a big sign promising 1.5 hours of free parking, and even with the second visit, he was well within that limit. Unfortunately, he hadn't spotted in smaller print it said that return visits within 2 hours are banned, and he was hit with a £100 ticket reduced to 60 quid for early payment. Go Outdoors said they were very sorry to hear of Brian's experience, but couldn't do anything about the charges. Meanwhile, the car park operator, Bay Sentry Solutions, has not got back to him. It's absolutely balmy. He said I should get a ticket for being a repeat customer. A parking scheme that penalises genuine customers is an immoral travesty of justice. I paid the fine as I had no other choice, but it hurts to be ripped off. He's not going back, by the way, to the city centre for his Christmas shopping. He's decided he's doing it online. What a rip-off. What a rip-off. You know, that's what they do, though, don't they? Because they've taken a note of your number, and then they say, wait a minute, oh, it's gone. Oh, wait, it's come back again. You haven't read the small... That's the problem, isn't it? People reading the small print. They don't bother. Listening to you from the beach in Qatar. Very un-Christmassy here. Well, I should imagine it must be miserable as sin. Luke, 27 degrees and not a turkey in sight. And Lorna says, I'm going for major surgery today and terrified. Oh, never worry about it, Lorna. It's easy peasy. They do it all the time. It's not like they're having a go at it. It's easy. Quincy's Guess is one of Tommy Steele's best Christmas films about a toy trying to get to the top floor of a toy store to escape being discarded to the furnace. God in heaven, I've never even heard of it. I do like Tommy Steele, though. As I say, the films that I've seen, I mean, I'm sure somewhere in my collection of DVDs, I've got the Half a Sixpence film, because that's got everything in it. It's British, it's got the dance numbers, it's got loads of famous people in, and it was just so brilliantly well done. And he was just brilliant. He was brilliant in it. And as I say, having met him, I'm sort of feel very, very pleased with myself, actually. So I'm glad he's been knighted. It's taken long enough. Apparently, you're all having nookie 4 times a week. In your dreams. In your dreams. I don't think so. And as the temperatures plunge outside, they're soaring in the bedroom because apparently December is to put it politely, it's the randiest month. You feel a little bit more frisky. Fueled by booze and the party spirit, couples have sex 4 times a week, double the amount they were getting last month. I can't believe it. I mean, honestly, how ridiculous. How do they know these things? Who do they talk to? Apparently 8 in 10 were not inhibited by friends or relatives staying. La, 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 la. Don't want to know about this kind of thing, do we? Jessica Leone says the reason why sex peaks in December is booze. We do lots more partying at Christmas, and couples are much more likely to get passionate when they've had a few drinks. Apparently December, as I say, it's the highest. Next to that is July. July is very popular. I don't know, probably holidays, I should imagine. The worst month is November. So people don't seem to bother. Twice a month in November. I don't know who they've spoken to. Nobody I know. People who'd rather stay and have a cup of cocoa and go to bed early with a packet of crisps. Much easier. So Elton John's son, who is 10, is obsessed with sea and lake fishing. I wonder at what age they will realise that sort of daddy is famous. I wonder what age they will realise that Elton John is so rich they're never going to need to worry about anything at all, which I quite like. So who's taken their clothes off? Here they go. Layla Morse, Wendy Richard, Saved My Life. Layla is the oldest, I think, for Strictly the Full Monty. James Jordan, like Therapy, and he says here that he's looking to make everything look a little bit more impressive, but it doesn't make any difference actually, because they won't show anything at all. Martin Roberts, it's for but they all get a fee. They're on a fee, these people. It's got nothing to do with his willy, though, has it? No, that's what I was talking about. Martin Roberts is doing it as well, and he says he's a typical bloke. He's not feeling confident about the strip. No, I should imagine not. Colleen Nolan, I don't know whether she's actually doing it or I don't know what she's doing. I thought she'd done it before, actually. Brenda Edwards is also doing it, and you know Brenda from the television. Christine McGuinness is doing it as well, together with Colin. This is Colin Jackson, and Duncan James and Demi Jones. Never even heard of her. Never even know. How can they put somebody on there? This is supposed to be celebrities. Oh, she's from Love Island. So there you go. So that's her claim to fame. So they're all going to be doing it. And it's spread over 2 nights. And it'll all be done sort of... I should imagine Duncan James will probably look the most buff. Although James Jordan might do. Colin Jackson just can't wait to get his kit off, I should imagine. But spreading it over 2 nights... will be very... They do it every year. They did it last year, and they'll do it again this year. Oh, look, a whole page of an advert with With poor Eamon Holmes and his feet, honestly, he does suffer with his feet, doesn't he, an awful lot. But luckily he's got one of those machines, which I'm sure they must have given him, because he's been advertising them on the total. But ever since he advertised this machine for feet, there's various other versions of it have come out again. Estranged Princes William and Harry yesterday came together to honour the legacy of their mother. They met winners. William hosted a reception at Kensington Palace for 10 British winners. Harry met 10 winners from the rest of the world on a video call 5,000 miles away. Hardly worth bothering, is it, really? And here they go. Tremendous. Boris Johnson turning on the Christmas lights and applauding the choir. Very good tree outside number 10 Downing Street. Very, very good tree. As I say, beats the heck out of the one in Trafalgar Square. I mean, it's seriously bad this year. I mean, most years it's not exactly the best. Lewis says it's snowing in Uxbridge, and Gerard said it's snowing at Heathrow. Oh, God, that'll cause problems, won't it? I should imagine. Steve, do they do these corridor tunnels with koalas? Oh, they do them for koalas in Australia, says Shane. Do they? Must be fairly big tunnels. And Catherine says, I think we've got half the dormice population in our attic. The noise is unbelievable. We've got owls as well. Yes, you've guessed it. We're deep in the countryside. Yes, I mean, it's quite nice, but as I say, you have to think about all the other animals that rely on the dormice as being a food source. I don't like to sort of tell you things like that because I think it kind of ruins it, which is always a little bit of a shame. Michael Vaughan has been axed from BT Sports coverage of the Ashes. The former England captain is to be part of Fox Sports commentary team. BT Sport was to share the audio, but is no longer using it after Vaughan was named in a damning race report into the former side Yorkshire. He strenuously denies that he made a racist comment, but it appears to be collapsing like a huge pack of cards, which is not good for him at all, even though he's denied everything. And Virginia Blackburn's column today, her champagne glass is always half full. Prince Charles has been fingered, she says, as the royal who asked about baby Archie's skin colour, which he vehemently denies. And I do not believe, she says, for 1 nanosecond he's racist, quite apart from anything else. There have been rumours for decades he had a relationship with Sheila Ferguson from the 3 Degrees. She says, I also know parents of mixed-race children who've had exactly that discussion, not because they were racist, but in exactly the same spirit that parents talk about whether their child will have brown or blue eyes. When are these infantile complainers going to grow up? We are a nation of complainers. In fact, we seem to be complaining about everything. Pub signs, pub road signs, this, that, you know, somebody said this, somebody said that, somebody said this. And so it goes on. People complain about everything. There won't be anything left very shortly. Even Biggins said very shortly, pantomime dames will disappear. The reason being, it's a man dressed up as a woman. Why isn't a woman doing it? And you go, because it's a comedy character. And they go, well, why can't women do that? Women can do comedy. Yeah, but it's always traditionally been a man. It's like the principal boy is always a girl. They'll have to change that as well, turn it into a principal boy. It's all going pear-shaped, isn't it? Not as good as it could be.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
I love the idea that Catherine says the noise from the half the dormice population in their attic. Because actually, the funny thing is, that's where if you've got owls in your attic or in an outhouse or something like that, you're going to find bits of dormice, because what they do is they eat owls, and then I think they pass it out as in it comes out as a little fur ball kind of thing. There's a terrible story in the paper today of police investigating a video showing a gang of men spitting at a bus full of Jewish passengers. I thought we'd got a bit past this kind of thing. Footage shows them shouting and making gestures, including what looks like a Nazi salute. One yob hammers on a window of the open-top bus, which was full of people, including children, marking the first night of the Jewish festival Hanukkah on Monday, handing out food in Oxford Street. After they were targeted, the celebrations ended and they were driven in the bus to safety. The Community Security Trust, which monitors anti-Semitic incidents, says the attackers were extremely hostile, threatening and abusive. The director, Dave Rich, said there'd been a huge rise in anti-Semitic crimes this year, and Sadiq Khan says, I utterly condemn these disgusting acts. The Metropolitan Police said they were treating the incident as a hate crime. Well, let's hope they find them. Let's hope they find them. Get them into court and let's see people thrown in prison. This is just absolutely unacceptable. You get people who are a bit thick and stupid, don't you? They can't help it. It's not their fault. They are a bit dim. Smoking has claimed 8 million lives in the UK in the past 50 years. 8 million people have died of smoking. Mind you, some people, for some peculiar reason, don't seem to be affected by smoking. And they smoke. You know, you get people, they go, they're 100, and they're still smoking. Yep. John Wayne smoked for years and years and years and years. And admittedly, it did get him in the end. And I can remember when I went to hospital to go and have my stents done years and years ago, there was a bloke in the next bed and he couldn't wait to get out of hospital to get back to smoking again. I mean, progress has been made. 2 more deaths expected, 2 million more deaths in the next 20 years. I wonder if it's made any difference, you know, hiding the cigarettes away. So you go into a shop now and the cigarettes are covered up, so you have to ask for your brand of cigarette. I wonder whether or not that's made any difference. Because, I mean, you still see people smoking outside. I've got a producer who smokes, you know, and he sort of enjoys his cigarettes. Doesn't seem to have made him ill or anything like that. I don't think he's ever become ill. He just enjoys his cigarettes. And I enjoyed smoking as well for years and years and years. But it does seem fairly strange that in this day, so 8 million in the UK in the past 50 years. So I know it sounds a bit ridiculous. That doesn't seem very many to me. In the last 50 years, 8 million people have died through presumably smoking-related illness, which will be the emphysema and stuff like that. But, I mean, I did smoke. I do wish that I'd never started, but it was one of those, listen, you can't turn back the clock, can you? If you enjoy smoking, enjoy smoking. Undoubtedly, you will become ill, and undoubtedly, you know, it will affect all sorts of things. But it's just one of those things that people do nowadays, and it's so addictive. I can't tell you how addictive it is. It's terribly addictive. Steve, I'm off to get a coffee and a bacon roll. Nothing beats it. Coffee and a bacon roll. How lovely. I like getting the little hash browns from Burger King at Waterloo Station. That's my favourite. It is absolutely my favourite because I can't eat the McDonald's ones. They're too big. I like the little ones, which were much nicer. Channel Survivor. This is a guy speaking in France. He told how people drowned and died within minutes in the freezing water. This is a guy called Mohamed Issa Omar. He said he's haunted by the disaster, which claimed 27 lives on Wednesday. He said, I saw people dying in front of me. Those who couldn't swim drowned and died within minutes. He's understood to have been left partially paralysed after being in the freezing water for 10 hours, which is unbelievable, isn't it? And despite their best efforts to try and pump air into this inflatable thing, it sank gradually. That Priti Patel will meet her Italian counterpart today in a bid to find a solution. Speaking from Rome, she said, I don't know what they've got to do with it. The appalling events in the Channel served as a reminder of how people are putting at peril in the hands of criminal gangs. Yeah, they do tell you in the criminal gangs, apparently. They had it on the television the other day. Somebody saying, if you take this route, there's a very good chance that this feeble, cheap rubber raft will not get you there and you will die. But people are so desperate to get away from France or get away from wherever they're coming from that they're prepared to risk it. But of course, it's icy cold, those waters out there. You're not going to survive but seconds. It's like the Titanic. When the Titanic went down, you know, people didn't last because they just literally died of hypothermia within, you know, minutes. Lots of people looking for Christmas jumpers at the moment. Very festive. I quite like it when people wear Christmas jumpers. I like wearing Christmas jumpers as well. And there's loads of them. They're very cheap. They seem to be turned out cheaper than normal jumpers. You know, you get a normal jumper now and you can pay 25, 30, 60, 70. You pay all sorts of money. Go for a Christmas jumper, £12. £12 for a Christmas jumper, just to look a bit festive. Mylene Class is looking a bit festive. And she was styled by her daughters with a kit for Save the Children. Because you can buy the Tom Whatsit, the diver, Tom Daly, you can buy his, but you're buying a kit. Whereas I wish they'd make the blooming things up, you know, and get them done on machines in wherever they make these things up. But it's quite a nice idea, Christmas. It's a bit festive, isn't it? A bit better than nothing, you know. But it is cold that you'll need a jumper this morning, I promise you. It's if you've not been out. Mind you, might work in a place where you can't. If you work in a bank, I don't think you can actually. You're allowed to wear Christmas jumpers, apart from, I suppose, in the last few days of the festive season. But I think the rest of the time you have to sort of, you know, look reasonably smart. Steve, says Sunil, told my 15-year-old how people used to smoke on aeroplanes. He thinks I'm joking. No. You smoke anywhere. Used to be able to smoke in my studios. There was no non-smoking ban. It was only till we moved to one of the buildings. They went, it's a no-smoking building. Yeah, I smoked on air. Yes, I had an ashtray in the studio and smoked on air for years. And then when we moved to Hammersmith, and they said it's a non-smoking building, but the union struck a deal with the owners of the building that one place could be designated as smoking. And it was my studio, so people would sit in there, puff. It was like working sort of, in a scene out of Beauty and the Beast with all this smoke everywhere. How times have changed. Now, I remember seeing on one company, in their car park, they'd drawn a big square in paint, and you had to stand inside the square to smoke your cigarettes. You see people all over the place now smoking outside. Yeah, and you set the fire alarms off. I can remember, I can't tell you who it is, but there used to be, because a lot of radio presenters smoke. Don't ask me why, I've got no idea. We just used to smoke. And this particular person was sort of smoking, but they got caught out by somebody who said, we've seen you smoking. And they went, yeah, I know, it's a bit of a weakness. And so people now have to go outside the building. So you imagine it's wet, miserable, freezing cold. You've got to put your coat on. You've got to rush down the stairs if you smoke here and go and stand outside the front door and have your cigarette. Bonnie Lithgow, says, I'm in Laguna, Los Angeles, and it's a smoke-free city. See, it's amazing, Bonnie, you must know that as well, as to how much it's changed. When you think that I could sit in my studio with full ashtrays and people would sit in there, I'd be doing my programme and I might have as many as 6 or 7 people sitting in there, just having a cigarette, looking at their telephone, although actually not really looking at their telephones because they only sort of came in a few years after that, in a big way. But people used to sit in there, and we had a guest in, Warren Mitchell, the actor, and he came and he went, cigarette smoke, walked out again, because people became very anti-smoking. It became very anti-everything, actually. And for some peculiar reason, it then sort of took off, and all of a sudden you couldn't smoke anywhere, because it was a fire risk. I mean, you remember when you could smoke on the underground? I used to smoke on the underground. You'd go down the escalator, and there'd be all the cigarettes going round on the escalator, and you'd get on the train, and you'd see cigarette ends all over the place. You could smoke on the underground. You could smoke everywhere. Chris Lowry, who knows this because he used to be with us all the time, said the newsroom used to be a fug of smoke. People would sit there. I can remember getting the news, waiting, and the news editor would be sitting there with a cigarette in his mouth, typing up, and all the rest. Seriously. But on the underground you could smoke. And it only changed after the fire at King's Cross, where people lost their lives, that people suddenly realised you could sit on buses, only upstairs, but you could go upstairs and smoke. You couldn't smoke downstairs. You could smoke everywhere. There was nowhere you couldn't smoke. You'd sit in a restaurant. I could sit in Joe Allen's, and up to table 6 you could smoke. Beyond that it was non-smoking, but of course smoke drifts. It's as simple as that. People think it doesn't drift, but now it's checked. We're supposed to be healthy. See, I don't know, actually. I wonder how many joggers, because I know loads of dancers who smoke. Loads of in West End shows who smoke. Mainly because they're fit. And the one thing you have to be is fit. But I've seen people on these motorised little tricycle type things, whatever they are, for elderly people. I can't remember what they call them. Literally with a fag on. They're driving these things, which they've probably spent a small fortune on, and they've got a cigarette on. I'm thinking, it'd be good to give it up, but I appreciate how difficult it is to give up smoking. It's not easy.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
A lot of people sending me in texts and emails going, we've got snow. I need proof. I want to see a picture of snow. If you're in Dunstable or wherever you happen to be and you've got snow coming down, take a picture. Send it in to me, please. I have to see proof of this, because we had this before one year. Somebody said, we're knee-deep in snow, and it turned out they weren't. It was practically a heat wave going on, which is quite nice. I found out, by the way, the Home Alone mansion, 20 quid. If you want to spend a little bit of time there, and 4 guests can spend Christmas in the house for less than £20. How fabulous. Imagine. I wonder how much of it is original. And imagine if you owned a Botticelli. It's a painting. This one is The Man of Sorrows, and they're hoping it's going to hit its auction estimate next month. It's Jesus after the resurrection. It dates from 1500. So somebody with a lot of money, they're hoping it's going to fetch £35 million. £35 million. Sotheby's Christopher Apostle, if you believe that, said the work was a remarkably realistic portrayal of Christ. Although I don't think they would be. I don't think any of these are representations of Christ. Definitely not. Anyway, they say it's the defining masterpiece of Botticelli's late career. It'll go on a global tour, including London, before the sale on January the 27th. However, Botticelli's young man holding a roundel fetched how much when it was sold in January? £70 million. £70 million. Imagine owning something like that, painted in 1500. I mean, I know that the auction houses are now targeting people who spend a lot of money on paintings. They will spend hundreds of millions of pounds. And they were showing some guy on the television. He was being shown around. It was either I think it was Sotheby's. And you'd never have known he was that rich. And he was looking at pictures. He was just dressed very casually. And he was looking to spend. He didn't care how much he spent because he had an electronics company in China. And he was one of the new breed of young collectors. He had Picassos in his dressing room, in his flat. I mean, he had just everything that you could possibly think of. It was absolutely amazing. Bonnie Lithgow says, I had to laugh as we all smoked in the young generation. Remember the young generation? I do. And the BBC was always in a cloud of smoke when us dancers were having a crafty smoke just outside the studio door. I don't think I ever saw any dancers, Bonnie, in all my years of living with dancers, who didn't smoke. They all smoked. It was a way of, because you were being fit, so you were keeping the weight off. And the young generation, I loved those. You don't see things like that now. It's only when I look at, old Sunday night at the London Palladiums that the young generation and the second generation were on. And I remember thinking then, how fab. I'd love to have been in a group like that. Oh, that would have been absolutely the best ever. The best ever. An amateur gardener unfortunately attacked her neighbour's girlfriend after she'd objected to her display of plant pots. Angela Williams overheard a remark made by Jasmina about the containers on the drive of her £400,000 bungalow home. Williams called Miss Vidovich a fat cow before punching her in the face. So anyway, it went to court, and she lost. She lost. She said, you can't do things like this. And she was found guilty of assault, fined £180, told to pay £100 costs and 34 victim surcharge. The unrepentant defendant shouted from the dock, she's not getting a penny from me. This is in the court. Williams was warned she could go to prison if she didn't pay. Anyway, the bloke next door is now sold up and moved out, he said, because of the incident. That's the worst thing, isn't it? You fall out. I wouldn't mind, but they're just plant pots. But unfortunately, they're the wrong side. They're the wrong side. They're on somebody else's side. But you can't go around doing things like that. But I love the idea. She's not getting a penny out of me. When you go to prison then you'll learn. And the longer you keep going, the longer it goes on. A telegram written by Adolf Hitler, which reveals the first time he appeared to realise his Second World War victory was not assured, is enthralling historians. I hope it's genuine. We had this before. I remember years ago. Which newspaper was it? Was it The Times? Bought the Hitler diaries. They turned out to be fake. And they paid a fortune for these diaries. You never know what is right and what isn't. But this one here, Hitler penciled the phrase, come what may, into a draft seen by experts as the seed of doubt about Germany's fortunes. So they'll have to sort of check that. And also possessions of a Second World War hero who sacrificed himself to save 20 civilians have been unearthed by builders. Private Albert Willingham of the 10th Battalion Parachute Regiment jumped on a grenade thrown into the cellar of a small detached house in Oosterbeek in the Netherlands. It had been heading for Voskuil and her son Henry 9. The blast instantly killed the paratrooper, who was initially buried in the garden of the house in 1944. His remains were later moved to a war cemetery, but his red beret, cap badge, gas mask, coins and a hip flask were left behind. They were dug up 8 decades later, while the new owners were doing some garden works and are now set to go on display at a museum. Can you imagine? Can you imagine giving your life like that, throwing yourself onto a bomb, on a grenade to save 2 other people? Amazing. Welcome to the Teddy Bear Hospital. They meet a woman in the Express today who's on a mission to restore much-loved toys to their former glory. And they've got one here, a patient before surgery and then after surgery. And she obviously loves doing it. Her name's Sasha. And she's very good, because some teddy bears don't look like teddy bears. If you look at the original teddy bears that they sold, they didn't look they looked a bit scary. I've got some Steiff teddy bears and things. I've also got Piglet. No, they weren't that expensive. No. Well, I mean, they were, because they're limited edition. Now they're worth a bit of I mean, I've got a few actually, but I've also got Piglet. I don't know why I decided to buy Piglet. And he's Steiff, and I've got a Paddington Bear Steiff, as well. You can only tell they're stuff, but some of the early stuffs are worth a lot of money, a serious amount of money. People like collecting things like that, but it's got to have the little stud in the ear. That's what you're looking for, and I like stuff like that. I really do. I sort of bought them, but the good thing is I've left them all in the boxes. I've not taken them out of the box. I've had a look at them, but then I've closed the box again and I've left them. I've got quite a few things like that where I've sort of left them because they're only worth money if they're perfect. It's no good sort of, trying to sell. I know they're supposed to be played with, but how do you play with a sort of a cuddly toy? I didn't do cuddly toys as a kid. I had a teddy bear. He used to make a funny noise. He had a little thing in his tummy, a little paper thing, and you go, and that was, I don't know perhaps that's the noise teddy bears make before they kill you. It was quite scary, I thought so, but most of his fur, bless his heart, his plush had fallen out. But he was my sort of little teddy bear for a long, long while. We used to have all sorts of stuff like that. I loved it. What else we got? Oh, this gardener story. You've got to read it. So I'll let you enjoy it when you read it. But it's this shouting back from the dock. She's not getting a penny out of me. Thousands offered freebies if they wear trackers and improve their fitness. It doesn't matter what you do for fitness. You can walk up and down stairs 20 times. That's always quite good to do. Also, the Maxwell trial, day 3. And they're asking all sorts of questions. Do you remember Andrew being on the flight? Yes, because he took a flight. In fact, he probably took quite a number of flights. The only thing I didn't understand about the whole Andrew and Jeffrey Epstein thing was Andrew claims that when they were photographed together in that park, he said, I was telling him I can't be friends with him anymore. I thought, why don't you just sort of phone him? Would have made it an awful lot easier. And then they look at the properties that Jeffrey Epstein had. He had a Gulfstream G28, a Boeing 727, the main house in Jeffrey Epstein's £21 million Zorro ranch. He had a £164 million property empire. He had a lovely place with views of the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, and his townhouse on New York's Upper Side was absolutely vast. Plus he had a helicopter, and then they've got the interior of the plane. It was a life of luxury. A life of luxury. It was, I can't remember, though, what he made his money in. But whatever it was, he made a lot of it and enjoyed spending it. And then there was that bizarre thing where he was able to take his own life, which was very odd. Anyway, day 3, it'll probably go to day goodness knows what. Having a choir singing outside your residence is very nice. Having a tree that looks so much better than the one in Trafalgar Square is an absolute miracle. You'll end up looking at our tree if you're coming into London, and loads of you will be coming into London, because you're going to be wanting to go to the shops and to do the Christmas markets and to do all the nice things we have on offer, and there's all sorts of things taking place. But if you go past number 10 Downing Street, you can see the tree, you can take a picture of it, and it's beautiful. It really is a lovely tree, as are the ones in Covent Garden, and yet the one in Trafalgar Square is just awful. It really, as somebody said, they must really hate us. It's just that it's always been very unimaginative. They've been doing it since 1947, but let's get a better one, please. Even if it doesn't come from there, it can come with good wishes. We can take it from Scotland, make it so much easier.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 10 to 7, wrap up warm today. I think actually from this week you can start wearing your Christmas jumpers. Although I did speak to somebody the other day, and they weren't wearing a jumper, and I said, why not? They said, because I wore it the other day. I said, but the good thing about jumpers, excuse me, is the fact you can wear them, for about a week. It's not like a shirt or a T-shirt or something like that, where you sort of change them on a daily basis. Jumpers, you just sort of pop on, don't you, really? Which is nice. Have you seen the Viennetta chocolate Yule log, says little Julie. I have not. That sounds a bit calorific for me. And Sue says, what are those light-up balls you were talking about? I've got no idea. I'll have to bring the little thing in tomorrow and tell you. But they only come from Singapore, and they take forever to get here. They really do. And the other thing I've got to fathom out, it's got a little remote control that comes with it to turn it off. But it looks like the battery is sealed. It doesn't look like you can open it and change the battery. So once you do that, you can charge this thing up and set it off, and it's fine. But to actually stop it turning, you need the little remote. But I'm worried how long these little flat batteries last for. I don't know, they last a year or 2 years, in which case, do they keep going forever, these little things? You're only pushing it once to stop it and turn it off. Probably it doesn't use very much power. But I did look at seeing whether I could open it up to see if you could replace the battery. That's the only downfall of it. But no, it's quite good actually. I might take a little sort of film of it. I'll see if I can work it out for tomorrow, but probably not actually. I have not, John in Crewe, seen the Beatles documentary Get Back. He said it's over 9 hours long. It's recommended and brilliant to watch Lennon and McCartney craft their magic. I think it's amazing that all of their songs have endured throughout the years. You can listen to the Beatles songs now. They sound as fresh today as the day that they were recorded. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. And also, this is lovely. Taking two photographs at the same spot but decades apart and then meld them into one. And they've got one here, which is a guy called Ned Parfitt. He's 15. Well, he was 15. And they took this picture, I think it was near London's Trafalgar Square. And it was taken when the Titanic sunk, and he was a paper boy. So what they've done is they've taken a picture of him standing on the pavement near Trafalgar Square the day after Titanic, standing by the offices of the White Star Line, which were down there, which owned the ship. He died 6 years later, aged 22, 2 weeks before the end of World War I, in a shell blast, as he picked up clothes to go on leave, because he was in the forces. And then they've superimposed a bus, a modern-day bus, behind him, so you can see him standing on the pavement with people also reading, and he's holding up a big thing with Titanic disaster, great loss of life, evening news. It's a fascinating picture to see. It really is. And then they've done it with quite a number of people. A photograph on Westminster Bridge in the 1940s, and then standing on the same bridge, taking a mobile on a selfie. Twiggy, leaning on a lamppost in Notting Hill, back in the 1960s. Muhammad Ali, walking down Great Windmill Street, and then other people walking down, but present day. Oh, we've got a photograph of snow. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? That's actually, see, Aberdeen, I'm expecting snow. Looks very pretty, doesn't it, with the lights on, although it looked blooming freezing to me. So thank you for my snow picture. I like snow pictures. Very big into snow. We had it a few years back when the snow did come down. I know it's come down in certain parts of the country. We like them. The more the merrier. The more the merrier. There's also another picture just finally. And this is artist Tory Westcott's 80-year-old father with his own father and a 2-year-old self in 1942 at the Freedom Fields Park Memorial in Plymouth. So it's a modern day sitting on exactly the same memorial as his father, who was then 1942. And so it looks as though they're talking to each other, but of course they're not, because it's been superimposed onto it, but in exactly the same position. It's fascinating. You can only find this in the Daily Mail. It's well worth it. Where they've come from, I've got no idea. But you can find... Oh, actually, there's an Instagram page. I don't have Instagram, which is a pain. It's called at Hunter of History. At Hunter of History. But it's interesting that Ned Parfitt, selling his newspapers at 15 years old and then killed 6 years later, 2 weeks before the end of World War I. But it's the superimposing of the pictures out. So obviously the White Star Line, who owned Titanic, were based near Trafalgar Square. Very interesting. Rees-Mogg in the probe over the £6 million loans. I heard James O'Brien talking about that yesterday. But I am pleased for Tommy Steele, flashbang wallop. It's Tommy, and he was very thrilled. And the tests for careless elderly drivers. Apparently a scheme allowing the over 70s to avoid prosecution for careless driving should be rolled out across the UK. Fitness to drive assessments, which are currently used by a handful of police forces, evaluate motorists who are caught committing offences such as skipping a red light or driving too slowly. There is such a thing. They then offer guidance on whether the driver's licence should be revoked. Those being tested would avoid the typical £100 fine and 3 penalty points. All I want is my freedom pass back again, but trying to convince them that I do live where I live and have done for 30 years is like, asking, God to materialise again in front of us all, which would be a nice thing to have. The worst play ever would be funny if it didn't epitomise the hard left tripe passing for theatre today. This is on at the National Theatre. Breathtakingly inept, said the Times. Even The Guardian called it clumsy and crass. Yes, it's on at the National, which gets £16 million of public money. Good Lord above, honestly. Everybody's moaning. Everybody's moaning. Morning, Steve, says Mr. Neil. It's a happy 60th birthday to wifey Lorraine today. He says, I love her with all my heart. She's a rock to our family, so caring and loving. Look at that. There's a good picture. There's a good picture. So happy 60th birthday to Lorraine. And if you're celebrating your birthday, like Lorraine, wifey, little wifey, and everybody else today, have a fantastic day. I bet it's cold out your neck of the woods. It's certainly cold in London town. Also banned. The ads claiming that plant-based diet makes you stronger. Apparently, so years ago it was just, what did Popeye used to take? Spinach. I never liked spinach. I know people eat it all the time. It's never appealed to me. But I do like the Industrious Council. This is the council in Wokingham in Berkshire. And drivers were not told that they were bringing in new restrictions. Well, the council said they were told. And so what they've done is the council have come along with one of those car grabbing machines. They've lifted up the car, painted the double yellow lines underneath, put the car back down again, and then the traffic warden gave them all a ticket. And they got quite a few of them. Somebody said, I parked there last night, there were no signs. And then at 10:30 the next morning, they one by one, they lifted each car and they put them back down again, but with a £70 ticket. Pauline Jorgensen of the Borough Council said this incident was caused by an unfortunate coincidence that our parking enforcement contractors happened to be in the area shortly after the yellow lines had been painted. Oh, do us a favour, please, for goodness, they happen to be in the area. Yeah. They don't call them traffic wardens now. Apparently it's offensive to traffic wardens. Can't win, can you? We do try. Listen, have a lovely day. Wrap up warm. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to the 3rd of December. Welcome to it's another blooming cold morning. Another cold morning. Little Mix have decided they're going to take a break for a few years. Now, wait a minute. We told you this weeks ago, and they were going, no. Now it turns out we were right. They were just not being very truthful with you. How much do you think it costs to go to the theatre on a Saturday night? How much do you reckon you paid for a seat in a top West End show in the stalls on a Saturday night? The results will stagger you beyond belief. 15,000 homes still without power for a 7th night on the trot. And it isn't just can't get the car started, nothing to cook on, no electricity, no heating, no nothing. What about women who are pregnant? What are they supposed to be doing at the moment? It's ridiculous. Also, Spain's new travel ban. No jab, no holiday. Simple as that. And a shortage of Father Christmases means 8 out of 10 children could miss out. Well, go around and find somewhere else to go, for goodness sake. I watched a very good programme the other day, which was with Richard Bacon, and he was looking at basically those students and all sorts of other people who complain at the drop of a hat about something. They jump on a bandwagon. They have no idea what they're talking about half the time, but they send out death threats on emails and text messages and stuff like that. And Richard was saying, after his cocaine scandal from years ago on Blue Peter, he said nowadays, if that had been, today, nobody would have bothered about it. Nobody would give him a flying forex, but because he was a Blue Peter presenter, as you know, Blue Peter presenters are not supposed to either have sex, drink alcohol, or take any drugs. Although, in fact, it's kind of worked to their disadvantage, because that's exactly what went on. They had a single mother on the programme. We had the Richard Bacon. There was somebody else as well. And God forbid they had a gay presenter. Oh, there's probably been more than one gay presenter on Blue Peter. But a gay presenter who went out to gay clubs. Oh, the bastion of children's television. It was still a good programme, though. Still a good programme. Also, Hamilton's Formula One team in a deal with the Grenfell building firm. I didn't quite get it either. Health Secretary who wanted to ban smoking outside of pubs, because we're a mamby-pamby organisation now, and we have to go, not allowed to smoke because it's going to kill you. Well, everything's going to kill you. Crossing the motorway in the dead of night wearing dark clothing is probably likely to kill you as well at the same time. The village that time forgot in 1943. It's an old story, as indeed it would be from 1943, but it's still a good one. And what is Chris Mills famous for? He's only 19, but he's very, very successful at what he does. He solves Rubik's Cubes. He's currently the Rubik's Cube champion. I remember interviewing a little lad years and years ago, 13 he was, and he'd written a book on how to solve the Rubik's Cube. He could literally do it blindfolded. He knew exactly what he was doing. He just had to see the cube, and then he remembered, he went, done. And he could do it in something like, in those days, it seemed quite a long time, 13 seconds. There's a guy in Covent Garden who's there during the summertime, and he's got a computer with a timer on it, and he reckons that he can solve... You give him a couple of quid, and he will solve a Rubik's Cube that you've mixed up in under the minute. And if he doesn't do it, you get your money back, and then it's doubled. He never loses. It's like the people in Covent Garden. You used to get them years ago. They would look at you and guess your age. I should try that one, actually. That could be a quite good one. Elton John has said something very rude about Ed Sheeran. It's a very rude thing, actually. In fact, it's actually quite funny because it ties in with a story that we ran about Ed Sheeran about 2 weeks ago. And the story was that Ed Sheeran didn't like going to public toilets because he was worried that men would stand next to him and have a look at his willy. You know, because men, you see, are in that unique situation whereby we sort of wee into a urinal, whereas women go into a cubicle. You know, why can't men go into a cubicle? Mind you, go abroad, there aren't any urinals. It's all men in cubicles because they have unisex toilets. Men and they don't really bother about it too much. But anyway, Ed Sheeran said he didn't want men looking at his willy. And Elton John has done an interview with Jonathan Ross's programme saying, he said, of course, the one thing about Ed Sheeran is that everything on him is small. And so, of course, poor old Ed Sheeran, honestly, now he's been outed as having a small tinkle, which is not so good, is it? Very sad, a young boy dies in a ski slope accident, not abroad, in this country. It's one of those indoor ski slopes. And he crashes into something. He's not wearing a helmet. And his parents get a phone call saying, you need to come over. He's had an accident on the ski slope. And they go over there. And within, I think it's less than half an hour, he's died whilst they've been there. I mean, it's so sad. And so they were talking to him and all the rest of it while he was dying. And they want to start a campaign for people to wear helmets on these ski slopes, which are indoors. They're not outdoor ski slopes. They're indoor ski slopes. They've got one in Dubai as well. But I don't think there's any compulsory wearing of helmets. But this little lad died. But nothing is going to take away from the fact this poor little lad, who you're going to see on the front of every single paper today, 6 years old, beaten to death in the West Midlands last year after a campaign of cruelty by his father and stepmother. Two pieces of vile pond life that I can't even begin to tell you what I would be wanting to do to them. How you could do this to a little 6-year-old boy. The social services, brilliant though that they must be, I'm sure not, had dismissed warnings about bruises. They do the usual thing. Little baby P. Remember how damaged he was, physically and mentally? This little boy here, 6 years old, they were feeding him food with salt on. They were slowly killing him. At one point, he was made to stand in the hall, whilst it was freezing cold. They literally, these people tortured this little boy, and nobody did anything. The social services, totally useless. And I thought that after baby P and a number of others, Victoria Clumbier was another child who was almost beaten to death by the people that were supposed to be looking after it. How you could ever, in the case of little Arthur, he knew something was going to happen because he apparently said to his father, "You're going to hurt me." He's 6 years old. He was 6 years old, and when they get sentenced today, what will they get? Smack on the wrist, go to prison, maybe for life, and that's it. You would like to think that there'd be something more than that, but there appears not to be nowadays. The woman apparently was even more revolting than the man. It's just, you just give up, don't you, really? I can't think of any penalty for them that would really want to make them suffer. It's just so disgusting. The only good story today is the drugs giant GlaxoSmithKline have said their COVID-19 monoclonal antibody treatment has been shown to work against the Omicron variant, which is a bit fast, isn't it? So we're very pleased about that. And what was I reading the other day? There was another pop star who'd come out. It wasn't Sting, was it? It was could have been Rod Stewart, who was complaining bitterly about people who refused to wear a mask. And he said, people like that, he said, just don't deserve to get any treatment from the NHS if you're stupid enough. You do get people who go on television and they say, oh, I'm not going to wear it because you don't need to wear a mask. It's not going to stop you getting COVID. And the answer is, it's not going to stop you getting COVID, but it's going to make it a lot easier to treat if you don't have the vaccinations. And believe it or not, there still are some thick people out there who do not have vaccinations. They just don't think it works. And those are the people who end up being in the newspapers saying, please get vaccinated, as they then drop dead in front of their families. It's terrible. I was at Waterloo Station yesterday. The good news is that a lot of people, certainly more than before, getting off the trains are wearing masks. The better news is that I think 1,500 people were fined the other day, £200 for not wearing masks. I don't believe the figures, but that's me just being terribly cynical, because I work on the assumption that if they say, oh, it's all... How are they enforcing this? How are they enforcing? You don't have to prove to them that you've got a medical condition. You don't have to prove you're asthmatic or anything, because you can buy things that will cover you for sitting on a train. These people are selfish. They don't care if they're infected and they infect you. They're not bothered by that. But they should be. They should be bothered. Apparently, some people have been fined quite heavily for not wearing masks. But at Waterloo Station, it's amazing how many people who work at Waterloo Station are not wearing masks. I can't quite understand why they would not want to. They're the ones enforcing it, and yet they're standing there. I see groups of them standing around, directing people, this platform for that train, this platform for that train, not wearing masks. They can't all be asthmatic. It's not physically possible. But we'll wait and see. EastEnders star Nina Wadia says she was once punched in a shop by a so-called fan because people are a bit thick, and they believe that it's real. They believe that EastEnders is real. I remember years ago there was a guy called Arthur Brownlow, who was a character in Crossroads, and he was having troubles in the show with his daughter. Somebody beat him up on the streets because they believed it. They were that dim. Somebody dies in a soap. I remember somebody died in Crossroads, and people were sending in wreaths and flowers. And I remember thinking, it's only pretend, but they take it so seriously. So seriously. The disappointing Norway spruce tree, God knows it's a disaster. It really is pitifully awful. It even looks worse with the few lights on it. And yet I found a better tree, a much better tree, and it's within about 200 yards of the Trafalgar Square tree. And you've got to see it. You've got to see it. It's the best one I've ever seen, and it's outside Charing Cross Station. To the left-hand side, it must be owned by the hotel, and it's about 20 foot tall. And it's not a real tree. It's not even a fake tree. It's just a giant cone. But this thing is brilliant. It's colour changing. So 1 minute you'll be looking at it and it's bright orange. The next minute it's bright red. Then it goes blue. Then it goes green. Then it goes yellow. And then the tree splits into sections. And all the different sections go a different colour. And then they fade in. And I've never seen anything like it. It must have cost thousands, but it's the most brilliant tree I've ever seen. It really is. It's fantastic. And then the whole tree turns to blue and all the lights start twinkling on it. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. I was urging people the other day saying, listen, if you're down in London, you're going to do a bit of Christmas shopping, go and have a look at Charing Cross Station. You can't miss it. It's on the left-hand side. At night time, it looks even better. It's beautiful. It really is absolutely beautiful. And yet you've got that scrubby little effort, bless their hearts, from the people of Norway in Trafalgar Square. I mean, it's you might as well just stuck a twig in a pot. It's awful. It really is awful. And then some expert on forestry sent a thing into the newspaper saying, well, sometimes trees get, damaged or whatever. You think, but wait a minute, this is coming from Norway. It's not like they've only got 10 trees sitting outside a shop. They've got millions of trees. I know, because I've been over there in the forest and seen them. They could have picked a better tree than this one. Perhaps the people cutting it down didn't realise half its branches were missing. It's really scrubby. The lights are pathetically awful. And, and it doesn't bear well, does it? If it's that bad this year, you can imagine next year, the people of Norway go, well, sod you, we're not going to send you a decent tree, after not sending us a decent tree this year. But when you look at the tree outside Downing Street, you look at the tree in Covent Garden, they're beautiful. They're absolutely beautiful. I mean, surely around the country, all these, the capital cities, these trees must be lovely. I mean, they've got a nice one at Claridge's, which is courtesy of Dior Menswear's artistic director, Kim Jones, billed as the Celestial Snow Globe. It's quite lovely. Mind you, of course, it looks like my entrance hall to my place that I'm going to buy when I win the lottery tonight. It's very grand. Sweeping staircase. Actually, there is a place that's in... where did I see it? It's a house that came up, and it's in Country Life. It's a mansion. It's 30 million quid. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's a new build mansion. It's got an indoor and an outdoor swimming pool. How cool is that? A marble hall with a super sweeping staircase. And it's got bedrooms. It sits in 30 acres of land. I think it's in Surrey. It's really nice. It's really nice. And I thought, if I win the lottery tonight, I could buy that. And then I thought, it's a bit too far away. Bit too far away. Barry in Hounslow says, you recall I sent a message about Harrods teddies that had sold out online. Well, they have. And there are none in the store. Got there 11:15 in the morning. All gone. Even the really expensive ones. The good news is I asked somebody who looked and they got me one from a back room. Ooh, I'd keep that one quiet, Barry. They could be in big trouble. Not allowed to start going into the back room and ferreting out teddy bears. Goodness sake, honestly.
Picture this. The year is 2084 and the last prisoner of conscience has been released. No more oppression. No more abuse of human rights. Who made it possible? You, of course. Because way back in 2023, you left a gift in your will to Amnesty International UK. You refused to rest in peace until all injustice was stopped. Write your will for free with Amnesty International UK and fight injustice long into the future. To learn more, visit amnesty.org.uk/gifts in wills.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
We've now got obsessed with trying to find really expensive houses. Oh, I just saw that one a minute ago. That's quite nice, isn't it? This is Baynard's Manor Park in Cranley in Surrey, and it's 1,250,000. I think it's a flat. I think that's a flat. I'm having a look, actually. Oh, look at that entrance hall. Look at the size of those curtains. Unbelievable. So a little bit more about the property. Oh, I like that. It's a little bit sparse, isn't it? No, this has got to be a flat. Don't you think so? No, well, don't like the kitchen. It's hardly got anything in it. Hardly got anything in it. Yeah, look at a small little conservatory. No, this is a flat. Go down a bit. Go down a bit. Go down a bit. Let's have a look at the wording on it when it'll tell you what it is, because this looks to me, even though the building is beautiful, wait a minute, it's a significant portion of the manor house. It's got wonderful Tudor panelling and a grand reception, wide and low-rise oak staircase, which leads to the master bedroom, which is quite nice actually. Original Tudor beamed ceiling, 2 floors up. So it's a house that's been split. But still quite nice, actually. Still quite nice. Go down a little bit further on that one, see what else it's got. So it's a house. It's 3,253 square feet. Small orchard. And you've got gardens and herbaceous hedgerow boundaries. It's freehold, which is good news. And a detached double garage can be accessed from within the front courtyard and from the lane. It's very nice for just over the million. There you go. Save up, your money wisely, and you'll end up with something very nice indeed. I like looking at people's houses, other people's houses, and then, I was looking at the Star and Garter some time ago. They've got a penthouse there, which goes for, I think, about £3 million. And there's all sorts of places. I mean, even in Walton-on-Thames, some nice mock Tudor places go for about £4 million. When you start looking through, I can spend ages doing this. Country Life is my go-to magazine for finding out the price of houses. One of them here, it's just a plot of land, and it's going for £4 million. It's got a naff house on it, and all they'll do is they'll just knock it down. There's one at St George's Hill, which is very posh around here, £12 million. £12 million is, for that you get a really nice house. So you should do, actually, when you look at the price of these things. Even small little houses, little what I call terraced houses, go for, over £1.5 million nowadays. What sort of mortgage you're supposed to have, I've got no idea. Christmas puddings, according to the papers, are getting up to a third less booze. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought you put the booze in the Christmas pudding. I didn't think they put the booze in it. I had no idea, because we used to put brandy in it, and then, of course, you set fire to it, which is quite nice. But they say up to a third less booze. That doesn't really make any difference, does it? Elton John says he likes to help musicians in difficulty, and mistletoe has soared in price because of topsy-turvy weather. Well, I drive through the park just down the road from me, Bushy Park, and there is tons of mistletoe. Unfortunately, it's very high up on the trees, but with a set of ladders, a big set of ladders, you can get it down. You can get it down. Denise says, I think the tree must have been damaged in transit. Shouldn't they have a backup tree? It really does look scrubby. It really is not good at all. Steve, it was so cold yesterday, I got home from work, I went straight to bed at 6 p.m, but the good news is I woke up in time for the programme. See, I went to bed really early. I went to bed at about 4 o'clock yesterday, and I couldn't wait to go to bed. Really couldn't have waited. I was so I was tired and a few other little bits and pieces to sort out, and I thought, I'll go to bed. I'll go to bed. And I curled up in bed. It was nice and warm and cosy, and I was out within seconds. I'd like to photograph myself at night, just run a camera and see what your movement in bed is, because lots of people move, first of all that side, then you do the other side, then you're on your back, then you're on your tummy, all sorts of things. A rare Star Wars toy, Princess Leia, has just been sold for £9,000. It's one of those, because when you buy these things, most people take them out of the boxes and play with them, but if you leave them in the box, of course, they go up significantly in value. It's keeping things. So I told you yesterday, lots of Stife, Piglet and Paddington Bear and Pooh and Tigger and all sorts of things. And I've kept them in the boxes. There's no intention of taking them out the box because they're not going to be worth as much when you come round to selling them. The privacy debate, the Duchess wins the landmark ruling over the father letter. I think they should take away the title from her. She's not a Duchess. She's not behaving like a Duchess. And I wonder how she'd cope with just being called Meghan. Meghan Windsor. That'll be it. That'll be fine, won't it? And Rose Ayling-Ellis, the deaf Strictly star, she could win. My money's on her, actually. She's turned down a hearing aid deal. People wanted her to promote a hearing aid, and she said no. Good for her. Too many of the other ones go, I'll do that. But she obviously doesn't need the money, and she's done very well, so congratulations on not taking the money. The shortage of Father Christmases, apparently they're offering them bonuses to be Father Christmases, which I don't believe, because most garden centres, as I've discovered, have Father Christmases on retention. So in other words, they've had them one year, they like them so much, they've gone, can you be on? Because most places will have about 3 Father Christmases that they'll use. They bring their own bits and pieces. Most of them have got real beards, which is that does help. That does make a lot of difference. 1 in 10 adults admit, wait for that, I don't believe this. They admit that they've poured cheap wine into more expensive bottles to impress people going round for dinner. Who does that? Why would you pour? I mean, most people would know. If you're a connoisseur, then you would know what a cheap wine tastes like. I mean, I wouldn't have the faintest idea. But imagine pouring cheap wine into a more expensive bottle, and because most people have got no idea. They just go, oh, that's nice, and they always taste it. I think there was an Arthur Daly programme, Minder, the other day, and he bought all this wine. It was very cheap, and he had a wine tasting, and the wine expert he'd brought in said to Arthur, he said, ugh, this is disgusting. And Arthur said, well, this is very expensive. He went, it's corked. And Arthur said, well, if it wasn't, it would all fall out. And he went, no, it's corked. He said, the wine has gone off. He said, and that's why it tastes disgusting, because it then it goes to vinegar. And there was some bloke in the paper the other day who tried to get something going, and he couldn't make the wine ferment, and so it did turn to vinegar. And again, totally undrinkable. But I think they did the line about it being corked on Fawlty Towers. I think Basil was saying, corked. Yes, well, of course it's corked, It's what's holding the wine in there in the first place. And the man went, no, it's corked, it's gone off. The cork has dried out. So if you've got, most wines that you buy in supermarkets, in fact, I would suggest probably about 90% of them, they're meant to be drunk immediately. You're not buying them for an some that cost £2.99. You're not buying it as an investment. It's not going to get any better over the years. In fact, it's going to get worse. So you drink those very quickly. It's only if you're going out to somewhere like Berry Brothers and Rudd, who are down in St James's, where they've got cellars that run all the way under St James's Palace. And they've got casks there going back many, many years. Literally, proper stuff. The wine thing was on Fawlty Towers, says Joe. You beat me to it. It's my producer, Joe, texting me from New York. And, sorry, private joke. Steve, cottage by the sea in Liverpool, 135,000. Heaven, says Christy. I know, I like the idea, actually, of sort of living overlooking the sea, but not overlooking a river. God of the days where you go, oh, that's nice, isn't it? We've got a river running past the bottom of the garden. Because sure as God made little apples, because we're down here, and the River Thames is tidal, where I am in Richmond and Twickenham. So when it rains very heavily up north, our river rises significantly. So every so often, they drain the Thames. They pull the plug out. Seems a bit bizarre. And the Thames drains. It goes completely dry around Twickenham and Richmond. And then they go in there, the council workers, and they take out shopping trolleys and everything. And literally you can walk across the Thames from one side to the other. Then they put the plug back in again and it fills up. So they're basically holding the water back. But if it rains up north, we end up with it down here. And so that's why I've said before, it's pretty to look at. Pretty to look at, but not much fun if it starts encroaching on your property. Joe says, I wish. Oh, you're not in New York? Oh, honestly. He says, I'm bored senseless. Poor soul, honestly. I advised him to get a DVD of New York. And so he could sit there and look at New York. You must be able to get that, mustn't you? I've got a really good one, which is on the Forbidden City, which is really good. Really, really good, actually. My friend Ian says, I love the Mind of Wine episode. It's the one where the dodgy masseuse steals money from clients, and there are lots of scenes at the Regent's Park Marriott. They don't half look dated. Because whether it's the filming techniques, I've got no idea. But they did look a bit bad. I'll tell you what I wanted to get, and I know you can get it, but unfortunately it's really bad copies. Circus Boy, with Mickey Dolenz of the Monkees. It came out years and years ago, and it was about life in a circus. And he was riding elephants and doing all sorts. It was a great thing. He was a cute kid. And you can get copies of it, but they're so bad they haven't bothered to improve them or upgrade them at all, which is a great bit of shame. But we've got so many Christmas films on the television. Imagine Joe has seen all of them at the moment, because the Christmas films are on every day on the television. I watched one again the other day, and it's all about life in a little town where there's a bloke and then there's a girl who walks in and goes, oh, that's a picture of my father. My father died years ago, and this kind of stuff. And then she gets together with the bloke who might or might not own the shop and all this kind of stuff. It's all a bit predictable. It's a bit like the Indian film industry. You know, the storylines are roughly the same, a bit exactly the same as Barbara Cartland's novels. When Barbara Cartland was at the height of her fame, she was writing these novels where there was no sex. No sex at all. Kissy, but only on the last page. They didn't do anything like that at all. It was all a little bit simplistic, but quite nice. Ian says, I'm currently in Latvia. Due to have a stomach bypass. Good God in heaven. Place to go to, isn't it? What are you doing in Latvia for it? He says, it's detracting me away, your conversation, from my operation. It's snowing heavily here for the next week. Feels very much like Christmas. I just need a sleigh. Well, if you're having a stomach bypass, why are you having a stomach bypass? And why in Latvia? It's an odd place to go to, isn't it? But he said, it takes me away from it. Well, I'm assuming you'll be out for the count, in which case you won't know anything about it, which, as far as I'm concerned, is the best thing about operations when they put you out. That is the best thing. It literally, in goes an injection into your wrist, and then you wake up however many hours it is later. But you don't know. You've got no idea until somebody says, oh, you were in for 3 hours or whatever it happens to be. So it sounds like quite a big operation, doesn't it? My operation wasn't half as big. It was only an hour, but they still put me out for it. And I still revelled in the fact.
Sure, this is Peloton. This is a 15-minute low-impact ride, but so is this.
We're here together for a 10-minute empathy meditation.
And even this.
We get it in with a 20-minute hip-hop shadow boxing session. What more could you ask for?
Well, with thousands of classes on our Bike Treading app, there's more to Peloton than you might have thought. This is Peloton. Internet connection and Peloton All Access membership required. See onepeloton.co.uk.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning, Steve. I've only once had a corked bottle of wine. It was like tasting a mouthful of wet sawdust. The funny thing is, I'm not drinking wine. In fact, I can't remember the last time I had a glass of wine. Perhaps I'll have one today, actually. Mothers are not called mothers anymore now. They're called postnatal people. I don't know why we keep changing things. We've turned into this snowflake thing. I keep recommending for people to go and watch the Richard Bacon programme from the other night. It was basically people who've been targeted by trolls. You know, trolls are sort of sadly sick people who will just latch onto anything and just write something. They don't really know what they're writing half the time. They can't spell. They're a bit dim. And they basically, on some of these people, they were university lecturers and they'd had death threats. Do you remember J.K. Rowling had death threats? She said she'd had enough death threats to wallpaper Hall Stairs and Landing. These people should be arrested and thrown in prison. You know, teach them a lesson. Because you can't go around doing things like this without some sort of repercussion. If you write a death threat to somebody, as far as I'm concerned, the police take that very seriously. You get them into court, you get them into prison, and they can rot in hell as far as I'm concerned. There was one, you remember the one from ages ago, who was the lady who wrote to the Madeleine McCann parents. She'd written loads and loads and loads of disgusting, filthy, vile emails, and they kept putting in the newspaper she was a Christian. And I thought, well, obviously she's not. Obviously, she can't be. She's going against everything, especially part of the Christian code kind of thing. And anyway, then she got doorstepped. And I don't think she was expecting to get doorstepped, because all of a sudden she was on the news. She opened the door to her house and there's somebody from Sky, I think. Anyway, she ended up taking her own life because it was such a shock to her. And there was another woman who used to work for the Royal Bank of Scotland. She took somebody's cat and threw it in one of these bins, one of these rubbish bin things, but the ones that they put on the back of the lorries, you know, these plastic ones. And had this cat gone, it would have been killed instantly, because it tips the rubbish in, and then there's a big, like, sort of metal thing that compresses all the rubbish together so they can get more in. And she was done for that one as well. But, you know, to write death threats to J.K. Rowling because she had an opinion on something, this is the danger. This is the danger. It's somebody having an opinion. Everybody's got an opinion. You know, nobody likes anything nowadays. You know, something happens, they go, ooh, I think that's disgusting and all that. And yet they can't even look at their own lives, because their own lives are just as bad. And they ended up writing things to J.K. Rowling that really were their own mental images, their own problems. You know, she just carried on working about things much easier. Shane in Sydney says, you can tell Christmas is nearly here. It's getting hot. 30 degrees at the moment. 30 degrees. Woo. Steve, for classic DVDs, you can get upscaling DVD players worth every penny, says Ashley. I love my Hammer Horror collection, and they look amazingly upscaled. I did buy the box set of the Hammer Horror movies. They don't half look dated. It's all women with big bosoms heaving all over the place, and somebody who's got sort of the teeth in that bite into the side of the necks of these people. They were very, I mean, of their time, they were very good, but I never really got into Hammer House of Horror. Although I did meet a lady once who starred in lots of them. Her name was Ingrid Pitt, and she came into LBC, and of course I had to sort of refresh myself on what the storyline. They were roughly the same storylines. It was a vampire who would go to sleep in his coffin every night, and the moment it went dark, they would then come out. But during daytime, they had to stay there, and then you had to put a stake through their heart. And there were all sorts of famous people, you know, starring in all these films like Dr. Jekyll and Sister Hyde, Horror of Frankenstein, Fear in the Night, and it was basically women getting murdered. That's all it was. I'm surprised nobody's closed them down. Johnny says, listening online in Bratislava, very disappointed. No Christmas markets either here or Vienna presently due to lockdown. That's a shame. That's what a lot of people rely on, especially in Vienna. I told you, I've been to the market there on loads of occasions. I used to spend my time, when I worked in Vienna over Christmas, I would go to the Christkindlmarkt outside the Rathaus, and it was big and it was lovely, and there was snow on the ground, and you get, you know, mulled wine, and oh, it was brilliant. David in Sunderland says, I've just bought the series Maverick with James Garner. Can you remember it? No, I couldn't. I mean, I know James Garner, but I can't remember Maverick. But then there's loads of these series from years ago, and you go, oh, did you remember this one? You go, no, not at all. I'm terrible. If you actually look at Maverick, so this one came out, when did this one come out? I mean, let's face it, he actually died. He was 86. He died in 2014, and he got his big break, I think, playing Maverick. Maverick was the first kind of thing that took off, but I don't remember it. He was the epitome of a poker-playing person. I mean, he did loads of things. A good-looking boy was Garner. Was he also the Rockford Files? Did he do the Rockford Files as well? I can't remember. He used to start off, and the reason I remember it is because he used to say, hi, this is whatever his name was in the Rockford Files. There you go, the Rockford Files was Jim. It was Jim Rockford. James Garner was Jim Rockford. And he used to say, hi, this is so-and-so. I can't get to the phone at the moment, but leave a message, I'll get back to you. And Dale, when he did his answer phone message, he did the same. I mean, the answer phone message. Who does answer phone messages nowadays? Nobody. Nobody does answer phone. I used to sit there doing an answer phone message. I used to have an answer phone at home. Now, you just let it go to your mobile phone. And I think I can't remember what I've got on there, actually. My friend Ian says, wait a minute, great theme. Is that, which was the great theme? Is that, I think that was the Rockford Files, wasn't it? It was a good theme, actually. Very good. But I can't remember any of the shows. I just remember the opening. of him doing the answer phone message, and then it dun 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 dun. I like stuff like that. Joe says, and yes, you're absolutely right. You must do some shopping in New York, in your mind. It's not going to happen. Mind you, just as well, I should imagine Joe is at the moment enjoying his little break. Apparently, Les says, there you go, this is just one for you, Joe. You can watch a high-quality walking tour of New York on YouTube. Type in 4K in the search bar and look for New York. There you go, and you can look at what New York, so good they named it twice. I love New York. Very noisy. It's everything you thought it was. If you've never been there, it's exactly what you think it is. Cars hoot, steam rises from the pavements, all these air vents coming up from the tube. And it's very pretty. You can go through Central Park. It's a very nice sort of place. It's a bit sort of full on. Apparently, Garner was still making the Rockford Files TV movies into the 90s. Actually, most of the theme tunes, I used to love the one from The Streets of San Francisco, a Quinn Martin production. I used to love all the voiceovers. The American voiceovers were very good. Steve, just been watching Travels with My Father with Jack Whitehall. Very funny. Have you seen them? Yes. We like Jack Whitehall. Although he has vowed, hasn't he, not to do any more nude scenes in films. He did a nude scene in a film. It wasn't sort of an intentional. He said, but then people freeze frame it, as opposed to it just lasted a few seconds. So he says, I'm never doing that ever again. Bless him. I saw him on the television the other day. What was he on? Oh, he was on Top Gear. Must have been an old one, I think, because he was on there. And I wasn't sure if he'd only just learnt to drive or he's never driven before in his life. Because when he did the test about who can drive very fast, he didn't do very well on that one at all, bless his heart. But we like him, actually. Somebody who's a demoralised NHS hero has quit the front line after 30 years. He said, we just can't cope with it. He said, and it's driving me mad. Absolutely driving me mad. Stressed out police are winding down by petting gentle giant dogs. Have you seen these people with these giant dogs? There was a couple on the television the other day. They had about 5 of them. They took up the entire sitting room. They were absolutely enormous, and they're long-haired. You don't get short-haired giant dogs. They're all long-haired, sort of like Tibetan things, and probably very nice, if you like that kind of thing. But they must be slobbering everywhere. They really must be. I got a Christmassy type card in all the way from Taiwan, actually, and this is. And I'm going to get this pronunciation completely wrong. It's from Yan Ching Hunag, or Hunang, something like that. Anyway, it says, Dear Steve, I am your audience from Taiwan. Thank you so much for presenting such good programme to us. We're going to need to take you in hand. I can help you with these things. He said, this card, because he sent me a card, was painted by myself to wish you a happy Christmas and New Year. And I know you take a bus often. There is a tiny thing you can clip onto your mask. I hope you like it. And they obviously make these in Taiwan. And you get a little packet. And in it, there's a little happy smiling face, which has got a magnet on it. And little discs here. These are little circular cotton discs, and what you do is you soak them with any essential oil, you clip the mask, this little magnet and the happy smiling face, and then you can breathe in an essential oil. I mean, it's quite clever, and it's got the little thing for squirting the essential oil onto the little discs. They're the sort of little discs that you get when you put them under furniture to save your floor and stuff like that. Very, very clever, actually. Very, very clever, and I like that idea a lot, so I'm going to try that, because it's quite nice to breathe in an essential oil. And he says you drop 1 or 2 liquids into the certain, clip on the masks anywhere you do like, and you can smell it. He said you can enjoy fresh air from this tiny little thing, and it makes you happy. Well, I have no doubt it will make me very happy indeed. Thank you very much indeed. Very pleased. Very pleased. That's a nice little thing. See, the trouble is, different people in different countries, you get better things than we do. I've never seen anything like that. I could put lemon on it, honey, any sort of flavour I want. I quite like geranium. So I might actually go for something like that. Steve, can you ask Austrian listeners, says Craig in Alberta, what pictures are on their traditional Christmas cards? Are they robins in the snow or topless men cooking at a barbecue? I don't think they'd be robins in the snow. I don't think so. I mean, I can't, to be quite honest with you, I can't remember, actually. Oh, sorry, Australian listeners. I thought you said Austrian listeners. Australian listeners. What would they have on a Christmas card? It'll be blokes half naked on a beach with a Santa Claus hat on, won't it? Don't you think so? That's what I would have thought. Steve, have you kept items of clothing from your past? Jackets, flares, heels, shoes? No, because it wouldn't fit. I'm looking at, here we go, Australian cards, Rudolph, Rue for, what's it? Kangaroo. And they're mainly sort of comedy kind of things. They don't sort of do, Merry Christmas, and they've got people surfing and stuff like that. And but there's no photographs. And also, perhaps they don't have robins. Perhaps they do, but they say enjoy Xmas. I hate it when it says Xmas on a card. It drives me mad. Magic holiday, warmest wishes, Happy New Year, which is okay. But they're all sort of cartoony, pictures of koala bears. It's not very festive at all, is it? You want something that looks like it's going to be festive.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1 with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, coming up 10 to 5. Hope you're well. It's Friday. We love Friday. 3rd of December. We like 3rd of December. And what have we got in the paper? Well, God, I don't know. I never know where to begin when you read a dreadful story, coming up to Christmas and the death of a little 6-year-old boy called Arthur who was beaten to death. But before that, he'd been tortured by his father and his stepmother. 2 pieces of revolting pond life that, you have to ask yourself, don't you? Is there a God? And if there is, what the hell's he doing? Why is he not saving little children like this? All the pictures of him, make him look like, he is a cute little 6-year-old who knew something was going wrong. He knew something was going wrong. Social services had dismissed warnings about his bruises, which we had with, I think, baby P. Mother kept saying, oh no, he's fallen over or done this. And the social workers, who were so imminently dumb, didn't fail to understand it, and they dismissed warnings about his bruises. Where do they think they came from? Are we actually training social workers now, or is it just deep embarrassed? For a few months he was cherished by grandparents, but the social services dismissed warnings before he was tortured and killed. They dismissed them as a result of play. Perhaps there's wrong training. I'd err on the side of caution when it comes to social workers, because they don't seem to be very capable of doing their job in lots of cases. And this is a classic. A little boy is dead. They've got that on their conscience. I hope they can live with themselves. It's awful. I also did see the film, because it came up on the television yesterday. I hadn't seen the film before, of the bus full of the Jewish passengers celebrating Hanukkah, spat at and abused by a group of men in a bigoted anti-Semitic attack in the heart of London. I find it, so far no arrests have been made, but some of the people, you could see them quite clearly on the CCTV. I hope somebody will dob them in, as they say. Let's get these people, there's no place in this world for these people nowadays. Really terrible, really terrible. Other stories in the papers today. This is, that looks exactly like Grayson Perry. He's exhibiting at the Bristol Museum and Art Gallery. So I don't really sort of get Grayson Perry. Mind you, I don't get art, full stop. I'm rubbish. I'm absolute rubbish. I like the Berlin State Ballet. The reason they make the papers today, they're doing Don Quixote. And they're rehearsing for a production of it. And what's unusual, they're all in full costume and face masks. They're all wearing face masks, all these dancers. So this is the Berlin State Ballet. And unjabbed Germans will be banned from most shops. They're now putting it out, and they're saying, listen, not jabbed, not coming in the shop. Simple as that. More than half who die under 50 are unvaccinated. Well, they're obviously people who want to die. I can't say anything else, because you've offered them every opportunity to get jabbed, offered them every opportunity. It doesn't cost anything, it's all free. And so people would rather forego an injection, which takes less than 10 seconds. I'm going to sneeze. And they would rather die, which I can't get to. Excuse me. Blimey, that's all we need. So half who die under 50 are unvaccinated. Anton Aotis refused to be vaccinated because he felt it didn't go out enough. He didn't go out enough to need it. Father of 4 from Romford died on September the 17th of COVID-19. What more can you say to people? What more can you say to somebody is that you take a risk. It's like the people sitting on the bus who don't have a mask on. I understand if somebody says, oh, I've got asthma, or I've got this, or I've got that, and all the rest of it. Well, then don't go on the bus and infect people. Stay at home. Get somebody else to go out and do your shopping for you until this thing passes. But it's not going to pass, and people are still going to die. Still going to die. In the 70s, Steve, Mum used to make a tray of hot sausage sandwiches and warm cups of sweet tea. And then Happy Days came on at 6 p.m. We used to live with that. My favourite was Laverne and Shirley. Laverne and Shirley were brilliant. I bought the box set, you know, and I'm also, oh, by the way, I've been singing the wrong theme tune. I've been singing the theme tune, my friend Ian tells me, typical, isn't it, to Maverick. Is it Maverick I'm singing the theme tune to? Yes, no, I'm doing the theme from Rockford. But can't have everything, can you? Goodness sake, I'm not supposed to be perfect. But Happy Days was very good. I quite liked the Fonz until I met him. He's tiny. Tiny little man. He used to look so big on the programme. He was great. Steve, as an Aussie, I stick with the traditional Christmas cards, snow and Christmas trees. I don't like the other one, says Shane. Do you have then? You do, because you do get snow, don't you? I'm led to believe you do get snow. But would you have a picture, excuse me, of a robin on a card, or would that not be on an Australian Christmas card? Lorna says, had my major surgery, and you were right. I'm still here. Fair bit of pain, but you're cheering me up. Oh, listen, you always get pain with surgery. But then after you know, a month or whatever it is, it kind of disappears and goes, oh, look, that's nice, isn't it? A kangaroo in the snow. It still doesn't look festive, does it? It doesn't really matter, whichever way, unless somebody's going to dress the kangaroo up with a Father Christmas hat on. That I would like to see. In fact, actually, a bright red hat on that picture would look really good. I'm obviously an artist and I don't know it. But you know they're actually quite lethal, kangaroos. They can give you a kick that can maim you for life. They're very, 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 very big. I quite like wallabies. Drown you, really? Well, they're taken to start surfing or something. They're sort of out there. They drown you. Good, I've never heard of that before. But they look quite cute. It's like koala bears. Blooming dangerous. Everybody goes, oh, aren't they cute? They're like giant teddy bears. No, they're not. Have you seen the claws on koala? They climb trees. They've got claws. They're a bit dangerous for us. They've got a couple in zoos where they're sort of domesticated, which is quite nice. Also, we got today. Oh, this is the plastic. They're doing plastic pollution. What did somebody say to me? Masks apparently have got plastic in, and they're also advising people not to buy bottles of shampoo because it's plastic. How are you supposed to get? Oh, they said you can get a bar of soap. Which is quite good. The young lady, Emily Osborne-Smith, who was on a gap year, suffered severe leg injuries when this 10-foot crocodile attacked her in the Zambezi near the Victoria Falls. Very, very dangerous. Very, very. These things, I say, move really fast, and it literally dragged her into a death roll. So what it does, it grabbed her leg, it shot out of this, because the places you don't want to go to are these places in the outback where they have these sort of like little ponds and pools, and generally crocodiles are residing in there, one or two. And I remember there was 2 lads who went out, and they were in Australia in the outback, and they were camping by a billabong, which was under the shade of a coolibah tree, and they were there, and this crocodile came out and grabbed one of them and dragged him back into this pool, which didn't look that big at all. The other bloke, in fear, climbed a tree and sat there for 3 days because this crocodile was sitting underneath the tree. Having already dispatched his friend, the crocodile sat underneath the tree waiting for him to come down. And they move so fast, but luckily he had enough power on his telephone to go, help! And they were able to find him by the GPS signal. But this girl here, she got mauled, and it tried to drag her back in. Because what they do, they go back into the river and start turning round to drown the person. Luckily, she was saved, but her leg's in a terrible situation. She was on a gap year, and it's believed she'd been dangling her legs over the edge of a boat, little bit unwise. Don't want to sort of state the patently obvious, but there was blood and people thrashing about everywhere. But these crocodiles are dangerous predators in Africa. They lurk totally submerged in rivers and lakes, waiting for prey. Then they just grab a limb and then I've seen them doing it. You can see it on YouTube. There's loads and loads of them, of the crocodiles there, and they just sit under the surface. The animals come down to drink from the water hole. Then all of a sudden, this crocodile will launch itself out, trying to grab it by the throat. If it doesn't, it'll grab a leg, and then just literally drag it slowly back into the river to do the death roll. Really ghastly. Really, really ghastly. Mercedes in a row over the Grenfell firm, a truly shocking sponsorship of Lewis Hamilton's Formula One team by the firm that made combustible insulation used on Grenfell Tower, has been sharply criticised by Michael Gove. What is going on with these people nowadays? Don't they check these things? It's like, David Beckham taking that filthy money from Qatar and their human rights issues, which don't even bear looking at. But of course, old Beckham doesn't care about that. If he did, he'd have given the money back and said, I'm sorry, I don't want anything to do with you. But he hasn't said that, has he? Which is a great shame. In a moment, we'll take a break for the news. And there's a picture in the paper today of an Atlantic Goliath grouper. These things look as though they've come from the depths of the ocean. And these things grow up to 8 feet long and weigh nearly 60 stone. And it was shaking off a school of silverfish in Florida. It's amazing. Because this other thing came up the other day. It was landed on a beach. And it was something that had come from the deep. And it was a case of what in God's name is down there? If you could drain the oceans of the world, can you imagine the things you'd find down there? Can you imagine? Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. So we'll take a short break. And then we'll take more of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And it's the last one before the weekend. So I think this is the weekend that you go out and you get your Christmas tree. Try and get as many things organised as possible. I would get vegetables this weekend and start freezing them. Or if they're frozen, then just literally take them from Iceland or wherever else. They do a turkey you cook in a paper bag. For some reason, I don't know why. It's obviously frozen. You take it and you pop it on a tray and stick it in the oven. How easy is Christmas this year? Very, very. Steve, I'm sure Australian cards show Santa arriving on the beach by jet ski, says Roger. I think you could be right.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Are you well? Are you good today? I think this weekend is the weekend you, as I say, try and get everything done. And then you can settle back a bit. Once you've sort of taken off, the Christmas presents and the turkey and the vegetables and the roast potato, all of it can be frozen. Well, apart from the Christmas presents, although you probably could, actually. Go out there and get it done. Get the tree this weekend. This would be a good weekend to get the tree. Do you know some people leave it till Christmas Eve and ask for a discount? I know that because I saw somebody doing it the other year, and they were hoping they get a tree cheap because they were ordering it on Christmas Eve. Luckily, the person who bought the tree said no, not offering a discount on a tree. Because some people celebrate, because there'll be lots of Polish people, lots of people who'll be celebrating Christmas Day on Christmas Eve. They actually do the presents and have the meal and all the rest of it, whereas we do it the Christmas Day, which is sort of traditional for us. Although, what time do you have Christmas lunch? That's the one big question. Most people will say probably about 1 to 2 o'clock, something like that. But a lot of people now are moving it to 6 in the evening, so they have a late. Well, I couldn't do that, honestly. All that amount of food and then you climb into bed wouldn't work for me at all. So I think this year, it'll be between 1 and 2. I think, because I'm doing breakfast, Christmas Day, Boxing Day, New Year's Day, between 7 and 10. And then I shall just drive down and go and have Christmas dinner and then sort of sit there looking a little bit bloated in the car coming home, which is quite sweet. Steve, in the Christmas carol, Deck the Halls with Bells and Holly. No, it's not Bells and Holly. Deck the Halls with Boughs of Holly. It's boughs of holly. In other words, it's a branch of holly. Fa la 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 la. How many la's in the full song, says Joe? I don't know. It goes fa la 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 la. That's it. Deck the halls with boughs of holly. Fa la 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 la. 'Tis the season. I don't know. How many are there? Deck the halls with boughs of holly. Fa la 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 la. 9. I mean, if you count them in the whole thing, in the full song, there's a bit more than that. Because it's 'tis the season to be jolly. Fa la 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 la. There's a lot of fa la las. They obviously couldn't think of words. They just decided to put down fa la las. But I didn't mind that, actually. But I've got no idea. How many are there then, Joe? Go on, if you're being the clever one this morning, you tell us. I tell you one thing, though. When you went to... How old are primary school children? I don't know. Are they 5? I don't know. In France, do you know what they have as their Christmas lunch? At 5 years old, then, if they're primary school children, they have foie gras. We're obviously missing out something chronic for their traditional traditional Christmas lunch. Primary school children in 3 French towns have traditional foie gras. But they're not having it anymore because the mayors have banned it. It's seen by an emblem of French art de vivre. It's been struck off the school menu in Grenoble and Strasbourg, which are both controlled by the Europe Ecology Green Party, and in another place near Lyon. And they've said they've taken the decision in the interests of animal welfare, describing the force feeding of ducks and geese to fatten their livers in the production of foie gras as a disgrace. But it's been going on for years. I mean, I don't like the sound of it either. What they do is they stick a tube down the duck or the goose's throat and they put the food in so it doesn't have any choice, and it fattens their liver up and then people buy it. And I'm sure you could probably go out to major department stores in this country and find foie gras on sale. I don't think I've ever eaten it. I don't think I'd want to eat something that was sort of force-fed like that, but I'm horrified to discover that up until now, foie gras is on the menu for primary school children. They must have a different system there. Because I think you go to school in the morning, don't you? I think they have to be at school by 8 in the morning in France, and I know in Austria they go early. But then you're finished by early afternoon, which is a bit better. But spare a thought for, a poor person, an 82-year-old patient. He goes into hospital. This is in, I think it's in Linz, actually, because he's got diabetes and they have to amputate his leg because of diabetes. It happens to a lot of diabetics because infection sets in, so you have to have your feet checked on a regular basis. It's a bit of a pain, but it does happen to a lot of people. I've known people who've had their toes amputated and people amputated up to the knee, and some people even further. Anyway, this poor person at 82 goes in, has their leg amputated. They're then taken back to the ward, and it's then that they realise they've cut the wrong leg off. They took the wrong leg off, so they had to take them back into surgery and cut the other leg off. So they've now got no legs at all. And the surgeon has been fined less than €3,000 for bodily harming through gross negligence. It only goes to prove the price of a leg is not very much in Austria. Can you believe it? They actually make the mistake. Because when I went into hospital for various operations, they ask you 1,000,000 times, your name, your date of birth, and which eye are we operating on, or whatever it happens to be, and all these kind of things. And they want to make sure they don't make mistakes. But here, this unnamed female doctor admitted the mistake not discovered until 2 days after the operation. Unfortunately, this person later died from unrelated causes. But so they actually ended up with nothing at all. No legs. No legs. Dreadful, isn't it, really? Mind you, in 2007, there are other medical mistakes. Rhode Island Hospital in America was fined $50,000 after its neurosurgeons operated on the wrong side of 3 patients' brains. You'd think they'd know, wouldn't you? A 73-year-old pastor in West Virginia committed suicide 2 weeks after botched anaesthesia left him conscious for the first 16 minutes of an operation. Can you imagine being awake for something like that? Can't think of anything worse. I'd always want to be put out, actually. Put me out. But he was awake. He was awake. And in 2014, an 83-year-old South African woman who went into hospital to have treatment for a respiratory infection was given heart surgery because she was mistaken for another patient. Blimey. Thank God we don't make mistakes like that over here. I'm sure there must be little mistakes, but all the ones I've ever had have been absolutely perfect. No mistakes at all. Because they keep asking you. When I went in for my cataracts, they were saying, it is the right eye we're doing. And I go, yes. Then, of course, a few weeks later, we had the left eye done as well. But they do go, and your date of birth is, you give them your date of birth, your name is. So they make, sure that you're the right patient that they're dealing with. Goodness sake, honestly. Nathan says, in my bit of Florida, Tampa, we don't really get alligators, just manatees. The rays and I love manatees. They are like big dogs, but they used to get hit, didn't they, by the boat's engines? Manatees. They're these big things which you see. What are those other ones called which you see in the Antarctica? Are they narwhals? And they've got a huge horn. They're like whales, but this huge horn that comes up, and they're navigating through all the ice passages and everything. There you go. Narwhals. They look as though these things are going to break. I don't really see the purpose of them, but I'm sure they're marvellous. But they're fascinating. But I've seen them on the Attenborough. That's where we all see these things, isn't it? We only ever see them on the Attenborough programmes. Apart from that, we've got no idea. But the manatees I have seen, because there is a big problem, isn't there, in the Everglades with boats' engines, because they're so peaceful. They just basically glide along. They don't really do a lot, which is very nice indeed. So Nathan says, thank you for being superb bedtime listening. Oh, I'm bedtime for you, am I? Oh, right. The worst thing is, Nathan, it's not so bad about being your bedtime listening. You don't feature in my audience figures. Nobody features abroad in my audience figures. How disappointed am I? Mind you, we've had 20 million downloads of the podcast, which reminds me to tell you we've had a slight problem with the podcast today. So there's no little bit extra. There will be the normal regular podcast to keep you going through the weekend. But if you're one of those people who haven't learnt how to download, please learn how to download. It will take you minutes to do it. You just go to the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk. You click on the podcast section. You download the app, which means that you can pick up LBC on your telephone all the time. And then you can download thousands and thousands and thousands of podcasts. Not just my thousands and thousands. I think I've got about 6,000 or 7,000 up there. No, about 14,000. 15,000? Anyway, it's a lot, whatever it is. But there's everybody else has got them. So go and download them. That'll keep you going through the weekend. Now, this excuse about, there was nothing to listen to on the radio. There's always something to listen. I'll tell you the other day, actually, I was tweeting yesterday, because it was so cold, saying, listen to me in the morning, blah, 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 bring a friend. Matt Fry retweeted me, which I thought was quite sweet, actually. I wouldn't have thought I was Matt Fry's programme, but I know that when he did The Breakfast Show years and years ago, he did mention he'd never quite heard a programme like mine before. Sarah in Enfield says, I'm going to see the Fabergé exhibition at the V&A on Sunday morning. Can't wait. First trip into town for nearly 2 years. And whilst I'm out, I may as well go to the Hotel Chocolat store and stock up on chocolates for Christmas. I nearly bought one of their things. They do a thing that makes hot chocolate. It's like a pot that stirs the hot chocolate at the same time. Because I do like a cup of hot chocolate. It's not cheap. I think the machine is about £99. And then on top of that, you've got to buy the chocolate, got to buy the little marshmallows and stuff. Very nice. Apparently, there are 96 la-las in the whole carol, says Joe. And the reason for telling us this is what? Why on earth would you be counting out how many la-las there are in a Christmas carol? I mean, has that changed your life, or you're really bored? Have you lost your job or something and you're going, let's work out how many la-las there are. Fa-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la, 'tis the season to be jolly. Fa-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. I think it starts off with Don we now our gay apparel, which meant something completely different in those days. We're being cancelled by bigotry, claim comedians. This is comedians in India who are being targeted by an increasing tide of religious conservatism and intolerance as it calls shows to be cancelled. Intimidations from right-wing Hindu groups, complaints from police, death threats and online abuse have become all too common, according to Munwar Farooqi, who's a Muslim. He said he was giving up on performing after a dozen of his shows were cancelled in the past 2 months. I told you, it'll happen here. It'll happen here. You'll end up getting to that stage where they go, oh, you can't say that. Can't say that about people. Ridiculous. Looking at the volcanic eruptions on La Palma, they're now into week 10. Week 10. Although apparently a church has survived. Well, of course. It's got the Almighty looking after it. They're not going to let a church disappear, are they? And also, Canada is on course to outlaw LGBT conversion therapy after legislators agreed unanimously to ban it. It's basically because it's a load of old rubbish. Absolutely a load of old rubbish. This bill will make it illegal to subject a child or an adult to the harmful practice which is intended to change or suppress a person's sexuality or gender identity. These people are sick. They're sick. It doesn't work. You see them on the show, they go, and this person used to be gay and now they're straight. And you go, don't be so stupid. They just make it up. They were never gay in the first place. Talking about Christmas, Steve, spare a thought for all of us working the whole 10 days, says Mikey. And the new year, upgrading the rail network. I'll be at the Emirates Stadium rail lines. They'll be lucky enough to listen in, which is good news. Well, I shall be here. Don't worry. I'm doing 12 days straight through.
Why do more broadband switchers choose us? Because EE Broadband is free for 3 months with nothing to pay up front. It's also ultra reliable, and it's powered by BT, keeping home workers working, gamers gaming, and TikTokers ticking. So switch to EE Broadband and get 3 months free, then just $35.99 a month. Now that's why more broadband switchers choose us. Search EE Broadband deals now.
Month 4 from $35.99. 24-month contract. Broadband only. New customers. CPI plus 3.9% increase each March. Verified ee.co.uk/claims. Terms apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. So I reckon this weekend, get the tree, start working. Before you get the tree, unravel the lights. It's always the big problem. Every year you get all the Christmas lights and you just take them off the tree and shove them in a bag. And then you go, oh, I've got to unravel the things. And especially if you use a lot of lights, which I do, it takes ages and ages to unravel the blooming things. So one of these days we'll have something where you just take the light and put the light on the tree and then you just take the lights off. No cable, no nothing. Make it a lot easier. I do feel sorry. This is from a woman in, I think she was in, where was it? A village in Madhya Pradesh. And a leopard pounced on her son and dragged him away. The son was 6, and the leopard grabbed Rahul and ran into the forest with him in its jaws. You can imagine how frightened this little boy was. Anyway, the mother ran after him. She ran for about 1 kilometre to find him before the cat ate her child, says the director of the nearby Sanjay Gandhi National Park. God knows how she found the leopard. He was about to kill her son when she threw herself on him and pulled her son out of his jaws. The leopard clawed and bit the woman. As they struggled, villagers arrived with sticks and drove it away. Rahul suffered swelling to his eye and cheek, but was otherwise well. India has about 12,800 leopards, and attacks on humans are becoming more frequent as villages encroach on what used to be forest. That's always they'll only attack when they see somebody else on their, bit of land. But can you imagine 6 years old being dragged away by a leopard and the thing about to? I mean, gosh, truth. That would just absolutely do me in. I'd never cope with something like that. I noticed that the lady, because they've actually got now, because it's the Christmas edition. Must be, actually. This one, I think, runs through to January. And they've got Sophie Wessex in here, the Royal Everybody Trust. And, of course, she used to work for LBC, so there's a nice tie-in. Sophie used to work in our publicity department. Also, Juliet Stevenson, one of my favourites. And Jilly Cooper's Christmas Joy. Jilly Cooper is an absolute delight. It's the other day I was watching This Morning, and they were doing Christmas jumpers, and who else who can do Christmas jumpers but Giles Brandreth? And in fact, he turned out to be a very good presenter, which of course he is, because he's an expert on things like that, and he gets good laughs, and he's very good. And he was talking about his Christmas jumpers that he's saved over the years, because everybody's getting Christmas jumpers. Everybody's getting them. You don't need to spend very much on them, but they're telling you about the charities that need your help in the lady, which I'm all in favour of over the festive season, because there are, as you know from doing our global charity Make Some Noise, there are lots of little charities that you've never heard of before who desperately need your help. Desperately. And the lady have sort of done the gift of giving the charities that need your help, because some of them, they don't get any help from the government. They don't get any help at all. And they rely very much on people. And that's why you'll find on the television loads of adverts for people, trying to get money for pets and dogs and cats and things like that, and all sorts of charities that don't get the help that they should get. But we're very good at giving, which is what I like. Bob says, when I had my hip operation, they drew an arrow on my hip in felt tip before I went in to make sure they got it right. Yeah, they do that. They do that. You end up with a lot of felt tip marks all over your body. Tuning in from Colombia, Javier says, I'm sad that your figures abroad don't show I'm tuning in. No, they don't. And believe you me, I mean, I could probably add a few 100,000 on top of my normal figures, which would be very nice. Thank you very much indeed. He says, I've been a regular listener to the show since 2017. It's indeed a great bedtime show for our time zone. At the moment, it's great for me to get some work done. Thanks. Warm regards, he says, and happy holidays from this side of the pond. Are you going to Panto Land, says Brian at the London Palladium this Christmas? Probably. I say probably because I'm a bit busy going up to Christmas. Loads of things to do and things to make sure that I've managed to get done. So if I get round to it, I will get round to it. As you know, I've got 2 shows at the Magic Circle to do on the 18th of December. One is the evening show, which is sold out. And I think the matinee show, which I think is at 1 o'clock, you'll find it on the Magic Circle website. Details on there, money all going to charity. And you get to come to the Magic Circle, which is just at the top of Tottenham Court Road. Easy to get to. And you can get yourself a cup of coffee, cup of tea. We have a club room downstairs. Not very big. There's a museum. And if you like magic, then you'll love it. You get to watch some good close-up magic. We'll have some close-up magicians who are superb. I can't tell you who our lineup is just yet because it's not been finalised, but it's top-notch. And then we have a little break, and then you all come upstairs to the theatre. We've got a theatre that holds 160 people, so it's nice and intimate, and you get to see normally about 6 acts. And it can be anything, because there's lots of things which fall under the auspices of magic. Could be somebody who we've had sand painting before in the past, all sorts of things, plus the usual things. So if you want to come along, just go to the Magic Circle website. And that's for the 18th of December. And then next February, is it February? I can't even remember now. I've got my show at the Leicester Square Theatre, which sold out in an hour. So that was very nice. I'm very pleased about that. I like the lucky punter. He had a £7 bet. And he won £280,000. There's a nice little Christmas present. Little Mix have decided that, contrary to what they were saying only a short while ago, even though we told you they were going to be taking a break, they've now agreed that they will take a break for a few years and pursue single things. But they say, they'll always come back together again. Probably not with Jessie Nelson for some reason. I don't know why. Perhaps they don't get on. I've got no idea. And how much does it cost to go to the theatre on a Saturday night? I mean, I was quite horrified, actually. And so there was a piece in the paper where they were talking about going to the theatre, because in London we have some of the best theatre in the world, and it's pantomimes and it's straight theatre, whether it's at the National or whether it's anywhere else. And they did a piece in the paper. I shall find it, actually. Of course, I shall never find it in the right paper. I should have found this before I went into the story, actually. But it's an interesting scenario of how much people have to pay, because I've obviously lost all sense of propriety when it comes to buying a theatre ticket, because I haven't bought a theatre ticket for a long time. I've been quite lucky that people give me theatre tickets, and I'm going to find this bit here. Wait a minute, there'll be a toss up between who can find it quicker, Minty or me. I should find it because I remember it was in the papers. Wait a minute. Well, it must be in the Mirror. Wait a minute. Oh, there's people pulling sheep out of the snow. They seem to like sitting in the snow, the sheep, and then they bury themselves in the blooming thing. And they stay there forever and a day until they get rescued. And the sheep go, but I was warm in here. I was warm. More people breaking into the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here place. I don't know why, just taking pictures of it. Their security must be so lax. Very dangerous. That it could be somebody who wanders in, couldn't it, really? And starts doing all sorts of bizarre things. They need to tighten up security. Definitely tightening up security. Oh, I can't find this blooming thing. It'll be here. Oh, no. Sorry, turned over the wrong page. It must be here somewhere. It's not. Is it that one? Yes, it is, actually. Yes, it is. Has it got the list of all the... It's got a list of the shows, I think. And... it was a list of shows and how much they... There we go, that's it, that's the bit there. This is how much it costs. This is based on a top stalls ticket available for a Saturday night performance in December. If you want to go and see the Book of Mormon, top stalls ticket, 150 quid. One person. It's not a family, one person. Want to go and see Cabaret, 150 quid. Want to go and see Hamilton, £175. Want to go and see Phantom of the Opera, Saturday night, top stalls ticket. This is for a Saturday night performance in December, £198. Want to go see The Lion King? £203. Want to go and see Harry Potter and the Cursed Child? £250. Want to go and see Moulin Rouge? Top stalls ticket available Saturday night performance in December, £250. Even West End producers are going, what? It's a lot of money, but what they're trying to do is recoup all the money they lost during the pandemic when they weren't open, and they were laying people up, and we're all going, oh, that's really bad, isn't it? And you tend to forget all the people who work in the theatre. That's lighting, sound, ushers, usherettes, people who work in the box offices. All of these people have got to be paid for. They're not doing it for love. They're doing it because it's what they do for a living. People who work in the bars. You know, I mean, it's better to go to the theatre's official box office site. You know, in one press investigation before the pandemic, a particular seat for an agency was found at £269, but could have been bought from the Theatre Group site for £193. That's a lot of money. I mean, some suspect this surge is an import from America, where the greed of big corporate producers who focus only on charging whatever the market will bear is ferocious. Mind you, they're exactly the same there in America. If they get a bad review, they close the show. They don't even bother fighting it because they're just on a hiding to nothing. So, you know, they do their first night, the reviews come out, they sit there. If the review goes, worst thing I've ever seen, they close the show there and then. They're not going to... They used to have the Butcher of Broadway. Frank, his name was. Oh, ruthless. Ruthless. The power that he had. He could literally make or break a show. Luckily, we don't have that in this country. You know, we have had shows that have sort of started going downhill because people didn't want to go and see them. So imagine if there's 4 of you. And by the way, you don't get a discount for children. They're taking up the same size seat that you are as an adult. So if there's 4 of you going, that's £1,000. On top of that, you're probably going to want an ice cream, aren't you? The kids will want an ice cream. You might want a drink. They will say to you, would you like a drink in the interval? Some of these women have been doing that job for donkey's years. So a certain sort of person works behind a bar. Really is. And it's very expensive to buy your drinks. And they go, would you like them for the interval? So you order them again. So that's double. So if it's £36, you just spent £72. And if you want a sandwich, that's more money. Then you've got to park the car, more money. It works out. You could spend, I should imagine, £1,500 for 4 of you going out to because you might want to go for dinner afterwards, mightn't you? And if you can have bevies on things like that, although you shouldn't drink and drive, definitely not advisable. They stopped a bloke the other day. He was on one of these police interceptor programs, and they pulled him in, and then another car wedged him in as well because they thought he'd been weaving about. And so they said to him, they said, have you had a drink? And he said, yes, I have had a drink. And they said, oh, right, you know, how long ago? It's done on how long ago you had it. And he said, about an hour ago. Oh, right, what did you have to drink? Oh, I think I had a couple of pints of lager. So they did a roadside test on him, and it turned out that he was over the limit. They went, it's over the limit, so you're under arrest. We're going to take you back to the police station. And that's when you put them on these intoximeters. He passed on the intoximeter, so they went to him. They sounded almost mournful. They said, we have to let you go, but let's make sure we don't see you again. I thought, wait a minute, he's passed. Not a case of don't see him again. Apparently, John says the Harry Potter play's always been that price, plus it's in 2 parts, so it costs £500, which is if you go on a Saturday night in December and you're sitting in the stalls. They do cheaper seats, but that's an awful lot of money, isn't it? Don't you think so? I think it's a lot of money. I'd have to think twice.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to... It's another cold day. I don't know, you've still got snow in certain parts of the country, and still 15,000 properties have got no electricity. They can't cook, they can't do anything. They can't charge their electric cars up, they can't turn the lights on, they can't watch television, they can only listen to the radio if they've got batteries and stuff like that. Really difficult. Really, really difficult. What else do we have? Katie Price says her daughter... Oh, shut up. Goodness sake, honestly, I get so... There's barely a day goes by without another dreary story from Katie Price. This is because she's at school, one of her children, and people say, why does your mum wear wigs? And she's got fake boobs. This is from sort of very young children. And, she said she used to get bald patches from stress. But I can tell you, the reason a lot of people get bald patches now is because they put fake extensions in. And the extensions, if you've got weak hair, will drag it out. If you bleach your hair, a lot of the time, it's very weak. It's not going to be as strong as it would be normally. If you've got dark hair, black hair, it's going to be much stronger. But people who bleach their hair, it's weak and it breaks off. And so if you put hair extensions in, and let's face it, poor old Katie Price spends most of her time looking in the mirror being very miserable about things. So she will go and get hair extensions done. She'll go for the surgery. She'll go and get all sorts of little bits and pieces. But I thought it was only a short while ago she said, I'm not going to be telling people any more about my life, because after she'd issued a sort of a semi-statement saying she didn't like the husbands, her former husbands of her children. And I thought, honestly, she's got to find a job. Couldn't we find her a job doing something? What? I've got no idea. The more you read about this pair guilty of killing this 6-year-old boy, to call the stepmother wicked would be an understatement. Emma Tustin was convicted of murdering Arthur. Thomas Hughes was found guilty of manslaughter after his son suffered an unsurvivable brain injury in June 2020. Speaking afterwards, Arthur's maternal gran, Madeleine, called the pair wicked and evil. I mean, that would be an understatement, isn't it? I mean, you can't even comprehend how sick this pair must be. Tustin, that's the stepmother, carried out the fatal assault at her home, taking a photo of this youngster as he lay dying and sending it to the father. She took 12 minutes to call 999 and then told the medics Arthur fell and banged his head. They'd also poisoned and starved him. He was 6 years old. Little boy he couldn't do anything. What does a little boy like that do? Pray that it finishes soon? I can't imagine what sentence these two pieces of filth are going to get. I mean, even if you sentence them to life imprisonment, it's not enough, is it? It doesn't compensate for another little boy who joins the angels in heaven, who was poisoned. I mean, it's just... I mean, in one of them, Hughes was convicted of encouraging the killing, including telling Tustin, just end him. Just end... His 6-year-old boy, what had he ever done? Breaks your heart. I mean, you can't... You thank the Lord that it's all over for him. You really do. Because how he suffered... Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Moving on to something a little bit better. I've found an advent calendar for you, which is very nice. I say it's very nice. It's a swanky calendar. How much would you pay for an advent calendar? Now, I don't have them, but I think the ones you should always buy are the wooden ones. So you can then put a chocolate in each day. That's easier as opposed to the other ones. Do you know in garden centres, you know what people are nicking? What do you think people are pinching in garden centres? I couldn't believe it when I heard this. I seriously couldn't believe it, but I have this on very, very good authority. Not Christmas lights, no. People are nicking the bell around the lint bunnies' necks. Seriously, they've got the little lint bunny teddy bears and they've got little bell... People are pinching those. Because they're thieves. I can't think of any other reason. They're just thieves. But this one here is from an artist called Debbie Wingham. She created this calendar for a Swiss multimillionaire. And she originally comes from Yorkshire, but she's based in Spain. And so they've done the 12 days of Christmas. And how much has she charged for this advent calendar? Brace yourselves, you'll need to take an overdraft out. £7.5 million. £7.5 million. It also finishes up with an Arabian lamp that hints at a Dubai trip. It's got a model of an Italian car which represents a real Ferrari that the client had bought for his wife. £7.5 million for obviously a multimillionaire with about as much sense as a piece of asparagus going to the Christmas party with a friend. It's as ridiculous. £7.5 million. Christopher Biggins is in a lot of the papers today. It's an old story, actually. He did it about a week ago. He fears the days of panto dames will soon be behind us due to cancel culture. The pantomime veteran, he's 72, doesn't look it, reckons the PC mob will soon succeed in wiping out the much-loved tradition by only having women playing the dame. The day will come, he says, when they'll say a dame, which is essentially a male character in women's clothing, will have to be played by a woman. The whole thing is ridiculous. So in other words, they will also have to have Principal Boy, who is traditionally played by a girl, will have to be played by a boy. But that completely mocks pantomime. The Men Behaving Badly star, this is because he went head-to-head with Caroline Quentin over dames. because the Men Behaving Badly star had branded the tradition sexist. He says, I don't think it's sexist at all. It's simply a tradition that goes through. He says we just have to look at it in a frivolous way. So Caroline Quentin's going, oh, we shouldn't have that. So she's another one of these moaning minis. Goodness sake, what's the matter with people? Why can't people have a bit of... It's a comedy character. It's a funny character. It's not meant to be serious. He's not seriously having surgery to turn into a dame. Loads of people do dame. It's very popular. Very, very popular. People like the dames. Dames earn good money. Dames earn very good money. Very good money. Alex says, I gave up celebrating Christmas 3 years ago. It's wonderful. No stress. No sprouts. Oh, I'm not sure about that. You must have a really miserable Christmas. Really, if you don't celebrate. I mean, sprouts are part of it. I mean, you should have those for breakfast. Sprouts, you just sort of pop the little mini sprouts, the little tiny tiddly ones. You pop them in a bit of hot water. You could do them with cheese grated over the top. You could do anything with them. And also, so no stress. There's no stress if you follow the Steve Allen guide to doing Christmas, which is start doing it now. Start doing it now. You don't need to leave it till Christmas Eve. That's the whole idea. Get it sorted out now. So get the presents done and wrapped. The kids go out playing. You know, they go to school. The moment they go to school, you get some of the presents down from the cupboard, top of the cupboard, and then you wrap them up and you put the labels on them, and then you put them back at the top of the cupboard and cover them over with a blanket or something. And then you've got those things done. You get the tree delivered. You go and have a look at the tree and you go, well, take that one. Can you deliver? Yeah, this afternoon. Yeah, I'll be back in by 12. They deliver the tree. Make sure that it can go up. Most of them come on bases now, so that's great. The turkey, you just go to any of the supermarkets, look in the frozen section, loads of turkeys, turkey crowns, much easier. All the vegetables you can buy and freeze. The pigs in blankets you can buy, freeze them. They're all ready to go, and then you take them out, and then you do everything. The gravy you can buy and freeze. The mince pies you can buy and freeze, but not in the original packaging. Take them out, put them in a plastic box. I mean, it's so simple. Check the Christmas lights. In fact, basically, you should better sort out Christmas in about a day. Then you can sit back. And then when they say, oh, are you doing so-and-so? No, I'm putting my feet up. And I'm not going to do anything at all. Somebody else can go and make me a cup of tea. Make me a cup of tea, get me a hot mince pie, and I'll sit there and have cream on it. I'll just dunk it in cream and just have a nice time. Why not, for goodness sake? That's it. Steve from deepest, darkest Derbyshire wants to know, how do you know how many people are listening to the show? I've got no idea. They do it. It's based on. They've been doing it the same way for donkey's years. How accurate the figures? Very accurate. Well, they are in my case. And it says, because my wife and I both listen to your show on the same radio, so that's 2 listeners, but presumably that would only count as 1 listener. I've got no idea. It's done on a survey of I forget how many thousands of people. They do it, and by that they can work out exactly how many people are listening. And I think they do take that into account. But you're right, it's per household. So in other words, I might have, say, 750,000 people listening at the moment. Well, effectively, you could probably double that. But because I have nothing to do with the figures, all I know is when my boss says to me, very good, 20 million downloads, I go, that's fun. Because 20 million downloads means that, you know, that's not 20 million people, that's 20 million of the programmes which have been downloaded. But they might be listened to. It's like a newspaper. They'll say the newspaper sells so many copies, but in terms of how many people have read it, you can quadruple that quite easily. But it's a tried and tested system of doing the audience figures. They've always done it like that. They tried to come up with different ways some years ago of putting like a little chip inside a radio or inside your phones that they could tell what you were listening to. Like people who do the television figures, you have a box on your telly. Well, you used to have a box on the telly, it might have changed. And they can tell what channel you're watching, for how long you watch it, and that's how they work out the television figures as well. It's quite scientific. But I'm only interested in them if they're good. You know, nobody wants to be told your audience figure. It must be, you know, for some people, very difficult to actually try and get, you know, very, very good audience figures. But what you have to do is just sort of battle on with it. You just sort of go there and you hope that what you do on the programme is what people want to listen to first thing in the morning. And also, I keep saying to people, because all my competition in this building is music. And so I don't have any trouble with people doing music radio, but it doesn't affect my figures. Thank goodness. Can you imagine? I was competing against all sorts of different people. Listening to LBC this morning, And always enjoy running into @Steve Allen Show. It's like a morning tradition. It is actually, Thomas. It is a morning tradition. He says, wishing you and your listeners a fantastic Friday. I'm just about to unload a lorry and load up my vans with mattresses. As you do, you know. Oh, I must get some mattresses out and go and deliver them. Because this is what people want now, isn't it? People will be going out buying mattresses and beds and go, can you deliver before Christmas? They go, of course we can. If you're going to buy it now and pay for it now, yeah, we'll deliver it. So good luck for you. You look fit. You look fit. So unloading. They're not the most difficult thing to move, are they, mattresses? I don't think. They're sort of, they just get a bit bendy. It's the beds that are the problem and the wardrobes and stuff like that.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 10 to 6 is the time. I just realised our Thomas with the mattresses, it's Thomas Skinner who's written before. You know who he is. All right, Stevie? All right, mate? He does mattresses. I think he does pillows as well. In fact, I'm pretty certain he does pillows. He was on The Apprentice. If memory serves, was it at Series 15? Series 15. Because Minty said, wait a minute, he's got 90,000 followers. It can't just be somebody who sells mattresses, can he? There you go, you got your mention. French bulldogs. Bred with how do you breed them with exaggerated faces? I saw the most awful thing the other day. Put your fingers in your ears if you don't want to hear a horrible, horrible story. It was the story of these zebras who cross the Masai Mara and cross the river at this particular time of year. They migrate from one side, which has all the grass has dried up and it's gone all horrible, to the other side of the river where the grass is all fresh because it's not been invaded by the wildebeest or anything else. They're just herds of them, like could be millions. And these poor zebras cross the river at the same time. And they're a bit dainty because, you know, lurking in the river, and you can see them quite clearly, are all these alligators. And the alligators are waiting for either the wildebeest. If they miss out on the wildebeest, then they go for the zebras. Or they go for deer, or they go for anything, really. Anything that crosses the river is fair game. I don't know why they haven't put a bridge in. You'd think by now somebody would have been really clever, and, you know, we talked about a bridge the other day, 80 grand to look after dormice in this country so that they can get from one side of the road to the other. Why can't they do the same for all these animals, and they put a big bridge in that crosses where they, because they cross every year at the same place. The alligators just sit there, you know, doing their fingernails going, any minute now, lunch will be served. Anyway, this is the horrible bit. They grab a zebra, and this zebra gets grabbed by one alligator, but the alligators are a little bit like killer whales. Once one starts on an animal, the others will pile in as well, so they're all grabbing a bit to make sure they kill it. And what do they do with this poor zebra? While it's still alive, they rip its face off. You can literally see this thing is bleeding as they've literally ripped the front half of its face off. And this animal, I mean, obviously it's not going to survive, as you can well imagine. And of course, the more blood goes into the water, the more the alligators are going to swarm all around it. And you just pray that it finishes really quickly and that it doesn't suffer too much. But it's the most horrendous thing I've ever seen. So why can't they do something about it? Why can't they just brick over the river or sort of, you know, build a dam or something, so they don't have to go in the water? But unfortunately, they're all a bit daft, aren't they? It's a bit like the seals. Do you remember the seals and the killer whales? And the seals are born and they play around on the shore, you know, la 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 la, you know, as seals do, little baby seals. And the orcas, the killer whales, launch themselves up the beach, grab the seal, and go back down the beach into the ocean again, which is terrible. Terrible. Sorry about that. My friend Sharon, Steve, has recently been told she's got diabetes and she wants to know where to buy the best sugar-free mince pies. Oh, don't bother. Don't bother buying sugar-free mince pies. I've always said to people, it's always been the advice that I was always given, if you spend all your time looking for sugar-free items, it's not going to make the slightest difference. All you've got to do is cut back on what you would normally eat. So, in other words, you can have a mince pie. You're not going to eat a whole box of them. And so I would never buy any item that said sugar-free on it. Boots used to do a range of sugar-free foods. People stopped buying it because you don't need to. I remember saying on the first year, I've told you before, when I was diagnosed as diabetic, I said, what about Christmas? And they went, just have normal Christmas. Just be careful. Just be aware. You know, if you're going to drink loads of wine or loads of Prosecco or loads of champagne, there's going to be sugar in it. So you just do moderation. And you can have a mince pie. You know, you could probably have 2 mince pies with a little bit of cream or something like that. But, you know, you're not going to eat any more than that. So you don't need to look around for anything that's sugar. In fact, I'm not even sure they do sugar-free mince pies. I'm not even sure that they make things like that. If they do, I've never heard of them. I like the ones with whiskey in. But again, I would only have one. That's all I would have, actually. You know, I wouldn't have any more than that. I might have 2 if I pushed it. Only a little bit. So, but no, it's actually quite doable being a diabetic nowadays. It really is. Snowing in Norwich. I've just done my first delivery and it's flipping freezing, says Jamie. Not surprised, actually. Not surprised. It's cold. The further up north you go, the colder it gets, doesn't it? And Gary said, you're a man of enormous knowledge. Can you tell me how to make homemade gravy? Yes. You buy a Bisto gravy mix, you add water, hot water, and you stir it, and that's done. Okay? You don't need to wait. Don't start making it. It's ridiculous. Unless you're going to do the one where you're cooking the turkey and then you pour the juices off and you pour it into the... No, can't be bothered. Who cares? In fact, actually, go into any supermarket and you can buy packets of ready-mixed gravy. It's already done for you. Marks and Spencer's do plastic pouches with gravy in, chicken gravy, beef gravy. You'll find them in the meat section. Don't ever do homemade. What's the point of doing that? Whole idea is stress-free. That's what we want, isn't it? You don't want any sort of anxiety over the festive period. I mean, you know, most of us are quite lucky. We've got other people that do the cooking for us. I can't imagine Henry on Nick Ferrari's programme actually standing in the kitchen and cooking anything at all. I should imagine, if anything, his mum and dad, mainly his mum, I should think, sort of do all the cooking and he just gets up and eats it. That's how it would be. I mean, the idea, I stay well out the kitchen. Well out the kitchen. Stu says, some years ago where I used to live, the council put in a toad and a frog tunnel under the road to give them a safe crossing. I know, you wish they could do the same, as I say, for the wildebeests and the zebras and all the other animals that have to cross these crocodile and alligator-infested rivers. It's just you take your life in your hands. The funny thing is, sometimes sometimes the zebras or the wildebeest stand there and watch their mates being consumed. And you think, no, run for the hills, get out as quick as possible. Parents have been duped out of 48 grand in a Hello Mum scan. Have you heard of this one? I've had it. I had it years and years ago. It's somebody going, oh, hi, I'm stuck at the airport. I need some money to get home. I've run out of money. Can you help me and I'll pay you back in a week? And you think, you don't know who you are. Don't know who I am either. But this one, fraudsters send a message saying, hello, mum or hello, dad, before begging for cash to replace a lost phone. Action Fraud reported 25 instances from August in October. Detective Inspector Craig Mullish says if you're contacted from a number you don't recognise, stop and think, as it could protect you and your money. So parents have lost 48 grand. Because they'll notice they won't ever use names, because they don't know the name of the person who they're doing. I love my favourite are the call centres in Mumbai who get caught out by this bloke in America who's very clever, and he hacks into their computers and he can see on the cameras what they're doing in this room. And so he starts talking to them, and they always pretend that they're not in Mumbai at all, or Delhi. They always pretend they're in California. And of course they're not. They're crooks. And he did one a short while ago. And you have to follow it through. It's worth following through just to find out how bent these people are. And then they start swearing and using profanities at him when he sort of said, because what he does is he latches onto their computer and he starts deleting all their files. So before their very eyes. And then he goes, I can see you. He said, I can see you. You're in Delhi. He said, I know exactly where you are. He said, I've tracked your computer down. No, you're wrong. I'm in California. No, I can see you. And he says, your mate's just coming over to talk to you now. And of course, they look up and suddenly realise that they're being watched on camera, but that time it's too late. He's downloaded and deleted 60,000 of their files. And one of them was begging on the phone, please don't delete it. He says, no, you're a crook. You're a crook. He says, and I'm deleting all your files. And he goes, and it all vanishes. Best thing I've ever seen. I love stuff like that. I love it when a plan comes out. The Hatton Garden Vault. You remember the Hatton Garden Vault where they drilled through over the weekend? Is to become a major tourist attraction. Because it's going to be relocated to the Museum of London. What they're going to do is they're going to use hundreds of deposit boxes, and the vault strong room and heavy iron door will be displayed. They made off with £14 million worth of jewellery, cash, gold and precious stones. The museum is paying £100,000 to reassemble it, and the director said it's not about glamorising what happened, it's evidence of something that's very much part of London's history. Lovely. The 8 gang members were caught after police bugged the ringleader's car. Gosh. So there you go, they have it all moved in there, and then you can see it. I quite like that idea, but I'm still erring on the side of it is a bit glamorising what it is, because people will go and see it. They're not going to see it going, I lost thousands of pounds, because the whole idea of these safety deposit boxes is that you can put all sorts of money and jewellery in there, and you're basically hiding it from the authorities. That's what it is. And Elizabeth says, I've taken your advice and bought nearly all the Christmas dinner early. It's in the freezer. And the booze. Cheers. Thank you. I don't think you should freeze the booze. Oh, Theo Usherwood's phoning us. That's nice, isn't it? So we'll have a chat to Theo Usherwood, because bless it, he's only had a few hours sleep.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's 6:03. Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. The 7 times Formula One champion Lewis Hamilton is now facing protests, this time from Grenfell survivors, over a truly shocking sponsorship deal under which his racing car will be emblazoned with the logo of a firm that made combustible insulation used on the tower. Kingspan has been named as an official partner of the Mercedes Petronas Formula One team, for which Hamilton is the star driver. I always thought, actually, that Lewis has previously supported the Grenfell community. They don't seem to care nowadays, do they? They sort of have all these things. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think they should really have that. I mean, it's not the best decision he's ever made, but he probably doesn't have any decision on who does all the sponsorship. You know, and people say, oh, you know, we're delighted to welcome Kingspan to our team. And I'm sort of thinking, I mean, you know, people are complaining about it left, right and centre. But there we go, we've been complaining about David Beckham. If it comes down to money, I'm afraid money kind of wins, which is a little bit of a shame, isn't it, really? Prince Charles's friend, Joanna Lumley, has blasted The Crown as awful and says she pities the poor actors on the show because she knows she attended Charles's wedding to Camilla. She said, I don't think they watch it, and I never watch it. I know them, so I know it's all made up and it's rubbish. We do like Jo Lumley, we do like her. But it's doing particularly well, The Crown. I wish it wasn't, but it is. And that's it. You know, Joanna, who's a Prince's Trust ambassador, said people adore it because they hooked on the idea of monarchy, secret doors. You know, we're gonna learn something. But of course, most of it is made up. But it seems to be doing very well. I don't know why. Well, Netflix have said that we've always presented The Crown as a drama. You know, it's a work of fiction. But Joanna, who wrote a book called A Queen for All Seasons about Elizabeth II, would prefer the monarch to remain an enigma. Oh, I do as well. I wish that they'd never actually come out and sort of said things. You know, the monarchy. They started giving interviews to the press. The Queen Mother did, and the Queen and Charles and everything else. And we had the Diana debacle. And then she gave her interview. Then Charles gave his interview, and before we knew where we are, we knew everything about the royal family that we really didn't want to know. There's loads of things. Then, you know, now we know more about Prince Andrew than is healthy. You know, we're not sure what he does. Then Harry sort of gave up the ghost and sort of disappeared over to America and trousered the money. About 100 million, I reckon, which is seems to be an awful lot of money, doesn't it, really? There's a dreadful story about a poor lifeboat volunteer who hanged himself 6 days after learning he'd lose his Navy pension, but might have to pay back £55,000. This is a guy who'd been medically retired from the Royal Navy Reserves after injuring his back on duty, and he was stressed about losing his war pension. So at the end, he was only 58. You know, people, you know, if you're in that kind of situation, you need to speak to somebody like the Samaritans. You can call them free. It doesn't cost anything at all on 116123. And that's, you know, that's for people who get to the end of their tether and don't know where to turn. They have no idea. So, you know, Samaritans could be your first port of call. And, you know, it's just somebody who will listen. Somebody who will listen. David says, I saw The Power of the Dog at the cinema today. Benedict Cumberbatch is great, but it was a bit too arty. Classic Jane Campion stuff. It's never been interesting. I want to go and see West Side Story, the new Steven Spielberg version of it. They had the premiere, I think, in Leicester Square the other evening. And who do they send? Fern McCann. What she knows about West Side Story could probably write on a grain of sand. Shouldn't imagine she's got any idea about it. She was wearing a wholly inappropriate outfit, you know, for cold weather. If it's cold weather, having sort of a bare midriff, not maybe the kind of thing that you should do. And they also lit up the Christmas tree. I mean, Norway is full of trees. As I've said, in a tiny Norwegian village, you'd find dozens of trees better than the one in Trafalgar Square. People seem mystified. Only a few dozen people are living in this particular village, but it looks like a dead tree. It's not good at all. You could have put in something better. Westminster Council said the branches are not missing, they're socially distancing. I love the way they make a joke about it. It looks garbage. It really does. God knows what it must have cost to erect the blooming thing. You've got to bring in cranes, and then they put in what can only be described as the most awful lights I've ever seen. Why don't they go around London and have a look at some of the really good trees? Look at the one in Downing Street, an excellent tree, big and bushy. You can get big bushy trees. They do exist. This one, a twig with a few sort of, pine needles stuck on it. Very, very embarrassing, I'm afraid. We have had it every year since 1947 as a thanks for helping in the Second World War. But to be honest with you, I think personally now, Norway's not taken the sacking of Ole very well. It could be better. But as I say, look at that nice one outside Charing Cross Station. It's not real. It's not fake, because they've said... that's what I was going to mention to you, because I'd forgotten. You're being urged not to buy fake trees now, because they're made of plastic, and they don't dissolve or do anything else. They've said, better not to get a fake tree. And I'm sort of thinking, well, what else is there? And the answer is, get a real tree. Get a real tree. A real tree is much easier, much nicer. And then at the end of it, it's biodegradable. You can give it to your local council. Our council come and collect them. And what they do is they put them through one of these mashy machines, and it turns into stuff that they can put on all the gardens in the council garden. Sounds so much better, doesn't it? Much better, as opposed to a plastic tree. But I appreciate the fact that some people quite like things like that. Most popular seaside location for home buyers is Bournemouth. Bournemouth, if you please, which is very nice. And Padstow in Cornwall was the coastal draw where asking prices rose most, soaring by 20% in just a year. Morecambe in Lancashire saw the biggest jump in seaside buyer interest over the year, up 32%. Believe it or not, followed by Blackpool. Have you been to Blackpool? Don't bother. 21% surge there. Saltcoats in Ayrshire was the seaside hotspot where homes were snapped up the quickest. Properties finding a buyer in just 19 days on average. It's amazing, isn't it, really? So Padstow, I know people who've been to Padstow. They actually quite like it. But Bournemouth, very popular. Very popular. Very nice. Very nice. People spend, on average, 227 quid a month on renting items rather than owning them, hiring designer clothes, the latest mobiles, and even the Christmas tree, because you can rent Christmas trees. There are companies that will rent you a Christmas tree. 1 in 10 splashes out as much as 500 quid. And also, people don't like owning DVDs. Isn't that funny? It's the one thing I do like owning. I'm very happy about owning DVDs, but a lot of people will sort of download them. But most people prefer to rent things to get the latest technology. So we knew that Marks and Spencer's were renting clothes out, and I thought that was good. I've always known that women rent clothes out. If you're going to a posh event, then people will rent. There are companies that rent clothes out to you, because you're not going to waste £500-600 on a dress. You might as well just go and rent the thing out and then just give it back out. Nobody's ever going to know about it. They don't know if it's yours or if it's not yours. You're wearing it. For blokes, it's not the same. Most blokes have got a dinner jacket. No, they haven't, actually. But you do need them for certain events. When we went on a cruise years ago, it was dinner jackets for some nights when you were eating in the dining room. And we could have eaten at the front of the ship. You didn't need to drink. You could have worn a pair of shorts and flip-flops. But if you were eating in the dining room, they would tell you what you were wearing. And you could tell the people, because on the first night it was all casual. So you saw them there and they walked in holding their bottles and all the rest of it. Second night, you never saw them. And that's the last we ever saw any of these people, because they didn't have a dinner jacket. They didn't know that it was, dinner jackets one night, casual, which meant, casual, still shirt and tie, lounge suits and stuff like that. The sort of people who were going on the cruise didn't have those sort of clothes, so they didn't bother. Gregory Porter's got a new album out, as has Diana Ross. And for some reason, Ronan Keating. I heard him singing on the television the other day. I have to be honest, it sounds a bit rude. I thought he was flat as a pancake. He was singing some song. His wife was on Loose Women, and then they were basically they've started putting people on there flogging their albums or something. I think they had Westlife were on there flogging their album. But Ronan Keating, he was singing some song with his wife who's called Storm, which struck me as being a sort of very showbizy kind of name. My favourite would be Andre Rieu. Have you ever seen Andre Rieu? Very popular. Not only do you get the CD, you get the DVD as well. And he does these concerts around Europe. He's hugely popular. He's a bit like the James Last. He's got a huge orchestra, and they play all the classics, and it's really absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So he has one called Happy Together out, and I think he must be the most... He tours. They put up these huge stages. They stage them in all sorts of major cities around the world, you know, from Brussels to just about everywhere you can think of. And I think he's coming here next year. And it will sell out. People like going there. People like listening to an orchestra. And he plays the modern classics. He does all sorts of things. He's done stuff with Mary Poppins where they flew her in on a crane and a wire. And he's had little children play. I mean, it's really quite remarkable, actually. I absolutely love it. I really do. Angela said, had a message from a number saying, "Mum, it's me. I've broken my phone." I sent a message back saying, "Who are you?" And chillingly they replied, "Who do you think it is?" When my daughter messaged me later, she said she hadn't broken the phone and told me to block the number. I imagine the next message would have been to ask for money or hack my phone. Yeah, they're asking for money. But if you don't know the number, don't... But I love the idea. They chillingly said, "Who do you think it is?" Well, we know you're a crook. Why don't you just write back and go, "You're bent." We know who you are. There's no idea. You know, I tell you what, why don't you tell me who I am? Tell me my name. They won't know that. They try it on all sorts of things. It's really embarrassing, isn't it? But we have to stop all these people. We have to stop them. We have to stop them quickly. I heard you mention, says my friend Graham, that you'd like your own Prosecco fridge. He's got one in Thailand. He's got his own Prosecco fridge, and it's currently got 20 bottles of Prosecco in there, but I suspect some of them could probably be champagne. You look very well, Graham. That Thailand sunshine seems to suit you very well indeed. You look very, very well. Still to come, Dan Snow urging people to push the boat out and help a charity to raise funds to send a crew of young people on a life-changing voyage. They hope to raise 21,100. We do like Dan Snow, actually. He came in here. It turns out he knows my boss. I think they went to the same uni or something together. I thought, how impressive to say you know Dan Snow.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Still to come, we'll have a chat with Theo Usherwood, LBC's political editor, about the Old Bexley and Sidcup by-election, which the Conservatives won. So while you were all sleeping, he was feeding into LBC as fast as possible. We'll have a chat to him very shortly. First of all, Maggie and Katie from Newark. Thank you very much indeed for the Christmas card. Very lovely writing. Very lovely, but it's got that glitter on it. You know, me and glitter. Once I get it on my hands, I'm kind of stuck with it forever. And Carol's in Accrington. She says, my 4 o'clock friend. It's the way we like it. Thank you very much indeed. And thank you to all the other people who've been sending in Christmas cards and things like that. It's always very pleasing, actually. Very, very pleasing. Other stories which were making... Oh, I've lost the paper now. Where did I put that? Other stories that were making the paper. The Daily Mail, surprisingly, talking about Meghan. Also, she's back. The intrepid hero Emily in Paris as a new man. Which is, I don't even know what that is, actually. But looking at all the fashion, it's amazing, actually. Oh, this is somebody with this guy called Lucien Laviscount, who nobody's ever heard of. I don't even know who he was. I have to try and find out all these different things. But a chilling blow to free speech. So one thing we're all very keen on at the moment is free speech. Stephen Glover talking, because it's all in the Daily Mail. And The Sun were running with the headline, Little Miss Forgetful. Because she does forget things quite... Well, mind you, I've had that trouble. I've actually forgotten things in the past. So we'll come around to that in a moment. But as I say, up working last night. He's probably had about an hour and a half sleep, but he seems to thrive on it. LBC's political editor, Theo Usherwood. Morning, Theo.
Very good morning to you, Steve.
Well, you sound quite awake, actually.
I do my best for you.
You do your best.
So, to bring you up to speed with where we are with this by-election result, the Tories didn't do perhaps as well as they would like to have done. However, they will be happy with the result that they managed to get their MP, Louis French, back into the seat of Old Bexley and Sidcup. So they had a majority when James Brokenshire was MP, and you'll remember he tragically lost his life to the cancer at the age of 53 last month. Now, James Brokenshire, he had a majority of 19,000. That majority is down to just over 4,000.
Oops.
But the number of people turning out for this by-election is significantly down. So back in 2019 at the general election, just shy of 70% of voters here in Bexley turned out to vote. That is now down to, or was down to last night, to 34%. So
why?
significantly.
Why was it so low?
It's cold, it's wet, it's December, it's a by-election. People know it's going on, but it doesn't affect the national picture. And many voters just simply stayed away. And that's what we seem to have picked up happened last night. Many Conservative voters staying away because whilst James Brokenshire's vote share when he was MP in that 2019 election was 64%, the vote share for the candidate now, the successful candidate, the new MP, Louis French, is down to just over 50%. Whereas perhaps better news for Keir Starmer. It's been an important week for him. He's had his reshuffle with his new top team promoting Yvette Cooper, LBC's own David Lammy, up to Shadow Foreign Secretary as well. So it's important that his party put on a good showing, and actually they did better than as they had hoped. In fact, they saw a 10.2% swing to Labour. They got over 6,000 votes in this by-election, and it's worth noting that for Keir Starmer to become Prime Minister outright, no support from the SNP or Lib Dems or anything like that, he needs a 10.5% swing in a general election. So Labour are pretty happy. And then it's worth mentioning third place. It wasn't the Liberal Democrats, it wasn't the Greens, it was Reform UK. And that's UKIP without Nigel Farage, basically. It's led by Richard Tice. In actual fact, Nigel Farage is honorary president, but it's led by the businessman Richard Tice. He was actually the candidate here in Old Bexley and Sidcup, and he got 1,600 votes or so. That's around 6% of the votes. And he's pleased with that result because he thinks it's it's his first proper by-election since, of course, that big win for Boris back in 2019. So he's happy as well. So everybody's got something to be cheerful about down here in Old Bexley and Sidcup. But there will be Conservative MPs back in Westminster, particularly those Tories in marginal red wall seats in the north of England where they have fairly slim majorities, who will be nervous because they'll be worried that if this result is replicated in a general election and there's a 10.2% swing to Labour, then we could end up they will end up in a situation, I should say, where they lose their seats because they're sitting on much smaller majorities, unlike, of course, the one that Louis French had as a buffer between him and getting and losing this by-election.
It's sad. There were a couple of things, actually. Firstly, I was very interested in the fact that Louis French was wearing Mr. Brokenshire's rosette, which I quite like. And secondly, I didn't realise that this seat was previously held by Ted Heath.
It was held by Ted Heath for many years. Actually, it was Ted Heath after he was Prime Minister.
Yes.
He sat and I'm just a couple of hundred yards away from the pub, the King's Head on Bexley High Street, which he used to drink in. Lovely Tudor building, and that's where Ted Heath used to hold his sort of informal constituency meetings with his voters. And actually, I was speaking to one gentleman when I was down here last week. His father-in-law is a former police officer, used to drink in there with the man himself. So it is a safe Tory seat. There is, nobody at CCHQ is particularly happy that they've seen their majority cut to such a low number. But at the same time, there's a recognition that this is from the Conservative Party. This is a one-off by-election, and that they can only hope that by the time it comes to a national poll, that disastrous Peppa Pig speech where to the CBI where Boris Johnson was forgive me, I've lost my place, and they hadn't paginated his speech and he couldn't find where he was. And of course the furore over the Owen Paterson scandal where he went into bat for the MP who'd been found guilty of an egregious breach of lobbying rules, only to then suddenly realise how it looked to you and me and decide that actually it wasn't such a good idea. That all of that will be behind Boris Johnson by the time it comes to the next election, because there's certainly a significant dissatisfaction amongst Tory voters I've been speaking to here about the way the PM has been performing, and this is Boris Johnson's heartland. This seat in Bexley and Sidcup, this area of London, doesn't just know Boris Johnson from when he became Prime Minister. They didn't just vote for him then. They voted for him in overwhelming numbers when he became Mayor of London back in 2008 and 2012. This is the so-called donuts around outer London, which made Boris Johnson Mayor of London in such significant numbers as to outweigh the inner London voters, typically Labour voters, who of course were supporting Ken Livingstone during those elections. So there should have been, it hasn't gone unnoticed by those Conservatives I've been speaking to. This result is not what they wanted. However, they've got it over the line. And they've managed to return an MP, and there hasn't been a disaster like there was, of course, in Chesham and Amersham, over in the Chilterns back in the summer. And of course, that really was a disaster because the Lib Dems went in on planning reform and this, algorithm that picks out which parts of the world to build thousands of houses. And this beautiful part of the Chiltern under Boris Johnson's plans was basically going to be turned into a sort of one great big new housing estate, and this was what the Lib Dems were saying, and of course the majority which Cheryl Gillam had, who former Welsh Secretary, of 16,000 was completely wiped out. But that hasn't happened this time around.
Excellent, as always. Thoroughly entertaining, Theo. Thank you.
I hope that helps.
It does help, actually. It does help. I still miss James Brokenshire because that came as a shock to everybody. Such a nice man. Used to be a regular on LBC. He really was. But Theo, thank you very much indeed. Theo Usherwood, LBC's political editor. So old Bexley and Sidcup by-election. Conservatives win, but the majority cut from about nearly 19,000 down to 4,478. 10% swing to Labour.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 25 minutes to 7. Have you just woken up? It's Steve Allen's early breakfast till 7. Phil in Streatham says, Steve, I agree. The rubbish tree in Trafalgar Square, the ones in Berkeley Square look great. Yes, if you can have a real tree, have a really good one. And they do have such a choice in Norway. As I say, I went over there one year and they've got forests of trees. Forests. They could have found one that looked a bit better. The Westminster Council have sort of thrown it to one side and gone, oh, it's socially distancing on the branches. It isn't. It's just a rubbish tree. But have a look at the one outside the Charing Cross station. It's not real. It's not even a fake tree. It's just a giant cone with all these different lights in it, which changes colour, which flashes, it twinkles, does everything. Absolutely beautiful. How you assemble these things, I've got no idea. But the one in Trafalgar Square, they bring in, there's teams of people, because they've got to bring it all the way over on a lorry. I'm assuming it must have sort of, got caught up on something. Perhaps they have a spare in reserve. And then they put these silly lights on, which just are absolutely useless, especially when you look at the lights on the Christmas tree outside Downing Street, which are much, much nicer, much nicer. And Mr. Shah, good morning, Mr. Shah. He says, I had an anxious call from somebody who was saying the Steve Allen show's been replaced by news. No, we always do that. As you know, if it's something very important, we always do that. And had I seen you, were you okay? People get so worried about things, don't they, really? And the penny dropped. He'd somehow been listening into to something else. He wasn't listening here at all. He'd reprogrammed the news channel. But we did just do the Theo Usherwood Old Bexley and Sidcup by-election, mainly because he'd been up all night with it, and he must have had about 2 or 3 hours sleep. People always get confused with LBC. But no, still here. ABBA throwing their hats in the ring. You know why? They want to go and grab the Christmas #1 slot. I'm sure it's today that Lab Baby are announcing what their record is. Because I think they're going to win it. I'm hoping so anyway. Because there's such an eclectic mix of artists, including Ed Sheeran and Elton John and ABBA and loads of other people, all hoping to get that Christmas #1. But Lad Baby's done it for, is it three years running now? They can't lose, can they? Unless they're going to go back to an old formula. A number of tracks from Adele's new album 30 could easily top the charts, including Easy on Me. So they're all going for it. It's all of a sudden become that little competition again, which I quite like. Steve, I am taking my husband, says Sheila from Thaden Boys, to see Andre Rieu next May at Wembley for his 70th birthday. We paid £434 each for seats row 19. They're both worth it. Check out the price of seats in the front row. I love Andre Rieu. I've got all the CDs. And I've got a few DVDs as well, Sheila. I'm a big fan. But now I was a fan of James Last. And when I see Andre Rieu and I look at that orchestra and I look at the way they stage things, it must take an army of people. But the sort of people who go to see him, it seems to cover people sing along. He seems to do it in lots of different languages. He's obviously incredibly talented. And I just like him. I only discovered him a few years back. And there's a lady who sits in the front row of his orchestra, and she's done the bagpipes, she's played saxophone, she plays everything. I don't know what her name is, I don't know what languages she speaks, but she's brilliant. And she's the one that I notice all the time. So £434. Listen, for a 70th birthday, worth every penny. Kirsty says, it's hard to imagine you keep going all without a script. I wouldn't have known if you didn't get a shout out from James O'Brien. I know. How could you work on a script for 3 hours of a programme? How could you ever? I mean, I'm sure that some people probably do work on a script. I've never had a script. Never. I don't think I'd know what to do with one. I couldn't be true to the programme if you actually had a script, because what my programme's based on is opinion and whizzing through the papers as fast as possible. So sometimes when you're reading one story, and a story that I think affects a lot of people, you're turning over the pages to see if there's another one in here that you can follow up with fairly quickly. Because that's what it is. I try and give people a full representation of what's in the newspapers for the day. So you know that when we talk about the Duchess of Cambridge, she went to, as a special guest, to go see the Fabergé exhibition. Now, this is the one where they've got some of these eggs made by Fabergé, never been seen before. I think the royal family have got three of these things. But I can well imagine that the Duchess of Cambridge was awestruck. I mean, because with the Fabergé eggs, and this is a touring thing, they are absolutely beautiful. They open up, and they've got little things inside them which work. Some of them have got sort of eggs which are made, for the Russian royal family, which have never seen and been seen abroad before. Some are in private collectors' hands. They're almost priceless. They're almost priceless. And when you think that there was quite an army of people working at Fabergé, but you only have to say to somebody, Fabergé, and they go, eggs. And so to actually go to this exhibition, I think this is the largest collection of Fabergé's imperial Easter eggs in a generation, several of which being shown for the very first time. Kate became the first royal patron of the V&A in 2018. And if you want to go to these exhibitions, it's worthwhile joining the V&A, because you can join all the museums. They all have their own special cards, and so you can join, and then you get first choice of going to their exhibitions. You don't have to sort of queue up with everybody else. You get it a lot easier, and you can go as many times as you want. I've always said to people, if you're going to buy somebody a card for Christmas, because it's always difficult thinking of Christmas presents, I go for historic royal palaces every time. Because you can go to see the Tower of London, you can go and see Hampton Court Palace, you can go and see the Banqueting House, which is famous for two things. Firstly, the ceiling, which they've got a giant mirror in the front. They've got a couple of them, and you can look into the mirror and see what the ceiling looks like, which is fantastic. And also, bearing in mind the Banqueting House, which is just opposite Horse Guards Parade, was the place where Charles I stepped out of, they're not sure which window, for his execution. And people were hanging from lampposts and on the top of buildings to watch him being executed. And when he was executed and the head came off, the executioner held it up and went to behold the head of a traitor. But he'd had to walk. They made him walk all the way over. No minicab or anything like that. He had to walk all the way through St James's Park, and it was cold. So he put on this shirt. And this shirt is said to still be in this country in the Museum of London. And the reason it's kept secretively in a box away from the public, because it's got stains on the neck, as it would have. He put it on mainly to say he didn't want people to see him shivering, because they might misinterpret and think that he was frightened, which in fact, you would be fairly frightened. Somebody's going to be taking your head off. And so they've still got this shirt. It is claimed to be the one that he wore for his execution, and the dark stains on would be the blood. That's how the story goes. So that's always a good card to get. So you can do the banqueting house, go to Hampton Court, and you get discount in the shops, in the places, and also you get discount in their cafeterias. So it's very good value, very, very good value. And they are places that don't get any government funding. So you're helping keeping them going. Adam says, I've just done my 5K run on Portsmouth seafront. It's very cold. My friend went out for a run the other day. I mean, I said, was it warm? She went, no, bloody freezing. I'm not surprised. And people always go out there. I mean, I couldn't do 5K, but that's very good. But on the seafront in Portsmouth, it would be pretty cold. Pretty cold. The army called in to aid thousands of people freezing because they've had no power now for 7 days. 134 personnel try and reaching around 4,000 properties in Scotland's Grampian area. 68,000 people have had the power restored. That must be a blessing for them, mustn't it? One mum said she and her 3 sons had spent their 6th night huddled together for warmth in one room because they've got nothing. Cleaner Stacey Doherty said it's freezing. I've only got an open fire, but at least she's got an open fire. Most people don't even have chimneys. So they've definitely got no open... So I've got indigestion now, talking about it, getting so excited over the fact these poor people are suffering. They must be frozen to death. Frozen to death. Petrol stations have hiked the cost of fuel by 3p. They always rip you off. Don't ever think they're doing you any favours. They never seem to be. Simon Williams, the fuel spokesman for the RAC, says, sadly, our data shows drivers are being taken for a ride. That's just called rip-off, shall we? Let's call it for what it is. They're ripping us off because they want to make as much money because we don't have anything else. We don't have anything else. What else? Oh, so this tree for Trafalgar Square. It really is the most pitiful example of a Christmas tree. I don't like to criticise it too much. It looks like I'm being mean. But, you know, they must have something better. And, you know, people talking about Norway and their trees. And I mean, I've been in the forest when they cut the thing down. They was so much better. So much better. So perhaps next time round we get a better one. Or failing that, there's this one that's standing in front of Charing Cross. Perhaps we could move that over there because it's much better. It really is. Colour changing, beautiful, stunning, clean, you know, about 20 foot tall. I know this tree's a bit taller than that. Well, then just make a bigger version of this other thing.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
10 to 7, so this is the way all the papers are offering you now, which is quite a nice idea, actually. The way to have a stress-free Christmas. But I've already told you how to have the stress-free Christmas. Get it all done over this weekend. You know, the shopping you can, you know, I mean, if you don't have to buy presents for kids, you should be absolutely fine. Because all the food is out there. You can start filling up the freezer with things and then just take it out the day before and start getting it all ready. You can cook the sausages on the day, but you can do them from frozen. Do your mince pies, but as I say, don't put them in the box in the freezer. Take them out the box, put them in a plastic box, then you can freeze them, and that will work. And the turkey can be frozen, or you can buy a fresh turkey. There appears to be no shortages at all. And then you can have a nice sort of... And then make sure you get the booze. I've forgotten about the booze, actually. I don't know why. George Clooney talking in one of the papers today. It's The Guardian. And he said, how much was he offered for 1 day's work? George Clooney, who, to be honest with you, I don't wish to appear rude, but I can't remember any films he's ever been in. And I'm never sure if he's a great actor or if he's just sort of somebody who people went, he's really good looking. And that makes him a good actor. How much was he offered for 1 day's work? $35 million. $35 million for 1 day's work. I'm obviously in the wrong business. I need to start acting. There's obviously money in it, I think. Whether it was acting, I've got no idea. Tubby fellas with big beards are earning up to £100 an hour after a serious Santa shortage rocked Britain. Why would there be a Santa shortage? There's still the same blokes around who are still tubby and they've still got beards. So I don't understand why there would be a shortage of them. They're trying to make out that, oh, your kiddies will never get to see a proper Father Christmas because they're all out there. And so Father Christmas impersonators are being offered. Scores of ads are filling job sites offering salaries of up to £800 a day. Well, to be Father, you've only got to sit there. You don't have to stand up or do a dance. The average wage for a Santa has quadrupled in some areas from 10 quid to 40 quid an hour. Apparently, while a Father Christmas actor based in Basildon, in Essex, is being offered £75 to £100 an hour, the equivalent of more than £17,000 for the month of December. But the trouble is, most Father Christmases don't work that much. They'll split the job between 2 or 3. You don't have the same Father Christmas. You'd be exhausted. And so a company has taken to training volunteers to become Father Christmases. Well, that's a bit of a swizz, isn't it? I mean, you don't want to train somebody. And the head of the firm says, we truly believe every town, village and community deserves a visit from Santa. Yes, but, even so, you don't need to train all these people up. There's loads of people who want to do it, but it's an art. I think anybody who thinks that you just put on the suit and you sit there and no, absolutely not. It's far more complicated than that. Because the training would be, I don't know what the training would be for Father Christmas. Patience. But if you watch all the Father Christmas films, of which there are many, 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 you suddenly realise what an art it is and how difficult it is. You have to talk to... In the early days, you'd go to see Father Christmas and you'd sit on his knee. I mean, we don't do any of that now. In fact, sometimes you don't go anywhere near Father Christmas and he just points to a tub and you pick a present up and you've seen him and you get a picture taken, if you're lucky, but standing next to him. But the art is patience. You can't just... You can't have a young Father Christmas. It's got to be somebody of a certain age, preferably with a real beard. The real beard is the absolute clincher. That's it now. But and nobody's ever mentioned the poor old elves. I mean, if you want elves out there, you've got to pay extra for the elves. But I'm not sure about earning 17,000 quid for the month of December. I think you'd be hard pushed to find any Santa. I'd love to meet a Santa Claus who claims to have earned 17,000 quid for the month. I'd love to do that. Because they only do them for a short time. What you want to see is a Father Christmas and you want to see real reindeer who only fly on Christmas Eve. Turkeys are already almost completely sold out. This is rubbish. They're not sold out at all. There's loads of turkeys. Brits began ordering birds months in advance, and now nearly all British... This is in one of the papers today. Nearly all British turkey farmers say they now have none left. What a pile of rubbish. This is not true at all. There are loads of turkeys. Loads of turkeys. Somebody says Christmas orders come in, but orders began in August. We've never seen anything like it. The rubbish these people print. You can't believe it. There's no shortage of turkeys. You can't move for them in Iceland. So I don't know what they're basing it on. They're all out there. If you sort of go and get your turkey, you can pick up all sorts of nice things. You can pick up, your beef and everything else. There is no... I love the way they go, there's no turkeys left. Well, that's it. You're going to starve at Christmas. No chance. No chance at all. Stephen Merchant says the woke brigade would love The Office. If it was made now, because it's about political correctness. He reckons although many people assume the jokes couldn't be written now, they'd be perfect for the modern era. Because we are in the woke brigade. Poor old John Cleese is too faulty to recreate his Monty Python silly walks. Because, as he says, he's 82, it would be a bit of a disappointment with 2 artificial hips and an artificial knee and a heavily infected left big toe. I'm not sure you'd be allowed to do it, though, would you really? And Wayne Bridge stands next to a cast of his wife's bottom. I mean, as everybody's saying, big mistake there. I mean, class act, not at all. And what else have we got here? Who was this one? The words... I didn't know this one, actually. Sorry, I just noticed the story. The world's only openly gay top-tier footballer says he feels 3 kilos lighter after coming out. Adelaide United defender Josh Cavallo revealed the news on Twitter in October, a clip now seen more than 11 million times. The Aussie ace, who fronts Attitude magazine this month, says, I felt this instant relief off my shoulders. I couldn't wipe the smile off my face. This was more than football. The January edition is out now. He's a rarity, isn't he? But he's Australian, so he's not here. It's in Australia where perhaps they sort of do things a little bit differently. Over here, you'd never get away with it. Even now, you'd never get away with it. Seems ridiculous. Steve, the National Art Pass is a goodbye. Nationwide free or half-price entry to hundreds of places and special exhibitions, says Patrick. JLS make the papers today for us. They're aiming to use their comeback to finally conquer America. I don't think so. I mean, the reason it fizzled out is because... The reason any of these groups fizzle out is because nobody's buying their records anymore. And whether or not they're going to manage it, I've got no idea. One of the guys from JLS says, one of our inspirations is Boyz II Men. They did a massive Las Vegas residency show. Well, the trouble is JLS are not known in America. Not known at all, so there is no... I'm going to sneeze again, I can't believe it. twice in a programme. 4 sneezes, look at that. No extra charge. No extra charge for the sneezing today. But unless you're known in America, and it's very difficult to crack America, you need to go and live there to actually, make an impact. So the chance of them getting anywhere near Las Vegas would be almost non-existent. But they've got an album out. Now, whether it goes anywhere, I have no idea. But it's amazing, all of them. People sort of saying, oh, we think so-and-so is going to get back together again. It seems to be the latest craze, doesn't it? Groups that you thought had finished and they'd all moved on and done all sorts of different bits and pieces now say, oh, we're making a comeback and we're all getting back together again. But the trouble is they've all got a bit older and their fans have got a little bit older. So whether or not it works, I do not know. But loads of adverts for turkeys. In fact, actually, strangely, the paper that was telling you there are no turkeys are running adverts for turkeys. So obviously they can't make it. Perhaps, one end doesn't know what the other one's saying. I don't know what drink to get this year for Christmas. Not that it affects me. I don't need to worry about things like that. But Christmas pudding, they've got a 6-month matured Christmas pudding in Aldi for £1.79. And it always looks so big, but when you actually sit, because you don't need a lot of Christmas pudding for Christmas, but you have to decide whether or not you're going to be having it with cream, ice cream, or custard.